Hello. Hello. Oh, I need to do some things here. So let's see how the damn connection is going to be today. Oh. What if that's... maybe... There you go. Hello. Let me know if any sounds needs to be changed. You run on caffeine. Yeah, a lot of people tend to do. Let's do that. I am doing the fedora today. Just because I don't know why. Also, I'm a bit tired. Like always. And I need caffeine, apparently. I just got described a shit ton of medicine by my doctor. Because apparently, I don't have any B12 vitamins in my body, so that's why I'm tired all the time. And my brain is not functioning 100%. I'm basically running on like 60% power, both brain-wise and energy-wise, the last year. So I am on a high dose of B12 vitamins, and if that don't work within 3 months, I need to have it jabbed in my ass. I'm really hoping this works, so I don't have to have a fucking needle in my butthole. Hey, trade. Perfect trade. Yeah, so happy days, man. Happy days. Let's do the good old backup before we do anything else. The good old backups. So what are you guys and girls doing today? What's the plans? What is the weekend plans? They're going to tap what in your ass? B vitamin 12. Apparently I have eaten so bad of a diet the last couple of years that my B12 vitamins reserve in my liver is depleted. No, this is KDE. This is KDE. And they are so low that my brain is apparently not running on 100%. I was like, hey, dude, you don't need to tell me that. I know I'm stupid like a fucking doorknob. So yeah, my energy has been low the last year. And I just thought it was age. Even though I'm only almost 40. And I've been... like my strength has been a little bit down. Again, thought it was stress. And brain fog, again, thought it was stress. But no, I need fucking vitamins. Or at least B12 vitamins, it looks like. So if you guys feel like you are tired, don't have the power, or, you can't, lift, or don't have the energy you used to, like you don't have the, like you get easy, short of breath and stuff like that. You can't find motivation. Your brain fog all the time. You probably need some vitamins. Like, go get your blood work checked, man. I normally go every 2 times a year. But COVID kind of stopped that, and I haven't been keeping up with it since COVID. So at least since 2020, I've been running on insufficient vitamins. I'm 27 and I'm experiencing those very things. Hey, go to get it checked, man. It has nothing to do with AIDS. It's actually diet. If you don't get enough fish and stuff like that has a lot of B vitamins in them, you can be deficient in them. The same with D vitamins. A lot of people are not good at absorbing D vitamins from the sun. I'm one of them, and that can also result in tiredness, brain fogs, and stuff like that. So D vitamins and B12 in particular is really, really important that you have in your blood. Like, it's one of the most important things. And it's really easy. When you get them up to normal levels, it's really easy to maintain again. So I'm on... Fucking... B vitamin or B12 is actually really expensive. If you get it in high dose. I was like, am I going to buy stock in this pharmacy or something like that when I was out buying them? So yeah, if my videos seemed unintelligent the last 2 years, well, I blame the lack of vitamins. I'm on all kind of meds, B6, B12, C, and a bunch more. Yeah, I'm on blood pressure medicine. That's a family inheritance I got. Everyone in my family have high blood pressure. And then I'm on D vitamin and B12 right now. The B12 I only have to take for 3 months, and it should be okay. And then, of course, eat more fish and stuff like that. More stuff with B12 vitamins in it. The D vitamins I just have to take forever. Apparently, I'm one of those people that can't absorb it through the sun. And then I take fish oil for my cardiovascular system, my joints and stuff like that. And I take a, stock standard multivitamin just to be sure to cover all my bases. And it's the only one. I got my blood pressure results 2 days ago. And it's the only thing that's wrong with me. It's the lack of B12 vitamins. And my cholesterol, that's the word I'm looking for. It's not high, but it's like in the yellow area. But again, bad diet, eating, don't get enough B12 vitamins and stuff like that kinda is, can have an influence on that shit also. Meaning that it's because of my diet I don't have a lot of B12 vitamins in me. I haven't eaten a lot of fish the last couple of years because it's gotten really expensive here in Denmark. Like massively. Even tuna is fucking expensive, canned tuna. It's gotten like massively expensive compared to what it used to cost. Like, it's still cheap, but it used to cost way less. And yeah. And during COVID, I ate like a fucking pig. A lot of fucking potato chips, junk food, fatty foods, and that I pay for it now. So get your blood work done. I also got an EKG or what they were called. I only eat cow and pig, not stinky fish. Don't like it. Tuna is almost not fish. Like, it don't taste like fish in my opinion. And tuna salad. And here's what I used to do back in the day. I used to, in the morning or when I came home from work, I took like a couple of eggs. There's a lot of B vitamins in eggs also, but you have to eat the whole egg. So I used to take like 2 or 3 or 4 eggs and then a canned tuna and mixed it all together, whipped it up together, and put some spices in it and put it on the pan. And then you could barely taste the tuna. Like, it basically just tastes like scrambled eggs with a little, really, really, really little bit of fish taste to it. And if you put a lot of fucking pepper or garlic or, any other spices in it, it was, you couldn't taste the fucking tuna, to be honest. So I used to do that quite a lot. I do like fish, but you know, there's a lot of protein in eggs also, and I just like doing it. It was a really, really fast, like, easy food. Like, eggs, hey, your man's eggs, tuna, and then mix it all together, and then with some other ingredients and stuff like that. You do like tunas and crackers. Go for that, man. Like, tuna is like, if you get your B vitamins up to where they need to be, you can like eat like a can of tuna. I think it's like 1 or 3 times a week, and you're set to go. I've had my blood checked about 6 months ago, but there wasn't any red flags apart from high blood pressure. Yeah. A lot of people have high blood pressure without noticing it. It's one of those things, like, mine was like, has always been a little bit high, but it's not been massively high, so I didn't notice that I had high blood pressure. One day I went down to work out, you know, I went to the gym, and in the middle of the gym, it was like someone sat on my fucking chest. And I was just like, what the fuck is happening here? And I thought I got a panic attack. So I went out, and I was like, okay, let me sit down, get some cool air, you know, let's just drink some water, get this all sorted out. And then my mom at that time, she couldn't walk. She had inflammation in her legs, so she could barely walk, so I had to shop for her. So I went to the shop, and in the middle of shopping, I thought, I was sure I was about to pass out. So I was like, and I had my mom on the phone, because I was, you know, when I shopped for my mom, I went in the store, and I'm like, okay, now I'm at, you know, the bread. This is what they have on sale. What kind of bread? You know, so I could talk to her what she wanted. I just got quiet. I'm like, I'm going to pass out. She's like, what the fuck is happening? I'm going to pass out in the middle of the fucking store. So I left everything in the shopping cart. Almost ran out of the fucking store because I didn't want to pass out in the middle of everything, so everyone could see how fucking embarrassing that was. So I was standing there in the middle of the parking lot and was like just feeling weird. So a friend drove me up to my mom, and then after like an hour, and it hadn't, you know, rectified itself, we called the doctor, and I went up and got checked, and I just had fucking amazingly high blood pressure. And it was because, you know, when you work out, your blood pressure goes up and down. Mine just kept going up, it didn't get down again. So that was the problem, because it just got stuck like a valve in a machine, you know. It just got stuck high. So I got it like 2 years ago, so right before COVID, I think. No, not before COVID. 1 or 2 years before COVID. And I haven't had anything since then. Like, I eat a pill. Now I'm on 2 pills because it was a little bit high, but I am probably going to get off the second pill when I lose a couple of weight, and I have to check my blood pressure at home, because I suffer from white coat syndrome, which is basically that every time I'm at the doctor's, I'm nervous. So my blood pressure and my heart rate just skyrocket. So they need to check me at home to see if it's really necessary that I'm getting the second pill. And they don't think it is. But they, you know, doctors, oh, there's something wrong with you, let's describe a fucking shit ton of pills. Even though I asked them, let's figure out why my blood pressure is a little bit high. Because it was almost on the verge of me not having to be medicated. Like, I'm just in that, hey Lamer, I'm just in that little, you know, area where, do I need it or do I not need it? You know, it's really crazy. So with exercise and losing some weight, I should get rid of at least go way down on my blood pressure medicine. But some people just have it, man. If it is in the family, it's like, you know, something with you know, inherit from your family. You can't do much about it. Some people can be, you know, elite athletes, and they can still have high blood pressure. It's fucking crazy. Let's see. Yeah, it was scary. I thought I had either a panic attack, because I suffer from panic attacks, or I thought I was about to have a heart attack. Do we have any main topic for this stream? I don't know. I think I will talk about version numbers. I have a video recorded about it I will release next week because people don't understand version numbers under Linux. But I didn't even want to stream today. I was just bored. And I was just like, let's do something, you know. Instead of me sitting on the couch and drinking soda, I might as well just, you know, stream and drink soda. I do blood work every 2 months because of my diabetes and blood pressure and stage 3 kidney failure. Yeah, I think my brother is in that area. He goes to dialysis like 3 times a week, I think it is. Yeah, 3 times a week. He needs a new kidney, basically. That's the thing, the white coat syndrome. I have that too. Yeah. No, mine was like 162 over 77 or something like that. So it was like, I'm not joking. She took my blood pressure for 10 minutes, and the more she took it, the more nervous I got. I thought I was about to getting fucking called to the hospital because she didn't say anything, the nurse. She was just like, the thing they put over your arm, it was about to fucking rip my arm off. And she was like, it's a little bit too small for you. We need a bigger band around your arm. So yeah, my arm is starting to fall asleep every time I take my blood pressure. Like I could feel it like almost, you know, pinching my bone. But I thought that was normal. So she went and got a bigger one. And that was way better. And then she took it like 5 or 6 times. I'm like, say something. I kept just sitting here staring out in the fucking air. Tell me something. Am I about to die here, doctor or nurse? Like, am I going to die? Or is my penis falling off? What's fucking going on here? Hey, nosy. And then, like, after the 10th time or something like that, she's like, yeah, you have high blood pressure. Kinda. But I can see it's falling down every time I take it. And I'm like, yeah, I am nervous. I get anxiety at the doctors. Yeah, but just in case, I would describe you this low, or what the fuck it is, this pill. And then I had to she took my blood. And then 2 days after that, I went up and talking to another nurse. And he said, you know what? Keep the medicine. Take your blood pressure at home for 3 days or 4 days before we have the next meeting. And then if it's the white coat syndrome, we take that pill away. But I just bought it, man. I just bought for like 3 months worth of pills. Yeah, I'm like, why didn't you do this before you gave me more blood pressure medicine? Well, we have to make sure, and I'm like, fucking hell, man. Luckily enough, they didn't cost much because we have, we get help from the government with medicine and stuff like that. So we pay, like, depends on what medicine it is. But I probably only paid like 1/4 of what it was worth. So yeah, it fucking like doctors, man. I'm giving Ubuntu 2204 a spin. Go for it, Lame. Hey, Lamer, I'm looking into, I'm trying out Microsoft OneNote. If you have any tips, tricks, or resources to get more familiar with it, DM it to me on Discord because I need a good note-taking app. And I heard you talk so much about OneNote. So if you have any places where I can read or watch videos or about how to get most out of it, please send it to me. That would be amazing if you can do that. If you're gonna keep talking about health, then I want to mention that I have a medium-sized cut on my left knee. Well, then go get that medium size down to no size at the doctor's or do something about it. Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, health insurance stuff sure is great. Yeah, health insurance is great if you can get that. Yeah, I have a lot of wallpapers here. When I install a distro, I tend to download a shit ton of wallpapers that are affiliated with that distribution. Or just, nature wallpapers. Most of these are all Fedora wallpapers. Oh, that's the Lynx King. So, Lynx King. So, yeah. Some nature. I like this one here a lot. Some more nature. That's a girl with a fedora. This is one of the really, really old Fedora wallpaper, like massively old Fedora wallpaper. And this one here is also one of the really old ones. And this one here also are not that old. This one here is also kind of old for Fedora. I like this one also. I mainly taught myself, I treat it almost like a work document. Yeah, you can do a lot of fucking shit with it. I was watching No Shippon hopped here. I don't know what that is. For the cut, I already was at the doctor's. It was a work accident after all. What did you do? Like, how did you get the cut? Like, yeah, he lives in Germany, so he has really good health insurance over there. But how did you get it? What did you do? Yeah. The Endeavor with wallpapers have always been great, in my opinion. I always liked them. Hey, Marcus. What's new in the Fedora magazine? Fedora job opening, community actions, and impact coordinator. What the fuck is an impact coordinator? Using Linux system roles to implement Calvis and Tang for automated logs volume. Yeah. I was trimming the heads and slept with the motorized head trimmer. Oh, those fucking shit. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. And that it cut your knee or your leg. Yeah, those things are fucking cool, man. I use them a lot. Yeah, they are they are not to play around with. Like any like automated tool is like kinda something you should be really afraid of. Yeah, I I was actually really lucky, but a couple of months ago, I was using a belt sander, and I tripped over the wire. So I lifted up the belt sander, and then of course, because I was about to trip, I moved like a half meter to a meter to my right, and then I was about to fall over, you know, with my front over tilt forward. So I used the belt sander that was still running to kind of, you know, stabilize myself. But I did that on top of the fucking, what is it called? Not wire. Why is it wire? Yeah, wire, electrical wire. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called now. So the belt sander just ate the fucking, you know, the electrical wire while it was running. So there was just sparks all over the fucking place. I was just standing with it in my hands, like, what the fuck do I do? So I turned it off, but it was still like just sparkling all over the place. Went over and ripped it out of the wall. And I had to go into my boss. Yeah, I kinda, that extension cord that you have down there, I kinda tripped over it, and the belt sander ate the fucking cord from the belt sander. And there was smoke and sparks. Like I blow a fuse or something like that also. We had an electrician coming out to look at it. I was just like, I'm actually lucky I got fucking, you know, executed. At least the cut is not very deep, so I can still walk. Yeah, here's the thing. You know, small superficial cuts is the worst. Like, those are the worst. Sometimes if you have a deep cut, you know, either you get some stitches in it, or you just get some good plastic band-aid on it, and that's it. It's not that big of a deal. But like, if you just have something that just go through the first layer of skin or something like that, they fucking sting. They sting, and they are irritating, and they seem to hurt more. And sometimes it's just like, just cut me instead of this fucking, you know, scraping kind of fucking shit, because it's so fucking irritating to go with. Yeah, it was. I was so glad nobody watched me do that fucking shit, man. Yeah, die by 1,000 paper cuts, yeah. Adapted to certain times. Well, I want to know what an impact coordinator is. What are you impacting? My penis? I don't know. What's next for me? What's next for Fedora? Oh, if someone is changing job titles? How to apply? Fuck, this site is fucking awful. Identify opportunities to engage new contributors and community members. Improve onboarding materials and processing for new contributors. Participate in user contributor discussions and identify barriers to success for contributors and users. Use metrics to evaluate the success of Fedora initiative. Represent Red Hat Fedora. Work with the Fedora Council. Work with the Fedora Mindshare Committee. What the fuck is Mindshare? There's so many fancy words that it probably mean nothing. Create and carry out community promotion strategies. Maintain the Fedora. The code of conduct is I hate code of conducts. What you will bring. Okay, so that's what you need. Maybe you guys should apply for this job. Impact coordinator. It sounds so fucking important. This sounds more like just a community manager to me. They should just call it a community manager. Everyone want a fancy title, but they still do the same fucking boring shit as they used to. The job description. Oh, it's the same one that we just looked at here. Impact coordinator. But the cut was deep enough that the dog considered stitching. But then use strips to pull the wound together. Yeah, they start to do that more and more. Luckily enough, because stitches can be a fucking mess. I'm retired for a reason I don't want to work. I honestly don't know what I would do with myself if I didn't have a job. I would probably just go more into YouTube or something like that, but I need something to do. I can't just sit on my ass and then masturbating to hentai porn for the rest of my life. Code of Conduct community. There's so many committees. Like, I feel that Red Hat is kinda, or Fedora is in this state where there is a committee for going to the bathroom. You know, like, oh, we have to go through the committee to get a soap in the bathroom, or we have to go through a council to figure out what fucking paper towels is allowed in the bathroom. I think it's an American thing. Americans, they love committees and councils and all of that fucking shit. It's like so much bureaucracy, it's almost crazy. Still sucks since it's definitely on the knee. Yeah, the knee is like a knee. The knee and joints in general is fucking sucks. I need to go get my hip checked at some point because it's acting up, but I think it's just because I'm fat. You know, I'm fat and it's like, hey, there's too much weight on my fucking joint, so I'm starting to hurt now. So I hope that when I lose some more weight that it will go, you know, it will rectify itself. I'm gonna vote if we are allowed to breathe, yeah. Because it comes and goes with my hip and I just think it's because of my weight, I put too much, you know, work, or I walk a lot. Like, I walk a shit ton. Like, on my Samsung Health app, I'm like in the top 20% of people walking. Or something like that. How many steps I take a day. So I think it's a mix between that and then, of course, being overweight. That is putting too much pressure on my joint. And at some point, you know, your body's just like, yep, you fat bastard, I don't want to do this anymore. Because it started around the COVID times, and it was around the COVID times that I started to gain a lot of weight. How do you check that on the Samsung Health app? Oh god. I'm just looking at my phone here. Just give me a second. If you go into the app and you click on... Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Steps. You click on steps. Then you can get... I did it at the doctor's because I was bored. Where is it? Is it in your profile? My page? No. Okay, yeah. So, you go on to my page, and then you click on your weekly summary. You click on that one. And then it says group comparison. And then you see your bar, and then you see the group's bar. I don't track sleep with my Samsung Health app, so it says like I'm getting way less sleep than the average people on the app. Welcome back, Lamer. So yeah, it's the group men using Samsung. So I'm compared to men using the app, and the big green bar is you, and the small one, I guess, is the group. And then you can see how more the bar is on top. So average daily activities minutes, my bar is like 10% longer than the other one. Steps, I'm like 2 or 4% more than the average person. But I found some more data somewhere, but I just can't fucking remember where I did it. So since July the 4th, 2019, I have walked 4,170,324 steps. 170,324 steps. My average steps are 15,000. Mine is only 5 or something like that, because I don't walk long every day. It's only 3 times a week I walk over 10,000 steps, so it averages out. This week my daily average steps is 5,622. And the longest one is like almost 20,000, I think it is. 16 or 17,000 steps, I can't remember it. My most walked steps is 24,000 in one day. Hey Joseph. It's actually really good, that Samsung Health app. I need some juice to my phone. $33,000. That's a lot. Plasma 2.25. Oh yeah, it has that accent color thingy. Yeah, that's right. Just give me a second here. I need to put some juice up the bottom of my phone here. There you go. Now you can get some juicy. But the reason why I don't use Word for note taking over OneNote is because OneNote can write my notes on my iPad with a knockoff Apple Pen. Yeah, I saw a YouTube video about a two-step or what the fuck it was called, that pen that she was using on her iPad. It was actually really, really interesting. Let's see what OMT Ubuntu is up to. Sometimes when I'm really bored and I want to laugh, I just go and watch the comment section on OMT Ubuntu, because the people that are commenting on OMT Ubuntu is like the fucking craziest people on earth, man. There's one person, or like there's a handful of people on OMT Ubuntu. I don't think they do anything than commenting on OMT Ubuntu, because they are always there. It's like, if you read comments like for a week, you know exactly who they are. And they are fucking crazy. It's one of those like big brain, 10,000 IQ kind of people. For Markdown, I've been thinking about simple notes. Just want to start building an MX Linux Cinnamon respin and include the Cinnamon Linux Mint apps. Oh, go for that, man. Isn't it just total noobs on OMT Ubuntu? No, you get it. You actually get some, software developers. That make the software. They tend to also respond in the comments once in a while. That's kind of what I'm looking for. To see what they are responding. But most of the time, it's just keyboard warriors with no fucking life. It looks like they're just all over the place. I look for alternative for OneNote, but find nothing like it on Linux. No note-taking apps. It's really funny with note-taking apps. Either they are really simple, like Google Notes or what they are called, or they are like Obsidian, where they're fucking too powerful. Like you have to be a fucking brain surgeon to use them. And it's really, really. And then the ones that's in the middle. They are not doing a good job at anything. They are like really bad at being, in the middle. Like the medium apps for note taking, they are like, oh, we're trying to be both really powerful and both really easy, and then it just boiled down to a really fucking bad app. Instead of just being like, yeah, let's just try and be in the middle. But OneNote seems to be really great. I've used OneNote, I've used Simple Note is actually not bad. And of course, Google Notes, I use that quite a lot actually, to be honest. But I don't take a lot of notes. And the notes I take, they tend to just be text files, notepad files. And then I save them in a folder on my Google Drive. So I can access them anywhere, I just have to have access to my Google Drive. Because I noticed with note-taking apps, then there's sync problems, or it don't work on the Windows, or it don't work on the Linux, or it don't work on the Android, and there's so many fucking problems. If I just put a text file in a folder on Google Drive, I can access it anywhere. The same with Google Notes. I can get to them any fucking where. I don't have to sit and, can I hack this into Linux, or is there a Windows client? Is there an Android client? And all that fucking shit. Really? I always saw OMT as a total noob site. It is kinda... It's not a noob site. OMT Ubuntu is a new site. But the comment section is kinda noobish, yeah. I sync them using sync thing. That's good. I don't think I want to learn Markdown while learning code. Markdown is not hard, Lamer. Markdown is really fucking easy. Like, it's kinda HTML dumbed down to some extent. Like, it's really simple. Markdown, there's not a lot to learn. There really is not a lot to learn. Like, I think you can learn everything in like, under 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. You have 20,000 steps today. That's amazing. I'd only have like 5-something thousand. I should make MX Linux look more like Linux Mint while I am at it, but use the MX logo for the menu and keep the MX Conky. Are people still using Conky? Yeah, Markdown takes 30 minutes to learn everything. But what is the... Obsidian use Markdown, right? Or is it another one I'm thinking about? No, it's another one. I can't fucking remember it. I used that quite a lot. I tried the Linux script that DJ Ware used on Debian Stable and I got less than 70, which is not a pass. Very weird. Also, some of the findings weren't the applicant in a desktop environment. Yeah, Linus, here's the thing, when you run Linus, you kinda have to know how to run Linus. You can't just download it and run it. Oh, it was not Boost Node, it was something else, I can't fucking remember what... I think, was it Simple Node? I can't remember it right now. Keep up with the Markdown talk and the Emac people will show up. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me rant a little bit about those fucking tryhards in the world here. I used Evernote, OneNote, and Notion. Notion I installed, but I never started to use it because it was too much for me. I don't need all of the things that Notion provide. It's too powerful for me. I don't need all those features. And it kind of goes into the rant I want to do about people being fucking... you know, want to use all these powerful things like Vim and Emac and stuff like that. Bash Vim not found. You know, we have Nano here. That's really simple. Does the job for most fucking people. You know, it's simple, to the point. You get in, get shit done, you get out. But there are still the Emac and Vim people and stuff like that. And here's how it is. We are all already living complicated lives. You know, we have work, family, friends. You know, just living your life is complicated. Just functioning in a normal society is complicating. So why the fuck would I want to overcomplicate things I do on my computer when I can simplify them? When I don't need to use the complicated tools. If a simple tool can do what I need to do, it's way better to use the simple tool. Instead of going like, yeah, I just need to edit 2 lines, or, you know, add a line or 2, let me start up Emac or Vim, or, you know, go into a full-blown fucking development suite. No, just use fucking Nano or text editor, so, you know, text editor or Notepad or something. Like, why overcomplicate your life when you don't have to? And I see too many tech people. Like, they just, like, note-taking, for example. I see people that what they do, they take notes for videos. They do a shopping list once in a while. And then they run Obsidian, Notion, and all of those fucking, you know, amazingly powerful note-taking apps. I'm like, what you basically are doing is you're using Notion as a sticky note. That's what you're doing. You could run your life off a sticky note. But then you're overcomplicating your life by using and running Notion when all you're doing is making sticky notes on, you know, just digital sticky notes. You know, those, you know, the ones that you write on and you stick them to your monitor. And that's how most people live. They do really, like, they do shopping lists, or remember to pick up the kids, you know, they put, you know, notifications in their calendars, they shit like that. But no, let's over-fucking complicate our lives because we want to be smart people. It's like, why? I don't get it. I don't get... What is the fascination with everything has to be complicated? Like, I'm like, you don't get more girls, your penis don't get bigger, your boobs don't get bigger, your ass don't get bigger, you don't get smarter by overcomplicating your life. You just look like a fucking idiot. Oh, I have to type down a meeting date. Let me start up Emac or Vim or Obsidian or Notion. Just type it down on your fucking forehead, man, with a permanent marker. You know, like, come on. Why? Like, I still use fucking pen and paper for a lot of notes, and then if it's something that needs, you know, that long term, I put them in my calendar. It's like, why are people so fascinated with complicated things? It's not smart. I can't remember where the fuck I read it. But I read someone talking about a subject. And they said that if you understand a subject, you can dumb it down so much that a 12-year-old can understand you. If you see someone trying to educate you or talk about a subject and they are overcomplicating it, that means that they don't understand it. Because they don't understand what things is left you can leave out for the the non-expert to understand it. That's not necessary knowledge to have to understand the subject that they're talking about. So they are giving you basically the lecture that you will give like a someone that wants to be an expert in said area. Where most people, they just need the highlights to understand what you're talking about. It's like saying like a wheel goes round, you can push a wheel, it's round, and therefore it rolls, That's how most people describe a wheel. But those overcomplicated people, they're like, oh, this diameter and, the force of gravity and the kinetic energy and potential energy and all of that fucking shit. It's like, yeah, okay, now we talk about someone that wants to be an expert in a wheel. Most people just want to know, okay, a wheel can roll because it's round. That's what most people want. Like, they get it. Like, they're like, yeah, okay, I understand now. I'm with you. That's why a wheel is turning around, it can roll. But no, people, and Linux people love this fucking shit. They go in and talking about all of these overcomplicated things. And it sounds like they understand it, but they really don't. Because then when you start to ask them and you start to, like, ask questions, just look at fucking Chris Tide's tech. I'm responding on his 3-year using Linux video next week. It's coming up next week. And I'm about to lose my fucking penis listening to him, man. Notion is amazing, but that if you... I think you guys went mental on me here. Let me see. Yeah, Notion is amazing, but that's if you just type your notes. OneNote is amazing if you type and write notes. I think Notion is too powerful for just taking notes. It's like, Notion is great if you are like a project management, team management, and you need like a cooperation tool and all of that shit. That Notion is great for that. If you're just a simple person, one-man person, I actually think OneNote is best for just one man. You don't have to share notes, you don't have to cooperate with other people, you don't have to run a team, you don't have to run an organization and stuff like that. Then OneNote or even fucking Google Notes is great for that. Most people could actually live on Google Notes, to be honest. Yes, for editing config files, Nano is just great. Yeah, Emac people just... Emac people must be hanging out with the Gentoo people. I never see either online. Yeah, I saw a couple of Gentoo people commenting on my video in the last week or so. When I started using Linux, I got recommended Nano for editing config files, and I did that and never looked back. Yeah, and there's other, like, it's not like you need to use Nano, there's other simple editors. But again, why overcomplicate your life? Complicated things, they tend to take a lot of time to do simple tasks, because you can do so much with them. I'm writing a combination note-taking inventory app to keep track of all of the different notes tracking apps and their function. Hey, if that's what you want to do, go for it. If I need to take a quick note, like a sticky note, I use Google Keep. Oh, it's Google Keep. I think Google Keep is called Notes now, if I'm not mistaken. I think they call it Notes now. Or oh well, it's me that messed it around. They're calling it Google Keeps now. It's just like on my phone, it's still called Google. No, it's also. Why the fuck am I saying Google Notes then? I must have been watching a video about that. I always use Nano. Yeah, if I have to edit a file, a config file in the terminal, I'm 9 out of 10 times I use Nano. They think doing complicated things makes them look smarter. Yeah, but that's exactly the opposite. Complexity kills boredom dead. difficult to be bored when you're rebuilding your system every week. Yeah, but here's my philosophy. Intelligent people are never bored. They find something to do. And they find the right things to do and not just, oh, let me do the same thing over and over again. I just use JobLink. I have heard about that, but I haven't seen it. Love it. Research on my desktop, and in the field I have my Node on my phone. WinWiki is nice though for documenting systems. Best way to study what I've heard and going to try. Read about the subject, study this topic, and try to teach it. Yeah, but here's the thing. I research this topic, study this topic, and try to teach it to a 10 or 12-year-old. Because if you try to teach it to someone that already know what you're talking about, it's really fucking easy. If you're teaching it to someone that know nothing about what you're talking about, it's a little bit more difficult. If you're teaching it to a fucking kid, it's even more difficult. Like, it's even more difficult. So if you really want to understand it, try and imagine you have like a 10-year-old daughter or son or something like that you want to explain this to. Nano is all you need, simple and easy to use. Yeah, there's other simple tools out there. Faking Google can't stick with anything. No, Google or faking Google. So yeah, Google, they're all over the fucking place. Google must be run by a bunch of college kids. No, they are run by a bunch of fucking dimensional people that are demented. One thing I love about Snaps, there's a lot of web apps. That's true. There's a OneNote and a Google Docs or Snaps. Yeah, that's why I actually wanted to do OneNotes, because you can get it in the Snap Store. Not having to go to a website. Good morning, Esnik. I don't care about Emac, but VimVI. Its key binding, I think, is good to learn if you're an IT pro. Yeah, but we are talking about average people here. I guess I'm not smart. I'm always bored. Again, there's only one person you can blame for being bored, and that's yourself. Because you can always find something to do or something to entertain you. You just have to be creative enough. Yeah, Vim keybind shows up in a lot of places, not just Vim. Hey, Wells. I got a Razorback tank model kit today. Awesome. Working on my MXN when we spin running back and forth between my living room and my bedroom. Yeah, that's fun. There are OneNote Snap. There are OneNote. Yeah, there's a OneNote Snap now. Yeah, it's not the official OneNote. It's not done by Microsoft. It's done by a community. It's basically just the website in a Electron app. It's just it's basically just the website in a Electron app. But yeah, it's out here. Doing the MX respin in VM. Hey, VMs are fucking amazing, man. Hey, hello, Esting. I've seen you before on EndeavourOS forum and your channel. Oh, Esting in EndeavourOS forums. That can only be fun. There's a mountain of porn. Yeah, there's a mountain of porn. There's so much things you can do if you're bored, man. Hey, Raffle boy. Yeah, Denmark is on the same time zone as Sweden. Yeah. Yeah, we are in the same time zone. When I get a new phone, thinking about getting an iPhone. Yeah, and iPhones are in EU. They have to use USB-C now. They have to use USB-C now, which is amazing. I'm actually like, I've been using Samsung Android phones the last 2 or 3 times I bought phones. And I'm starting to kind of want an Apple phone again, just to, hey Dasha, how are you? Are you looking amazing as always? Are you kicking the boys in the junk? Are you making everyone jealous about your superpowers? Also, I want cake and ice cream. Now. We all want cake and ice cream now. But yeah, I've been craving that iPhone experience. Honestly, if I want a web app, I just set up a hotkey for Surf browser to show me the website in question, like I did with the Arts Wiki. Yeah. A lot of people are going over to Electron for, I don't know why they're doing it. It's to fool people into think they're using an app, I think. iPhone is winning, Android failing behind. Yeah, iPhone is getting way good again. Like, one thing that only gotten better after Steve Jobs is actually the iPhone. iPads, not so much. iPhones, they just keep fucking running ahead, especially on the privacy. Like, if you're privacy and security minded, iPhones are the best. Like, iPhone don't allow third-party apps to access your text messages and stuff like that. You can do that on Android. That's why on a lot of smartwatches and stuff like that, you can't reply on text on iPhone, because they don't only allow their own hardware to access those sensitive information. So the Apple Watch and stuff like that. I'll send some over. Oh, you're fucking amazing. I could really use some ice cream right now. I hope the USB-C will also be in the US. I think it will. But I've seen both iOS and Android, and I like both. After watching Google I/O 2020 and the World Developer Conference thing, it is 2020. iOS is win. Yeah, and hey, the new M2. But do iPhone play nice with Linux? Yeah, they do. You can use iPhones with Linux. You have to use special tools, but yeah, they play nice with Linux. I'm running on little sleep, but okay. Oh, Aztec have been playing with all them ladies, I guess. I do have an Apple smartwatch still. Yeah, so Apple smartwatches is so fucking bad. Like, the best smartwatches on the market right now have to be Samsung smartwatches. They last longer than the Apples. They have way more features than the Apples have. Installing updates on my MXVM and preparing to install Cinnamon. Go. I use phones for phone stuff and emergency web browsing. I use my phone as a secondary laptop. But then I bought a really, really cheap tablet, and I'm barely using my laptop now. Like, I bought this iMac Pro, not iMac, but this MacBook Pro from 2011. And after I got like a really cheap tablet, I barely use it anymore. If you're just laying in bed, sitting on the couch, or just want to browse the web, looking at Instagram, YouTube, or tablets is the way to go, man. And if I want a computer experience, I just go over to my my PC. I can't wait to see what Google does with the new Pixel Watch. I think it's going to be Samsung making it, if I'm not mistaken. So it's basically just a Samsung watch. Google used to use a lot of Samsung technologies. Like their first Pixel phones, some of the first ones, was done by Samsung. Zoomers don't even own computers nowadays. Here's the thing. If you can do everything you do on a daily basis on a tablet, why would you have a massive fucking computer in your house? Or why do you want a big laptop when you could do everything you do on a tablet? And it's massively portable. You can take it with you. Like it's way more portable than a laptop is. So yeah, it makes sense. Like, the thing is, phones and tablets, they are the future, man. It won't take long before desktop computers and laptops is on the way out. There's someone on YouTube did a test. I can't fucking remember what the video is called. But he took a video that he normally rendered on his massively high-end PC, sent it to his phone, and rendered it on his phone way faster than his 4 times more expensive computer. Just look at the M chips, the M1 and M2. They are basically just a tablet, or a phone in a bigger chassis with a bigger screen on. Most of the technology that's behind the M technology from Apple is based upon, you know, tablets and phones. So it's the future, man. We're going toward a future where the hardware is the same no matter if it's a tablet, phone, or computer, you know, desktop. It's just what, you know, are you getting a big thing box with a screen on it? Or are you getting something like a Mac Mini? Or are you getting a phone or a tablet? It's just, you know, what enclosure is that hardware put into? And then depending on the enclosure, you can get a little bit more, you know, USB connectivities and stuff like that. Or whatever the fuck they're using of technology at that point. Same, I'm using my phone if I don't have my laptop or iPad with me. But my dumb watch is beating all smart watches in battery life. Yeah, that's why I always have a Casio watch with me also. Or, you know, at my disposal, sorry. I have to go. Take care, Harold. Really love your channel. Finding someone reviewing Linux and not showing the fucking menu and wallpaper. Yeah, I'm not going to do many distribution reviews, sadly. There's too many people doing it. Updating when you're doing your Linux thing. That's why I think more and more people are asking for iPads to ship with Mac OS instead of iPad OS. I think it will come. Or Mac OS and iPad OS is going to merge, so it's basically the same OS. I walked so much today that my knee is killing me. Go, put your leg up, get something to drink, get a lot of fucking water in you, and if needed, take some painkillers, or if really needed, get a fucking beer, man, or something to drink with alcohol in it so you can get a little bit drunk. I try not to replace my laptop with an iPad, especially my CS classes, and I need a laptop. Yeah, some people can, you know, there are still use cases for laptops and computers, but that's, you know, for university, that it's not much courses anymore. If you're taking a, let's say, legal course or accounting course and stuff like that, you may only need a laptop to run specific hardware, but 99% of the time you can do it on a laptop. If you're doing marketing, on an iPad. If you're doing marketing, iPad. Language, iPad. Mathematics, iPad. Or a tablet, so you don't have to be an iPad. Like, there's so many fucking things that areas where tablets are just taking over laptops. On mobile, the optimization seems to be much better. Yeah, it's a new it's a new technology. Like the evolution of the the evolution of the PC. You know, like the graphic card technology, the RAM technology, and the CPU technology has kind of stood still since 2010. That's why we can still use a 2010 computer today and still do average things. In the 90s, if your computer was 2 or 3 years old, you could barely fucking open a program. Like, it was that fucking outdated. Nowadays, if you're just doing, you know, these kind of average web browsing thing where most people living inside a browser, you could be running a computer from 2008, 9, with no problem. With no problem. If you're just a consumer. But for note-taking and a quick browse, the web, I use my iPad a lot. Yeah, I kind of want to try have an iPad at some point. Laptop for more advanced stuff, but small things iPad, yeah. But right, I have to walk to my parents. My mom wants to come over every weekend for meal. Or wants you to come over for meals. Hey, just tell her you're hurt, man. Do you think MS will ever go back to mobile devices? They actually... is it Windows Mobile? They do have a mobile device. Is it called C? No, that was in the... They still have you know, their mobile operating system. I can't remember what the fuck it's called right now. But it's barely used. Here, introducing the new Windows 11 Mobile. I don't know if that was a joke, by the way. But yeah, they still have somewhat some things going on, but I think it's really specific. I think what Windows is doing is that they're focusing more and more on tablet, on their Surface. Is that what they're called? Microsoft Surface? Yeah, Surface. I think this is what they are focusing most on. Is the tablet market. I don't use the smartwatches. I used to hate smartwatches until I used one. And then I was like, how the fuck have I lived without that? One thing I dislike about iOS is the App Store. There's more paid app over 3 apps. If there's a paid app, it's mainly subscription. One thing I will say there, I hate subscription-based applications. They need to go away. But free apps is not free. Free apps is not free. A lot of the time, even open source applications, they pay for their development time via ads, selling data, doing things that you may not like. Paid apps is kinda a necessary evil. Like, here's the thing. We have to pay for shit. We can't just, like, freeloading forever. It's not going to hold up. Sadly enough. We're just lucky that under Linux we get a lot of things for free. But again, we don't know how long this will last. And paying up front for something is how the world have worked. Ever since there have been, comments in the world, people getting things or services from other people. Some form of monetization have always been, changed hand. So, yeah, the sad reality is things cost money, man. I will agree that it's overpriced sometimes. I will agree that subscription-based software is the fucking devil. But I'd rather pay a bit of money than them having to rely on user data sales, ad sales, and stuff like that. It's just a 5-minute walk. Yeah, but still 5 minutes when you're hurt is still 5 minutes, man. I use iPad 7 Gen and I really like it. It's still being supported. Yeah, Apple support that iPad's really long. Catch in about an hour. Okay, you and your parents. Take care, you mans. I thought the subscriptions were the wave of the future. They are trying to make it the way of the future because if you can get people to buy into a subscription, especially if that subscription is not that expensive, it's kind of like gym memberships. Most people that buy memberships to a gym, they don't go to the gym, but they don't cancel it because it's not enough money for them to be like, oh my god, I really can't afford this, They are actually this is how it is. They are betting on people not going to the gym. That's why if you see how many people that are paying to go to a gym, and you see the size of a gym, you're like, if everyone came at during the day, they could not be in there. And it's the same kind of principle that subscription-based applications is kind of thinking about, is that, oh, it's only like $5 or $6 a month. And then they may use the app or not, and then they will forget about it, and we will just get $5 a month, even if they're using it or not. And they will probably not use it. They still get $5 a month. So that's why they want to do it. And I don't know if it's the future. It was at one point. But I think people are starting to wake up towards, people are starting to realize that it's a money pit. You're actually paying more for the app if you're having a subscription than if you pay upright for it. And people are starting to noticing that right now, and therefore they don't want subscription apps. They just want to pay the big bill upfront. But yeah, antiviruses and a lot of other stuff is still, subscription based. But hey, if you have like 10 or 20 subscriptions, that's a lot of money a month, What's cool about having an iPhone and iPad, you can turn your phone's hotspot on through your iPad. I really like that when I don't want to get distracted with my phone or having to grab my phone. You can also use your Android as a hotspot. I bought yesterday a FTP client app in App Store, iOS Store. The free version was with ads. Yeah, that's how they get money from it. In the Android ecosystem, on very cheap phones, you get pop-ups, ads, and pre-installed bloatware. Yeah, it's kind of like the same with the cheap laptops and stuff like that, computers. I need to figure out how to change the cinnamon wallpaper to the original MX Wildflower one. I can't remember the fuck the config file is, but yeah, you do that in the config. Hey, Mad Cat. I don't mind paying for ads, but I hate when I'm trying to find an app and it's pay app. I want to try it for. Okay, you want a demo of it. Okay, that's what you want. I know I can buy it and refund it, but there's a limit on it, and I don't want to be rushed if I like the app or not. Here in Arizona, homeless people use gym memberships to for access to showers. Yeah, and if you watch the videos of those people living in vans and the van life and stuff like that, they also use gym membership to get free showers and to take a poop and stuff like that. I don't think the gyms mind it because they still pay for the fucking membership. Where's the new haircut? It's on the thumbnail. Subscriptions are everywhere. Same with cars. They don't want you to buy them anymore. Lease them lease cars. Yeah. I found them background photo, so I'm good there. Cool. I know you can use your Android phone's hotspot, but you have to manually turn it on. That's true. I use so few apps on my phone. Almost none of them has a subscription. If I see an app that has a subscription model, I actually never use it. I don't have an app on a mobile device that has a subscription fee on it. The only thing I have that has subscription fees on it is my streaming service, music and video streaming services. That's a lie. I also have Google One. Like what is it, like $1 or $2 a month for Google One? And you get like 100 gigs of storage and massively great backup and deals and all kind of fucking shit. That reminds me, I need to check if there's any good deals on Google One. But it's like $2 a month. Benefits, what do we have here? Stasia, no, there's no. I got Disney Plus for a month via Google One. Like, yeah. Bitwarden is the only thing I think. Yeah, so it's Google One I pay for, and a streaming service for video and a streaming service for music. That's the only like tech things I have on subscription. Anything else I either use for free or I pay for it. I know it sucks if you are a kid and you don't have any money. I get it. I really get it. But we have to be fucking freeloaders, man. I like free shit as much as the next guy. I really do. Set the cinnamon theme to Arc Dark. I like the Arc Dark theme for now until I can install the Mint Y theme. I actually like the Arc Dark theme. I mostly use Apple Notes. I hear Apple Notes is a little bit crazy. I just paid $20 for the whole year for Google One. Yeah, maybe I should do that. You are saving a little bit of money. Maybe I should do that. Hey, Mom. Oh, yeah. It's in my local currency. I'm actually getting 2 months for free for buying it a month. I'm actually thinking about going up to this one 2 terabyte, but I don't need the storage. Not on Leap any. Yeah, I'm still using. Hey, good evening. I still use Leap. I use Leap. I have like 5 or 6 distributions that I run almost weekly. I live streamed on Leap. The last live stream, and now I was like, why not do Fedora this time? I got Spotify, Amazon Prime. Think about canceling. Oh, there's coming on. There's coming a new series on Amazon Prime called The Terminal, with Chris Pratt. That's made by a former Navy SEAL, and I really want to see that one. And Amazon Prime is actually the cheapest subscription service for video streaming we have here in Denmark. So I'm thinking about getting that as my second streaming platform. And why KDE? I love KDE. KDE is amazing. It's way more resource efficient than any other of the operating system desktop environments under Linux at the moment. We have 2 terabyte storage on Dropbox. Yeah, you're right, Layman. You get that with the Pixel phone. Dave's Garage just uploaded a video. I've heard rumors that the Lord of the Rings series is going to be shit. But the latest is full of bugs and already had a point release. Yeah, but I don't use... I'm on... What am I on here? And again, that's one of the reasons why I should not run a rolling release. I'm not on the latest one yet. If you run a rolling release, you don't have much to say. You're just getting thrown the latest and greatest in the face. I've never had problems with the KDE on point releases. The only time I get problems with KDE is under Arts, Tumbleweed, and rolling releases in general. If they just release it before tested. I thought about buying Google One, but I'm going to use the free version. Yeah, go use the free version, man. Yeah, go for it, man. All Linux distributions are the same. Change my mind. Why should I? Don't want to change your mind. I can't. Here's the thing. There's only one person that can change your mind. That's yourself. That's it. There's nobody here that can change your mind. No one can change one person's mind. You cannot change another person's mind. I cannot change another person's mind. So when people go and say that, I know you do it in it's a meme. You're saying it to be funny, but I cannot change anyone's mind. All I can do is argue from my viewpoint. Like you can argue from your viewpoint. But if you're not open to change your mind or taking in new information, I can have all, like, look at Flat Earther. Look at people that believe the Earth is flat. You could put their sorry asses into a fucking rocket and shoot them up into the sky, and they would have all kind of fucking excuses why the Earth is still looking round. You can put them on Mars, and they will still have crazy excuses. Because they don't want to change their mind. So, yeah, I love when people say that, change my mind. No, I can't. It depends on how willing you are to or how open you are to getting in new information and how much you believe in said new information and blah 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 blah. I thought about I read that one. I tried KDE once recently, but I experienced a couple of bugs right away. Yeah, if you want to experience KDE right, use Ubuntu. Go use Ubuntu. Or use KDE on Debian stable. Because they put a lot of effort into running a stable version of KDE. Ubuntu and Debian stable. I run KDE. Also Manjaro. Manjaro seems to do a good job also. That said, I have not had problem on the Tumbleweed with KDE. I've not had problem. I don't run Arts anymore. I run Manjaro with KDE. Have not had a problem. I run Ubuntu. Had not had a problem. I run Debian's testing. not had a problem with KDE. I will Tumbleweed, have not had a problem with KDE. But yeah, if you really, 7, take care, man. Have a good weekend. But yeah, try not to run KDE on rolling releases is kind of what I'm trying to say here, because KDE, they tend to release their software before they actually test it, and I hate that about KDE. I hate that. They need to step back and be a little bit like, let's test this shit. Let's test this shit before we release it. I think so too, and that's why I'm using Debian now. Cinnamon. Star Trek Discovery was praised, and for me it was Star Trek Discovery is a social justice warrior, and feminist's white dream. It's all political propaganda. At least the first season. I stopped watching it after the first season. All they are trying to do with Discovery is to force political ideas onto you. Like all the fucking vegan, feminist, blue-haired fucking girls out there that think that the world don't need men to reproduce is having the biggest fucking masturbation orgy to Discovery. It's not Star Trek. It's not Star Trek. I am curious about the new one on Paramount Plus though. The what the fuck is it called? New Horizon or something like that? What the fuck is it called? Strange New Worlds, that's the one. This one here seems to be way more balanced. So I'm really curious about this one. I waited for the first point release to upgrade Plasma from... Yeah, always wait for... Yeah, always do that, Joseph. And one of them, they said that they have fixed in KDE frameworks 5.19, and I was on 5.95. Yeah, like I said, KDE runs best if you like a version behind. Let me put it that way. If you can run KDE and you know, run it a version behind the latest release, they seem to run better. Or run the LTS version of KDE, because KDE has LTS versions. They are massively stable. And I think that's the one that Debian Stable is running. They are running the KDE LTS versions. I will just read your guys' comments and we can look at what version the latest KDE LTS is. I still like GNOME over KDE. GNOME have the best Google integration. I hate GNOME. All of them fixes in 5.626. It's not flat, it's really flat. Welcome back. I will recommend Ubuntu over Manjaro. Yeah, I will also recommend Ubuntu over Manjaro KDE, to be honest. KDE is painful for me trying to find settings. Good luck finding it in the 6 nested menu setting. Yeah, they do like the nesting features. I use it on Alpine Linux. It was Plasma 2.24. That's the one I'm using right now on KDE. Or Ubuntu, and it's just flawless. I've been running KDE in Arch for more than a year in a VM. It's been good for me. Yeah, I think it depends on what you're doing with KDE. Actually, if you want the best KDE, use OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE flags. No, Lamer. OpenSUSE is not flagshipping KDE anymore. They stopped doing that like 5 years ago. 5 or even more years ago. They are sponsoring the KDE project, but KDE is not their main desktop. They don't have a main desktop anymore. SUSE or OpenSUSE used to be KDE, just like Ubuntu is GNOME, but you could install other desktop environments. They went away from that. Now they are putting the same effort into all environments. But yes, they are sponsoring the KDE project. OpenSUSE never works right for me with NVIDIA. I never had problem with NVIDIA on the OpenSUSE. I never gotten into Star Trek. I love Star Trek. I love Star Trek. Even the bad ones like Star Trek. What the fuck is it called? Again, my B vitamin inefficiency is kicking in my brain right now. Enterprise, I think it was called. Yeah, even this one. I like this one also, but Discovery is not Enterprise. And Star Trek Discovery is not Star Trek. It's a political fucking masturbation piece from, social justice warriors and feminists that want to tell everyone that men is just mansplaining everything when they're opening their mouth. I've been wanting I've read that already. I never Star Trek 5.25.1 is the latest. I like the new Star Trek on Paramount Plus. It's really good. Discovery is just okay. Yeah, Discovery. I haven't seen the new one on Paramount Plus. I kind of want to wait till the whole series, the whole season is out. That was what I meant to say that Katie used to. Okay, Helene, I got you. Yeah, I kind of want to wait till all episodes is out for this season, and then I will subscribe to Paramount Plus for a month, and then just to watch that and see if it's any good. I just tried OpenSUSE with KDE. GNOME just feels better with OpenSUSE, and I'm not a Plasma fan. They do put, OpenSUSE, they tend to put a lot of effort into making sure that the desktop environments runs great under their system. Cosmic makes GNOME into an actually good DE. Vanilla GNOME is bad. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Cinnamon works great. Cinnamon works great on almost any. I haven't run a distribution where Cinnamon didn't work well. If I'm running a distribution and I don't want to run KDE, I'll run Cinnamon. Because Cinnamon just seems to work on any fucking distribution. On any distribution. It was KDE LTS we were looking at, right? 5.18 is apparently the LTS version. The current release, the current LTS release is 5.24. The 5.24 LTS release will receive bug fix updates until we start Plasma 6 development, time unsure. Around that time, a final Plasma 5 release will be made. That last Plasma 5 release will be an LTS release also. So yeah, if you really want a good experience with KDE, run the LTS releases. Oh yeah, the next generation and DS9, the same here, man. I love those fucking. So the next generation is my favorite, and then it's Deep Space Nine, and then it's Voyager. I really like Voyager. Like, there were so many hot fucking girls in Voyager, man. And when 7 of 9 came into Voyager, I was masturbating. My hormones was at a peak at that time. Like 7 of 9 and my fucking penis had a fucking bad relationship, meaning that I was masturbating so fucking much I needed lube. Like, not just lube to get it going, but some fucking healing remedy, or else my penis would fall off of fucking, burn marks. That much I was masturbating to 7 of 9. Janeway got an honorable mention also. I really like Troy from Star Trek The Next Generation, the telepathic, what the fuck was her, I don't know what her position was, I can't remember it right now. Deep Space Nine, there was not, I don't think there was a lot of hot girls in Deep Space Nine, but not where I was like, was coming in my teenage pants. What are minimum KDE Neon? I still, KDE Neon, I don't like KDE Neon. You're wanker, yeah. Like, hey, if you're a teenager, you wank like a fucking motherfucker, man. Like, I have one, there's some things in this world you can guarantee. Geraldine, yeah, she's still fucking hot, and she's so fucking sweet, man. I follow her on Instagram, and she talks to her fan all the fucking time, man. If a fan tweets something nice or ask her about a show or something like that, if she has time, she answer them. Like, she's a fucking gem, man. She's how a celebrity should be. She's so in tune with her fans. And I love seeing that. She still makes, jokes about Star Trek and retweets Star Trek memes and stuff like that. She's a fucking gem, man. She's amazing. There's a few of those celebrities out there that are down to earth, normal fucking human beings. She's definitely one of them. She's definitely one of them. I haven't watched Picard yet. I have heard some mixed stuff about that. Yeah, 7 of Yum, yeah. 7 of 9 Yum, yeah. I used to have a lot of pictures. I downloaded from a 56k modem. Yeah, I tried KDE Neon once, and the plasma they broke this. Yeah, I don't like KDE Neon. It seems to be way too... I've seen all the Star Treks. I started to watch Discovery, but I had to stop after like a couple of episodes. It was like, if you're a man and you can watch Star Trek, you have a fucking, like, you're into femdom or something like that. You want to be dominated by angry fucking women. It's like a fucking stab in the face to every fucking man that have lived. When videos and movies, they start to attack someone because of their gender, I stop watching them right away. And Star Trek, like, within the fucking first 30 minutes, like, you would think that men were the worst fucking thing on God's green earth. And I'm like, no fucking way. No, I'm stopping this. I can't watch that shit. As far as I know, it's also one of the most watched Star Trek series, if I'm not mistaken. In my opinion, KD Neon isn't meant to be a daily driver. I'm kind of with you on that one, Lamer. It isn't even a distro, Lamer. Yeah, it's KD Neon is to test the newest technologies within KDE. But if you do like I do, like, I can show you guys what I do. Settings. I need to go into the repository. So up here. Nope. There you go. Now it's just had. Oh no, I can't. I forgot I was on Fedora. So under Ubuntu or Kubuntu, I enable the Kubuntu backports. So I get I get the latest and greatest tested latest and greatest KDE releases. So that's why I love Kubuntu, because you just enable the backport PPA, and then you got they update KDE way more. So you're running almost the latest and greatest KDE all the time. So you're basically running Neon, KDE Neon. But they seem to put way more testing into it. I use it for... The new Star Trek stuff is like watching kids in a kindergarten. While these guys are supposed to be officers running starships. Yeah, they are like... We're about to be attacked. Let's talk about our feelings. They are bombing us. Let's talk about how that make you feel. People are dying. How do you feel? Come on. Let's kill some shit and we can talk about our feelings afterwards, okay? Tainted, yes, by Stallman's foot fungus. Yeah, he's a fucking crazy idiot. That dude is so delusional. It's not even funny. That guy needs to wake up. Plasma Vision history. Oh yeah, Plasma is not that old. Oh well, it is old, but it was not the first release of KDE. Let's see if we can see how KDE 1 looked like. Oh my god. I like the old KDE from the 90s and early 2000s. I liked Linux when there was not that much politics in it. But people have to fucking ruin that shit also. Oh, that's Plasma. I don't want the Plasma. Trinity is a fun project. If you want to get like a blast from the past. Oh, you still have a Linux romance. It never went away. I'm almost feeling that the next thing that Esnik is going to date is going to be like a man-sized penguin with Linux on its chest. You know, the word Linux spelled on its chest. 1.1.1. This is from May 1999. May 1999. And Mandrake, it's from Mandrake. It's running on Mandrake. I want to make Brave the default browser. Oh, Brave is so bad though. The way to have a great Linux experience is to ignore everyone and who tells you to use open. So, if you want to really enjoy Linux, you install Linux and you don't watch YouTube videos, you don't go onto Reddit, you don't go onto forums. You read technical documents and the man pages. Basically, you cut away the community. You cut away the community. If you cut away the community, you will have the best fucking experience with Linux. What is this one here? Open image in new tab. And I'm being a little bit sarcastic here, by the way. I have to say that way more often, or else people think I'm actually being seriously. That's too small, big. I like it big. Open images in new places. I like it big. Look. It's big and point. Oh, this is from 2016. Oh my god. Oh my god. TIE Fighter is the host name. I love looking at pictures of old Linuxes. I use KDE 1.1 in calendars or calendars or how they will fuck you say Open Linux. Yeah, I never got into Open Linux. I really wanted to though, but I never got into it. I use Firefox and Google Chrome. Blasphemy, how can you say that? Jesus, that looks disgusting for 2000s. Yeah, yes I did. No dark theme. Oh, there was dark theme, but the dark themes was community made back then. No, dark themes only became popular like the last 6-7 years. Before that, it was all about that brightness. Like, if you didn't get blinded by your monitor after 5 minutes, it was not a good theme back then. Like you almost could use your monitor as a radiation device. You know, take pictures of your skeleton and stuff like that. Dolphin. This is KDE 4. Yeah, KDE 4. If there was still themes that supported Unity, I will still use Unity. The new Unity, I don't care about the theming and Compass was a memory leak. Yeah, Compass was really popular back then. You must be proud as a peacock now. So that's a little bit of a crazy statement, because peacocks, they don't do the thing to be proud. They do the thing they do to attract mates. They are not a proud creature. Maybe proud as a lion? Or a monkey? Or a human? Open new tab. Yeah, this is so Windows 95-ish. Oh my god. Like, sometimes when I see all these YouTubers, and I'm going to sound like an old fucking fart right now, but when I see a lot of these fucking Linux YouTubers and tech YouTubers that have only been using technologies for like 5 or 6 years, I sometimes wish I could take them and then move them all back to like the mid-90s to late 90s, and then make them use the software, the operating systems, and the computers for that area. In that area, they don't have access to modern technology for like 6 months, and they will kind of understand why some of us older folks are a little bit jaded about technology nowadays. But growing up with computers today, I wish computers was that advanced when I grew up. Because most of your time you headbang your fucking wall when you're using a computer. And user experience, UI design and stuff like that was almost unheard of. It was just an engineer coding a program. Yeah, that's okay, that's enough. I understand it, therefore they understand it. That was UI design for you. Well, I can figure it out, so therefore it's the best fucking UI design ever. I thought Compass was wasn't developing. I think it is. I think it is. I think there's still people messing with it. I fixed how to use GTK themes and dark style. Bot is such a nice looking DE, but its instability is kind of bad. It would be nice if it would be nice if it was more popular, so people would improve it. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the Solus development at the moment. It seems to have been going really downhill. After they did the announcement that they were moving away from GTK, we haven't really heard anything from Solus. But we didn't get neck pain watching the world on a 5-inch screen. Oh, we did have actually big screens back then, but they were CRT screens. So if the screen was big, you know, you have a big inch, you know, 17, 20-inch display. It was like a truck behind it you had to make room for. That was the problem. You know, the bigger they got to look at, the bigger they got in the depth, you know. The more fucking tubes and shit like that was behind them. So you kind of need like a, you know, 3 times more space, or even 5 times. I think it's like 10 times more space. Like imagine you take your 24-inch monitor, which is probably the most used monitor, and you make a box with 24-inch monitors. That was kind of the size that a 20-inch CRT will take up on your desk. That if you took, you know, 4 24-inch monitors and put them together like a box. But the CRT monitors was actually quite good. They were quite, like the refresh rate was amazing. The resolution was amazing on them. Yeah, moving around CRTs was like going to the fucking gym and deadlifting the earth, man. The same with old television. Show the hair. No, it's my hair. And show files. I reported issue on my art install, but what are you talking about, Nick? Oh, someone asked you what it was. Okay, gotcha. I kind of wanted to try Deepin, but I don't trust Chinese developers. Sorry, but yeah. Hey, run it in a virtual machine. I don't do that from time to time. It's actually really great. It's actually really great. Oh my god, this is just awful. Like, Chinese people, like, they fucking know how to do UI design. Any Linux desktop I've seen from China has the best fucking user experience I have ever seen. Like, they really know how to make software accessible for people on all skill levels. They are really good at that. This is from 2000. Red Hat 6.2 on a Spark system. Oh my god. Try and research Spark systems. That was a fun fucking little system. Deepin is fine. Yeah, Deepin is fine. I don't know why people... But I get it. China's become the new Russia to some extent, where everyone is highly skeptical about China. But yeah. The privacy concern Deepinware, a thing of 2015, is not an issue anymore. Again. Here's the thing. I don't think it's Deepin that people have a problem with. It's the Chinese government. And they feel that if they support Deepin, they don't know how much control the Chinese government has over it, and they don't know if they can get in and have control over it, or, you know, it's that uncertainty aspect. You know, And it's sad that what the leaders of a country do have a negative impact on its people, because we have to separate China, the Chinese government, from the Chinese people. Because the Chinese people are amazing people. They are amazing people. They do amazing stuff. They have an amazing history. Their food is amazing. They have an amazing culture. But the government is fucking it up for them. No, people in general is crap. You can't just say that this group of people, like, you can't say that. That's fucking ignorance. Because the American people are stupid. Danish people are stupid. Every fucking country is stupid if you want to find the stupid people. But the reality is the majority of people in a country, for the most part, are really good people. It's the government that fucks it up. It's the government that makes them look bad. The Chinese government sucks. The people are fine. Demon is run by the people. It's free software. You can literally look at the code. But yeah, here's the thing again. People don't know how to look at the code. I want to make a video about that. Everyone here is saying, oh, you can just look at the code. Yeah, but if you don't know what to look for, it don't matter. And there is not enough people that know what to look for. Demon is really good, but their software store, if you choose English, has mixed of English and Chinese. Yeah, those are things you can, help with. If you're an English person that can translate it and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say here is that can be fixed. That can be fixed. Communism sucks. Politics sucks. Politics in general fucking sucks. Looking at the code is not a good argument. I'm not a professional programmer. Yeah, and even professional programmers don't know what they are looking at if they're looking at a code that they have not had training in, if they're looking at a code or a software project they have not worked on, or they are looking at, if you have worked on LibreOffice and you're starting to look at the Linux kernel, you need to educate yourself about the Linux kernel before you understand what you're looking at. Don't travel some Japanese about how great China and its people is, and not just the government. There are bad people. What is it you guys are telling me every time I'm criticizing the Linux community? They are, Kent, the Linux community is not that bad. It's only a small amount of people that are making shit up and making it a mess for everyone else. So try and use that logic when you're making those kind of statements to your own thought patterns. And we also have to remember, some governments makes people do crazy shit or else, and you can then put in what happens after or else. So are you going to do not? That's why a soldier cannot be hold accountable for actions he do under combat, because he's not doing it of his own free will. He's doing it because he's been commanded to do so. It's the commanding officers and stuff like that that are in control. They have authority. Yeah, but there are people saying the same shit about Americans, Esnik. Look at how the Americans went out of the Iraq war. Look at how you guys got out of the Iraq war. Or not Iraq, Afghanistan war. You probably killed more people at that time span than through the whole fucking war on terror. You made more enemies by doing that than before. It's fucking crazy. And the same with Danes. If you ask the English people about Danish people in the Middle Ages, we were fucking crazy fucking people that was running around looting and killing everything in England and having our way with their women's and their fucking possessions and stuff like that. So yeah, there is some history there also. You get what I'm saying here? Linus is going to make the Linux kernel based on Rust. Yeah, I don't know. Again, if you citation, I need to see somewhat. I need to see that on paper. I don't know. I don't know. I want to see somewhere where Linus say himself that that's what's going to be. That's what he wants to do. Arc Dark is my favorite theme. I like to mix themes up. Yeah, crazy people everywhere. You're right, cheese. Yeah, Americans. They they like to play Big Daddy. That's again, you need to understand what that trial, the Nuremberg trials, was about, Robot, because that's the people in control. They got prosecuted, but a soldier, a normal foot soldier, did not, unless they did things that were against the law of war. But it was, the officers and stuff like that was on trial. It was not like Joe Bloke that just was, sent out by a fucking, he was drafted and sent out. And then, if a sergeant got into trial, then he was trying to blame the lieutenant, and the lieutenant was trying to blame the captain, and so on and so on. Yeah, I play a lot of games. I try to cut down on games. Yeah, I hope you have a great weekend also, Blade. TheRegister.com. Text on Tuesday. Linus Torvalds said he expects support for Rust code in Instagram to merge soon. Yeah, support! No. For fuck's sake. But at the same time, it is one of those things. Before the Rust project all aside, the Linux kernel creator and chief said, right, you know who you are. To me, it's a trial one, right? We want to have Rust memory safety, so there are a real technical reason why Rust is a good idea in the kernel. But at the same time, it's not one of those things. We have tried C++ for 25 plus years ago, and we tried it for 2 weeks, and then we stopped trying it. So to me, Rust is a way to try something new, and hopefully it works out, and people have been working on it a lot. So I really hope it works out, because otherwise they'll be burned. Yeah, so what it is, they are going to merge it, they're going to test it, they are going to see if it makes sense. This is nothing new. They're just trying to test stuff out. They are not going to base the kernel on Rust. This is not a proof. They are going to make support for it. They're going to test it out, and if it makes sense, they will listen to what I'm saying. Maybe they will later. So this is not like confirmed that they're going to use Rust. They are looking into it. This is what companies do. They are testing out new things that may make their product better. This is also why I find it highly funny when people are like, oh my god, why is this big company not running Linux? Do you really think they have not tested Linux? Of course they are. They evaluate their systems and their software all the time to see if they can, get a better software solution that makes sense for their company. This is kind of what Linus is doing with Rust. It's going to make support for it for the kernel. And then they're going to see, is this making sense for the kernel? Can we run Rust off the kernel? And all of these kind of things. And yes, if it makes sense, they probably will. Or probably not. You get what I'm saying here? This is not a confirmation. When he says, yep, from 6.5, all Linux code is done in Rust. I'm with you on that one. Up till now, it's just speculations, it's just test run, they're just doing small increment tests, they're just giving more support for Rust in the kernel. That's all they're doing. They're not rewriting the kernel, basically. Yeah, I play a lot of games. I used to play a lot, but I'm limiting my game time to the weekends now. I only play games in the weekend. Because I look at it like this. I could be playing a game for 5 hours. Or I could be learning a new skill. I could be researching. I could be messing with Linux. There's so many things that you can do that evaluate you as a human, you know, that give you knowledge, that, you know, that better can make you a better human than playing a game. Playing a game is like junk food. That's how I look at it. It's junk food for the brain. And we all know that eating junk food all the time is unhealthy. I love gaming. My plan is that tomorrow I will sit and I hopefully will finish Cyberpunk. I really want to finish Cyberpunk. Then I want to go on to Borderlands 3. It was free in the Epic Store not long ago. And I have some other games I want to finish. Sometimes I may play a little, you know, like an hour or 2 hours during the week. But I try to limit myself to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Or else I would just sit and game just fucking, you know, forever. And it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Is the screenshot you have of KD trying to look like BOS? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Hey, Sexy, I'm back. Welcome back, Sexy. Yeah, Lema, what Exile is saying. Now we need to install the application. You're really going at it, Joseph. I have to leave. Yeah, take care, Mad Cat. E-Boss. Yeah, E-Boss OS, yeah. That would be K-Boss. Are you from else? Yes. Yes. Isn't that just a fancy way of code refresh to make code maintenance a bit easier? Probably so. I just realized Apple doesn't have its own software in the App Store. It's probably because they don't like torrenting for some reason. For some crazy reason. But even if a software change is good for the company, they still will not do it immediately because it takes a lot of money and time to change licenses and doing employees. Yep, exactly. Play Path of Exile, you'll become a market researcher and professional stock trader in 2 weeks. I do play Path of Exiles. I don't want to play games anymore that require a lot of time. Because like I said, I'm trying to use my time in a more valuable way. So here's how the world actually works, if you think about it. It's all based on time. It's what you do with your time that's your currency. So I try to maximize my time. Hey, I sometimes sit a fucking whole day watching Netflix on the couch, stuffing my face with cake and candy. I'm just as lazy as everyone else. I'm just a normal human here. But I do my best to figure out how is an hour best spent for me. And then when I reach around like the time now, 7 o'clock, it's kind of my cut-off time where I'm like, I can do whatever I want now. But I kind of like, up till like it becomes like early evening, I'm like, is this the best way I can spend my time by watching Netflix or YouTube or playing a game? Or do I have these things I want to make videos about? Or do I have these things I want to learn? Or do I have these things I want to research? Or do I have these things... Do I need to edit some videos? Do I need to watch some videos, you know, to see if it's a subject I also should cover and stuff like that? So I kind of start to evaluate, like, how is this hour best spent? You know, what makes more sense? I try to do that as much as possible, but some days I'm just tired from work. And I'm just, like, sitting with my penis in my hand and watching Netflix all day. And drinking water, you know. So, yeah. It's something I try to do less of, being less lazy. But it's fucking hard, man. It's hard. But even if I saw it, the Path of Exile... But Path of Exile is a fucking great game, man. I used to be really big into MMOs and stuff like that, but I stopped playing all of those games. So we two will not play Monster Hunter World together anytime soon. I do have Monster Hunter World. I don't have the DLCs. I just don't like Monster Hunter World. It's not a game for me. I don't like hop games. If I'm going to play games like that, I want them to be open world. I'm way more into open world. So I mostly play shooters, FPS, car games, open world games, strategy games. Those are the ones that I like the most. RPG, so we're an RPG gaming. So RPG, open world, and stuff like that. And I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, like a lot of World of Warcraft. Like I lived in World of Warcraft for many years. Baldur's Gate 2, I kind of want to check that out, to be honest. I like to spend as many hours as possible posting on OMG Ubuntu. Yeah, you're one of the crazy people. Monster Hunter World is almost open world. Yeah, but I just don't like the hop aspect of it. That's the only problem. I don't know why. The only hop-based game I like to play is Warframe. Like, I really like Warframe a lot. I used to play it daily for hours. Like, a lot. But Warframe is one of those games that if I start playing Warframe, my day is lost. I'm playing it all the time. So start not to... I'm trying... I really don't play Warframe anymore. I'm addicted to Fall Guys. I don't like Fall Guys. It's a gimmick. It's like... I can see the fun in it, and it's probably fun to play, but for me it's just... It's one of those party games, and I'm not that big on party games. But I am biased with my 600 hours in Monster Hunter World. Yeah, I have some friends that play it a lot. Yeah, the Epic Games store is actually amazing. I have a lot of free games. I keep track on Epic, the Epic Games store, every time there's a free game. And I just take it. I take it, man. Like, I think I only bought like 2 or 3 games on the Epic store. The rest of them is just free. Oh, this is Plasma. This is unreadable. Plasma. Ooh, this is... Oh. I remember this one. This takes me back. I used to use this theme. Is it kernel 2.6? Yeah, it's kernel 2.6. It's a KDE version 2.2.2. Oh my god. This is release 1.92 beta. No, I don't think it will come. They have said before that if someone wanted to port Epic Games to Linux, they were open for it. They just don't have the time to put the effort into it right now. Yeah, Fortnite. I never got into Fortnite. I don't like Battle Royale games. And so Fortnite for me is built for people. It's built for the YouTube generations. You know, they need the quick fix. They need the short attention span. I like games like Arma. You know, Arma 3, where you have to, you know, tactical shooters. I love tactical shooters. Where you have to go in and you can't just run and gun and then or else you'll get fucking blown to pieces. Like, tactical shooters is one of my favorite things to play. Sadly enough, there's just not... Well, I don't think there's any good tactical shooters out there at the moment. Like, we used to have SWAT and Arma is out there. The Arma series, like Arma 3, with a lot of add-ons and stuff like that. That's where Battle Royale started, which was an add-on to Arma. Arma 3, the same with DayZ, was started out as an add-on to Arma 2. Broken Arrow or something like that. I can't remember the DLC you needed. But yeah, like the more realistic a shooter is, the more I like it. The more I like it. I hate flat packs. Yes, they have great for security until you forgot to install a bottle as a flat pack, and now you can't access your home. Yeah. Flat packs and snap packs it's just the same problems we have with deb and RPM files in a different format. The boss of Epic talked once about not liking Linux because of cheaters. So yeah, it's easier to cheat under Linux. Because you don't have the same control with Linux as Microsoft have with Windows. And I kinda get that. What's happening on DistroWatch? Oh, EndeavourOS just got re-released. And SUSE Linux Enterprise. I really like KAOS or Chaos or however the fuck you pronounce this. Artemis. Yeah, he doesn't trust the anti-cheat. Yeah, can you make a trustworthy anti-cheat under Linux? Of course you can. Of course you can. But it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of money, and the Linux platform is not big enough for that. Like, here's the thing, you can do the same fucking shit with Linux as you can with Windows from a development standpoint. It just takes the same amount of money and the same amount of dedication, and Linux is not big enough to want that dedication from a development software suite or company. That's the problem. If they wanted to spend billion on an anti-cheat under Linux, they could. But the Linux market is just not big enough to sustain it. I do like the whole space theme that EndeavourOS is going for here, but I actually stopped liking any Arch Linux distribution. I don't like Arch anymore. I don't know what the fuck it is. The closest to Arch I'm running is Manjaro. I just found Arch to be a fucking update, fucking masturbation circle, and the community around it puts me off. The way the distribution is made puts me off, and how underwhelming it is. Like, Arch used to be the fastest distribution out there. Now it's just Ubuntu is just as fast as Arch. Tumbleweed is as fast as Arch. Like, in general, like, yeah, there may be certain tasks they're a little bit bigger, bit faster, but it's not like night and day faster. It's like 1% faster, something like that. Arch has just become another Linux. You don't really... The only benefit you get from Arch is that you're building the system you want. But you can do that with Ubuntu. You can do that with Manjaro. You can do that with Tumbleweed. You can do that with Debian. You're just doing it in another way. So the whole novelty of Arch Linux has kinda worn off me. Like, it's not there anymore. When you see how powerful the OpenSUSE installer is, and you can do exactly the same thing on the OpenSUSE as a Tumbleweed as you can on the Arch, or Debian for that fucking matter. It's like, why am I running Arch? Why do I want to deal with the AUR and the community and the manual interventions and all of that fucking shit, when I can run a lot of other rolling releases that basically are as fast as Arch and sometimes faster? That gives me less hassle. Again, why complicate my life when I can make it less complicated? Like, this is the last like 3 or 4 years, that's kind of become my philosophy. Like, why complicate my life when I can make it uncomplicated? I'm not saying that that you should not run arts. If you like arts, run it. It's just not for me anymore. I got over the shiny bells. I got over the hype, basically. I know Proton allows 2 big entities for stream Proton. But Epic has Linux entity, they just need to use it. I stopped switching distribution with Pop OS, it just works. I had some problems with Pop OS the last month or so. Some updates broke some shit and made the UI or the desktop environment really unstable and stuff like that. But I don't know if that's because I'm running it in VirtualBox. Pop OS was my last installed OS or Linux on my physical hardware. I do really like Pop OS. Ubuntu and Pop OS is probably my 2 favorite Ubuntu-based distributions. And Pop OS makes me like running GNOME. It's the only distribution where I like running GNOME. I think I read that Epic is planning to get Entity working on Epic. What? I think I read Epic is planning to get Entity working on Epic. They do have Entity engines on Epic. I used to like Arch, but now it's a meme. Yeah, Arch is a meme. The Tomread installer is just a fancy Arch installer. Yeah, it is. It is. I need a application from AUR. Dropbox comes to the rescue. Here's the thing. What's in the AUR, you can get under a PPA for Ubuntu or for OpenSUSE. Like under SUSE, it's just not called a PPA. And a lot of the applications under the AUR is step or RPM files that's converted. And for the few applications, you need to compile from source. If you're running Arch and you don't know how to do that, you should not be running Arch. Being in college and needing something stable that just works without any extra tweaks to get it working. Ubuntu-based distro. Yeah, Ubuntu-based distro seems to be kind of really good. I kind of want to have an installer like Arch, but in another distro, but I can't find a tutorial. If you look at the net installs, like Debian net install, Ubuntu I think they still have a net install, and stuff like that, yeah. There's a lot of net installers out there. They kind of do the same thing. They give you like a basic install, like a CLI install, and then you add to that, you boot into basically a command line. There's no desktop environment or anything, and then you build from there. At the moment, you will need to take Arch from my cold dead hands. Last time I tried Pop OS on a PC will freeze when loading, booting into Linux USB. And that's why hardware support is bad under Linux. Ain't PPAs a security risk? They are no more security risk than the AUR is. Any third-party repository is a security risk. So that being AUR, PPAs, or user-run repos, they are all a security risk because you have to trust them. If you don't trust them, well, I would really love to have a Steam Deck. I would love to play with it, but I'm not a portable gamer. I don't game on my phone. I think I have the Star Trek game installed on my tablet, and I played it for like 30 minutes or an hour. I'm not. When I want to play games, I'm really old school. I want to sit in front of my desk and play my games. That's how I play games. Yes and no, you need to trust the developers. Did you disable secure boot? I never had it on. Google Bootstrap, it's a way to install Debian. Say we as Arch install Bootstrap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but what is secure? That's another question, yeah. I see if they have a launchpad and look through their launchpad, also do your research. Yeah, but it's... I don't know. I think I may be getting jaded about Linux. Like the more I read about Mac OS, I'm like, take away the company Apple. Don't think about the company Apple. The company Apple can fucking fuck a goat from what I care. I hate the company Apple. I hate the company Apple. I hate that you have to pay overprice for their hardware. I hate it. But when you look at Mac OS is kind of what Linux wish it was. A Unix-based system with corporate sponsorship and support for big, massive corporations. Mainstream corporations. And the more I look at Mac OS, I see, it can do all of these things that Linux can do, and it can do all of these things that Windows can do. When I look at Linux, it's like, you can only do this. This sucks. But yeah, again, the company is shit, the hardware too fucking expensive, but their operating system, it's a Unix-like system that's built like most Linux distributions wish they could do what Apple is doing with Mac OS. Maybe, we can debate if the UI, I don't particularly like the UI that much, the Aqua, what the fuck it's called nowadays. The bar in the bottom and the way that it works, the UI element of it. I don't like that particularly that much. But the technology behind it, the kernel, the Unix layer, the proof system where you can download open source software just like under Linux. It's basically like the AUR for Mac OS. You can get HTOP, you can get almost any software you can run under Linux. You can get most of that under Homebrew, and install it under Mac OS and run it. But you have to deal with Apple, and you have to deal with the the Mac OS interface. And I don't like the Mac OS interface that much. But everything behind that interface, it's what Linux wished it was. And the more I look at it, I'm like, again, why overcomplicate my life? Because I this is how stupid the world has come to. I kind of trust Apple more than I trust Microsoft when it comes to my data. They are both fucking, taking your kidney, your firstborn, your fucking left testicle, your lungs, and your kidney. But Apple seems to be better about it and protect you more than Windows is. They're taking everything. They don't give a fuck about you. Apple, at least Apple pretend to care about you and are actually doing something about it. And I'll put out a prediction here. If Apple did what they did in the late 90s, allowed Mac OS to be run on non-Apple hardware, I would not suspect, especially with Windows 10, Mac OS could drastically take market share away from Windows. Drastically. Because a lot of people, they really like the Apple or the Mac OS, experience. That's kind of why you buy it. It's for the experience, and it sounds fucking corny and crazy, but it like when you tried having a iPhone and run Mac OS, or an iPad and run Mac OS. When you tried that, it's like you come into the future. It's fucking crazy. In so many ways, Apple seems to be the future of the way they do business. It seems to be the future. They are focusing more on iPads and iPhones. Seems to be where the future is going. It's a crazy thing. But again, you have to fucking sell your firstborn to just afford the entry level hardware, which is fucking crazy. What are you guys saying up here? On MX Linux KDE at the moment, everything I need works so far. Amazing. AK, don't install random PPAs. I would love to get a Mac. Mac is just better Linux no matter how you look at it. Yeah, to some extent, yes. So you're gonna switch to BSD. No, BSD... If BSD had the same polish as Linux, I would, yeah. Mac is too expensive and warranty sucks. Yeah, again, agree. I don't like Mac OS. I like Mac OS, I don't really like the user interface that much. Just take the nerds out of Linux. I don't know what you mean by that. You can modify Mac OS just like Linux with the new Windows Manager. I don't think you can. Or you have to hack it anyway. Don't let Eve tempt you. Who's Eve? I trust Microsoft and Apple on my data over Google. I think I trust Google more than Microsoft, to be honest. In the end, you can't even yourself with your data. You can't even trust yourself with your data. That's what you say. At least in AUR, I can get the VPN client, everything, blah blah blah. You can also get that for Debian, and here's the thing: when people are saying that I like this distribution because I can get this software. If you are really good at Linux, if you understand Linux, if you are a power Linux user or whatever the fuck you will call it, getting software to run on any distribution should not be a problem, because you know how to go onto GitHub and take a source code, compile it, and make it run. I love when I see people, oh, I'm this fucking great with Linux, I'm a fucking power user, but I only run this distribution because they have X, Y, and Z software. I'm like, hey, you can compile the software yourself. Like, you are this fucking smart with Linux and you don't know how to compile a piece of software. Like that yeah, okay. If Apple made Mac OS available for everyone, I will test it 100%. I think a lot of people would. Reading and learning about Apple's ecosystem got me into looking into different ecosystems. Ecosystems means a lot for people. You can build. Hackintosh is going out of the way with the M1 chipset. When macOS stops supporting Intel generation hardware, you can't do Hackintosh anymore. And this was the Manda. Via Sumami, it's a Mac VM. And this is the mandatory Mac portion of your stream. Yeah, we have to talk Macs all the time, or at least once. Snap crap. I don't mind snaps. I actually like snap packages over flat packages for a lot of reasons. But that's just my personal preference. That's just my personal preference. I need to try and run this distro again. I almost ran this as my daily driver once, but they didn't have I don't think they have Steam in their repositories. And that kind of put me off. That kind of put me off. I'm not feeling Windows 11 so far. I think I'm going to stick with Linux for now. I like Windows 11. I don't have a problem with Windows 11. Compile Steam then. I could. I just don't want to. I could. But I don't run Linux full time though. And I don't think, like... it was years ago I was thinking about running KAOS. It was like 2017 or something like that. And then I just went on to... I think I ran Manjaro. Because there was what the fuck? There was something about KAOS that really irritated me. I know that the Steam thing, I actually installed it. I think I actually installed it. And I used it for like a week or something like that. And there were so many small things that was like, yeah, this is great, but this is irritating me, this is irritating me. And then Steam not being available in the repos was just like, yeah, okay, yeah, fuck that. Because I liked that it was using the Pac-Man and package manager and stuff like that. And then I know, okay, hey, I know what it was. I know what it was. People were using the Flatpak version of Steam. And I tried that, and it sucked fucking balls back then. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad. And I was like, I'm not that invested into KAOS. I just want to see if I could run it. So I just went back to, I think it was Manjaro or even Arch, to be honest. Arch Linux. Like Endeavor OS. And then I just ran that. And then I got tired of again, you know, I got jaded about the whole way that Arch was built and the whole philosophies about Arch. And I went over to Pop OS, I think it was. Pop OS or Ubuntu. I messed around with those two things. It's Hazy time. I posted a Mac. Yeah, I'm not interested in Mac, so Apple OS, Mac OS in a VM. Like I said, 2-3 years. In 2-3 years, we can't run the latest Mac OS anymore in a VM because they will drop support for Intel-based CPUs. Then we have to emulate the M chipsets. I try out Heroic Launcher, and so far I really love their Wine Manager. It's super easy to install Wine GE, Wine Lutris, and Proton GE. What I really like about Arch is that its names is close to the German word ass. yeah, that's right. Windows Manager. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, yeah. No, it's just me that associate VM with Windows, with the virtual machine. It's just me not reading it right. I tend to read too fast because I try to read more than... This is also a problem I have. Sometimes I try to read 2 comments or 3 comments at the same time. And it goes right most of the time, but once in a while I fuck it up. You don't have to be sorry for my dyslexia. It's me that's fucked up, not you. So I bought this Pepsi Max Mango. It's fucking amazing, man. Like, I think I'm in love with fucking Pepsi. I do like Pepsi in general, but... This fucking shit here, man, it's so good. Yeah, whatever. Like this here, it's really good. It's sweet, but it's good. First I was like, this can't be good. Yeah, Pepsi Zero is also good. Yeah, Pepsi Mango is the blessing we all deserve. Yeah. That Pepsi doesn't beat the strawberry juice I just have. Yeah, I'm not that... I like strawberry, but I'm not like a massive strawberry fan. I do like it. But I'm more like a strawberry in milk or something like that, you know. Cherry Coke Cherry Coke gets too much for me. Cherry Coke, I like 1 or 2 glasses of, and that's it. But mango is mango. I probably think mango is one of my favorite fruits. Milk tea, yeah, that's also good. Mangoes is probably mango versus woman go. Mango is probably one of my favorite fruits, yeah. Or what? Yeah, it must be a fruit. Because fruit is what's off or on ground or over ground, and vegetables is what's underneath them, right? I drink zero sugar sodas. I like Coke Zero, Dr. Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max is zero sugar also, Lamer. Pepsi Max is zero sugar. There's no sugar in Pepsi Max. They use artificial sweetener. And I even think it's Stadia, what the fuck it's called. Stevia, what the fuck it's called, that plant-based sugar thingy. Stevia, what the fuck, I can't remember. But I never drink I don't drink sodas much anymore either. I barely drink sodas anymore. Cost me my teeth and my stomach. I used to drink a lot of sodas, and my teeth they seem to be okay. But I have cut way down on sodas. This is like my first soda in. Sometimes my mom gives me one when I'm visiting her, but this is like my first soda I bought myself in like 2 weeks or something like that. I tend to get one every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I get a soda, like 1.5 liter of soda. I mostly drink iced tea or non-carbonated drinks nowadays. I don't think that Pepsi Max in the US. You can't get Pepsi Max in the States. I've heard people talk about that. P-Cloud, yeah, I like P-Cloud. I haven't used it since I got the Google One. Now I use Google instead of P-Cloud. I'm trying to switch to sparkling water. Yeah, I like sparkling water. It's amazing. Energy drinks is my poison. I used to drink a lot of energy drinks, but I don't drink that much of it anymore. You don't like iced tea? I like iced tea. I love iced tea. Don't know if it's available outside of Germany. Fritz, yeah, I know what those are. Yeah, I think they are German exclusive, yeah. Yeah. I don't drink energy drinks for the energy. I drink energy drinks because I like the taste of them. Like, I just had like a Monster, what the fuck was it called today? Monster Punch or something like that. I drink energy drinks because they taste good, not because of the energy. The same with pre-workout. I don't use pre-workout. If I need an energy boost before I go to the gym, I just drink a cup of coffee. And I put sugar in my water. Sorry, so when I have water with me, flavored water, I just put a spoonful of sugar in it and stuff like that. And then I drink that, so I get sugar doing the workout. Have you got to the gym yet, Lamer? We need to get you to the gym, man. Fanta is great. Yeah. I love Fanta. Fanta is starting to make a lot of sugar-free sodas also. Yeah, Red Bull. I used to be good into Red Bull, but one day, me and my friends, we bought a case of Red Bull, 2 bottles of vodka, and we drink Red Bull and vodka for a whole evening, got really drunk, and really fucking energized. Like, we were energizer bunnies that was on fucking meth or something like that, and speed on the same time. You could not fucking hold us still. But when we got home, I puked all over the fucking place, and it was a really awful kind of puke. After that time, Red Bull and me are like a no-go. I'm like, yeah, I'm not. But Jägermeister. Oh my god. Jägermeister. Oh, that's one of the few things that I don't drink anymore. Like I get like a drink every 6 months or something like that. I get like a beer. I like a really good beer like once in a while. But in my 20s, like whiskey and Jägermeister and vodka and rum, sometimes gin. But it was mostly whiskey and Jägermeister I drank. Oh my fucking god. And then when I went to town, I got like, you know, rum and coke and, you know, gin and tonic, you know, and stuff like that. Because whiskey and Jägermeister is really expensive to buy compared to the other ones. But yeah, Jägermeister, man, fucking hell. Like, a really ice-cold Jägermeister. Give me a bottle of ice-cold Jägermeister and I'm drinking it like fucking candy. Like, to me, it's like drinking soda. Yeah, don't get me started on Jägermeister. It's... Oh... I want one now. If someone came up to me with a bottle of Jägermeister, I would be drinking it right now. I would not give a fuck. I need to go back into the gym, but since gas is an arm and a leg, I'm having to wait. Can't you just walk? How long is it to the gym? Fucking Samsung is driving me, giving me weather report notification even after I turn them off. I haven't had problems with that though. Bacardi Coke. Yeah, Bacardi and Coke. Yeah, I used to drink that a lot also. But again, mostly it was whiskey or Jägermeister. Yeah, gas prices is getting fucking up. Gin and tonic. Like, if I drink gin and tonic, I tend not to be hungover the next day. Drinking Jägermeister was the only time I puked from drinking alcohol. Hey, I puked after drinking almost any kind of alcohol you can think about. But yeah, there's just something about Jägermeister. I don't know what the fuck those magical German elves is putting into that fucking drink. But it's amazing. And it gives you that warm feeling. Hey, it's been Viking, how are you? Like, it makes you... Like, I don't know what... It's just like... Well, I work out at my student rec center since I'm going to college over there. And it's... that's... bitter lemon and gin and tonic. Yike. I kind of like it. But I do prefer rum and coke, whiskey and coke. Yeah, tequila, I'm not that big into tequila. No. I can drink it, like I can drink anything if it's free. If someone gives me a drink, I can drink it. But I would not pay for tequila myself. I never been into tequila like that. $0.50 in Germany. But I actually, like, I think in total I drank mostly just beer when I was out partying. To be honest. Like, if you, like, add up all the times I got drunk, it's probably mostly been in beer. Fedora, what the fuck is this? Community blog. Oh, I just read this one. Nest with Fedora, call for a proposal and sponsor. The local gym is 14 minutes as a 14 minutes drive. I have never had that one, so I can't say. I mostly drank back then when I was drinking a lot of beer. It was mostly just local beer, you know, Danish beer I bought. Nowadays I go, when I get a beer, I actually kind of want a beer tomorrow. Maybe I should go to this shop and get a beer tomorrow. It has been like at least a year, I think, since I had my last beer. Or close to a year. And now when I get a beer, I get like one of those half liter beers, and I try to buy, you know, a special kind of beer, you know, like one of those beers that you enjoy. You just, you know, it's not one of those you just throw in your mouth to get drunk. So I tend to buy like kind of not really expensive beer, but, you know, not cheap beer. And then I'm always trying to taste or try new beers when I'm getting a beer. I'm like, okay, have I ever tried this one before? I bought a Metallica beer one time. That was actually really good. a couple of years ago. I got this one here. That was actually really, really good. But I can't find them anymore. Oh my god, that's fucking cheap, Lamer. I pay almost double for that. In my gym. I pay around 40 bucks. 40, 50 bucks a month to go to the gym. How much is where is the fucking dollar sign? Where are you, you fucking dollar sign? There you are. That's too much. Let's see if I can figure out how much. What about 40? 38. Yeah, $38 I pay a month to work out. And I'm not going enough. I can't drink beer. I feel full and can't drink more after like 2 pints. You have to kind of train your stomach to it. Hey, Bogdan, how are you, man? Okay, it's $33. Yeah, so I still pay more. But yeah, that's quite a lot. Yeah, you're paying almost the same as me then. I need to. I have all my pictures. I have them in a backup. We need to do like a picture stream one day where I take all my pictures I have from my mobile phones. Like I said, I have them online backed up, and I can take the ones away of my family and stuff like that. And we could have like a show and tell, what you would call it. Like I can show. I think that the earliest ones are from like 2014 or something, like 13, 14. And we can like look at them and I can like explain what they are and stuff. I think that could be a fun stream to have. I'm good. Just a little bit tired, but good. At $15 for the key access since the 24 hours. Yeah, I got that for free. Oh, you have a family discount. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Is there any interesting Linux-related videos on YouTube that I haven't got my eyes on yet? That I need to rate at? Oh, they cut down on the price for advertisement-free YouTube. You can now get Premium Light or Mini or what the fuck it's called. If you want to rate, just watch a DT video. I have not seen one. I think I have 1 or 2 video recorded. I need to edit. I take when I do. I tend to record a lot of reaction videos, like 3, 4, 5 reaction videos at one time, and then I edit them like that's for like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, because I do 1 a week. So when I'm about to, not having more reaction videos, I record a batch of new reaction videos. So that's why they tend sometimes to be a little bit old. So I haven't caught up with DT for the longest time. There's no interesting Linux-related videos. So you're saying your own videos is not interesting then? You did one a day ago. Ethnic OS 414 preview. Awaiting Debian Linux Bullseye 11.4 release. Why are you awaiting it? Can't you just make your own right now? Linux is boring. Yeah, that's why people like the drama and the politics of Linux, because Linux in of itself is boring. Can I change this to dark mode? Yoink, there you go. Hey, Caesar. You really need to start using thumbnails. How many subscribers? 5,540. Not bad. 2012. Mostly Linux-related content, some general computing stuff. From the United States. You're also close to 1 million views. What is PC TLC up to? I think it's been a while since I've been... Oh, 8 days ago he... that's right. He's been a little bit quiet lately. He's been using a lot of... he used to do a lot with Ethnic OS. Thank you for making a realistic stance on Linux open source software and free software. I feel forced on the Linux YouTubers about software freedom, which is ironic. Yeah. For a lot of people, Linux has become a way of life, and I understand why. Because I have seen it coming and how it morphed into the years, and Esnik has also. I don't know if he had put that much interest into it, but I did, and I do, because I find it fascinating, but also irritating at the same time. But if you go 10, 15 years back in time with Linux, that was not it. You know, it was not the forcing or the preaching or, you know, of course it was there, but it was not to the degree it is today. People were just happy that you use Linux. Yes, they would debate, oh, why are you running this distribution? I don't like dep, but I like RPM formats. You would still have that debate. But after that, that was it. That was it. You know, nobody was like, oh my god, you should be using this distribution or that distribution is evil. It was just like, yeah, I don't like it, here's why. But if you like using Linux, hey, I'm just happy that you are using Linux. You know, that was kind of how it was back then. But then with the Stallman start to become more vocal, and the Linux YouTubers start to become popular by jumping, or the popular Linux YouTubers was jumping on his bandwagon. So it, you know, the ones that were popular was like pro Richard Stallman, and it just nested into this whole toxic, political driven, do as we tell you to do kind of thing. That Richard Stallman, he's a great developer, but he's really narrow-minded. Like, either you do what he say, or you get the fuck out of here. That's not how you run the world. That's not how you run anything that has to do with people. But he thinks that he knows what's best for everyone, and he can't understand that you're not agreeing with him. Go watch some of his interviews. If the interviewee is starting to counterpoint what he's saying, he gets angry. I think he's autistic, but he gets angry and be like, how dare you let me finish talking? I'm not here to be questioned, and all of these kind of things. That mentality is kind of what has, you know, a lot of YouTubers have kind of adopted. Because we have Linus Torvalds and we have Richard Stallman as kind of our Bill Gates. You know, that was our Bill Gates. They are our Bill Gates. And you either land on one of those two sides nowadays. So when you go into Linux, either you are a Linus guy or you are a Richard Stallman guy. So you have to make a side there. Plus, you know, init system, package manager, universal package manager, desktop environments, distributions. There's so many things you have to take a stance on within Linux that it's not even funny. Ethnic OS, I will try. Yeah, go try Ethnic OS. I'm sure Ethnic, will you throw a link into the chat with a link to your SourceForge page? That would be amazing. Click the link, download Ethnic OS. If you like Debian stable, it's one of the best ways to get Debian up and running right out of the bat. He does almost no customization to it other than light theme and stuff like that. So you're getting basically vanilla Debian, just with a little bit of customization and pre-installed programs. And I think it's a little bit better experience than vanilla Debian, to be honest. But hey, that's up to you. But yeah, Esnik, throw your link into your to the chat from your source forge. That would be amazing. Thank you so much, Esnik. In my opinion, Ubuntu is almost the Microsoft of Linux. It just works like Windows does. Yeah, I don't want to call it the Microsoft of Linux. I would just say that it's a really polished Linux distribution. I use Linux, by the way. No, you don't. I have seen you running Windows. Between 2000 and 2010, people were just excited to find another Linux user. Exactly. I used to go to log meetings and had a great time talking about everything. Yeah, and those days are gone. And again, like back then, we could still disagree, but in the end, we were still Linux users. The thing that, through the disagreement, there was one thing we all had in common: the love for Linux. I'm more a Linus guy if you have to choose. I think I've not really like sit and thought about it and say, okay, I'm with one of those. But I think I'm leaning more towards the thought patterns that Linus have than towards the thought patterns that Richard Stallman have. But Linus, he has a lot of quirks about him that I don't particularly like myself. But he's probably also the one that if I had to choose, I would probably go with him. I definitely a Linus guy. He has, oh my god, my dyslexia. He has way more realistic stance about it. I think so, yeah. I mean, there's definitely something wrong with him taking off socks in the middle of conference and eating. Yeah. Again, I think I am I will not say I'm sure, but I am autistic myself, and I would highly guess there's a high probability that Richard Stallman is massively autistic. Now you need to advertise Easy Archer as well. Yeah, you can also throw in a link to Easy Archer if you will, Esnik, if people are interested in that. I just watched a live stream from, I don't know what STL is, about snaps, and learned that there are many snap packs that they are extremely outdated. That there is, and there's probably also the same like that with the flat packages, Joseph. Thank you guys. I remember trying Linux for the first time. There were a lot of helpful Linux channels. I follow like Nixie, Quatsup, EB, yeah. Even EB don't really do much Linux anymore. He's just a gamer that run Linux on Microsoft. Back then, I see Linux as a professional people who are smart, and now I see it more like users as toddlers. Yeah, exactly. But wait until later today, the ISO gets an update. Or switch to Linux. I haven't, like, he responded on one of my videos the other day, but I haven't really seen what he's been up to lately. I kind of like switch to Linux. Like, I don't agree with a lot of the things he say, but he's kinda... He seems to be more level-headed than most of them out there. He do preaches a little bit. And he's more privacy-focused and stuff like that, which is okay. But, yeah, exactly, Esnik. His drama videos was not my cup of tea, but I do like his content. Like, if you're into privacy and stuff like that, I get, but he is a fanboy. But again, minimal life, van life, is Linux Smite right? Or is Luke Smith right? Oh, there you go. Oh my god, he got a beard. I kind of like that. He looks like a fucking cult leader with that beard. He reminds me a little bit of Manson. What that Manson, that Charles Manson, or what the fuck his name is. Oh my god. That's a fucking big beard. Oh, he shaved it recently. Okay, gotcha. Okay, there you go, yeah. I used to watch his cooking. He had a a cooking channel, I think it was, or something like that. Like a personal channel. And it was actually really good. Where he talked a little bit about religion. He's apparently Christian. Nothing wrong with that. And he also did some cooking or something like that. And I kind of like that aspect of him, that side of him. The more human side of him. It was actually better watching than his Linux stuff. And even though I'm not a religious guy myself, I kind of liked it when he talked about, you know, his religion. Again, a little bit more human side of him. And he actually gave out some good advice. Ever since my creeps died, EB doesn't do much Linux anymore. Yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, you're actually right. He tends to bring up politics at times. We all do that, Joseph. I've done a lot of videos about that also, even though I try not to. Now Linux users are either IT professionals or kids drinking the forced Kool-Aid. Yep. I like switch to Linux, but sometimes when he mentions privacy, it gets too much. Yeah, I'm on the same. Yeah. I'm neither. Like Chris Lee Adams, yeah. Fidel Castro for. Oh yeah. I think I have watched Joe watch Linux or love Linux, yeah. I think I have to let me type this in. Trefferton.
Have you ever wondered, hey, what's this weird YouTube channel? Why am I here?
Oh my god, the audio in virtual machines is fucked. Yeah, I think I know who this is. Like coming from 2001, 21, he's getting a lot of subscribers. Huh. He's a young kid. He seemed like he's a young kid. I don't really like reacting to videos done by people, you know, that are just kids. Because not to sound like condescending or anything like that, but they are just kids. You get what I'm saying here? You know, they need a little bit of maturity. So I did stupid shit when I was like 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25. I did crazy fucking shit, okay? So I'm kinda a little bit like, you know, I get what they are doing, why they're doing it. You know, your brain is not fully developed until you're like 25 or something like that. I follow his Christian channel. His Christian channel is really good. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about, I think, Lamer. People who keep getting brackets on Manjaro need to get on the Gurada Kool-Aid. Don't forget to drink some water. Yeah, go drink some water, people. Is that the video where he hates Debian and just wants to promote arts and rolling releases? Artists like Water and Manjaro Gurada are like Kool-Aid. Can you link that video to me in on Discord in a DM or something like that then? Just link the video and I will do a reaction video to it. There are two. One is liberal what which OS. The other one is more militant. Yeah, link the video in either in a DM or put it into my my Discord and I will make a reaction video to it. I think so. It's a bunch of nonsense and misinformation. Yeah, again, link it in Discord and I will make a video. I will. Tech Hot. I like Tech Hot. I do like Tech Hot. I'm 29 and my brain is still underdeveloped. I'm almost 40 and mine is not developed more than a 5th grader. I don't like... No, baby woke. I don't like baby woke at all. Like, why hide under an avatar like that? I don't get, like, yeah. Joe Loves Linux was the other one we should look at. Like, in my Discord, I have a section called video ideas or something like that. I can't fucking remember what it's called. In there, you guys can post, you know, ideas for videos. Like, talk about this subject, because I read what goes on in that what you guys post in there. Or like, oh, react to this video or look at this video and stuff like that. That's what that subsection is for in my Discord, is that you guys can recommend subjects or videos that I should look at. Yeah, baby woke. I don't. Here's the thing. People don't know how to be trolls. I talked about this in my previous live stream. Trolls is not what they used to be. Baby woke is just he's a irritating. He's like a toddler. He's an irritating kid. You know, that are like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And think they are funny. I don't like Linux videos on YouTube that just play boring music instead of a narration. Yeah, exactly. I'm 54. My brain peaked when I was 35. Now it's going in reverse. Any opinion on Brody Robertson? I did one tech over tea with him. Long time ago. I don't really have an opinion, I think. I honestly don't know what to think about him. I like talking to him. Like, he's a cool dude to talk to. But some of the things he say I agree with, some of them I don't. I think he's more of an opinionated YouTuber. Or he's more like of a talk show kind of thing. I think he wants to become a podcaster within Linux. I think that's what he's trying to do. I just don't think Linux is big enough for that. So I'm not really paying that much attention to him. And the way he do podcast is a lot hit and miss for me. Using avatars, I don't mind, but he's so opinionated and bashes plasma for no reason. Yeah, like I said, he's that irritating kid that don't want to listen, think that he's right all the fucking time, and not willing to take feedback and listen to other people's viewpoint and stuff like that. I click on a music Linux video and immediately click off. I watch, is it Nicolo V? I'm subscribed to that dude also. I know who he is. Yeah, we have looked at this dude before. Yeah, I know who this is. Yeah. He's that German guy. Yeah. Yeah, I like his stuff. I watched some of his videos. He actually commented on my politics video. He commented on my... Shut up. Got it. Where is it? Yeah, here. He commented on my video. I can't stand watching Nicolo. He puts me off hard. So you get hard at watching him then. He tries to criticize Gnome about usability. Yet I feel like KDE has 200 times worse usability and UX. That again, it's an opinion, you know. I thought that I was that German guy. You are always that German guy. You can be that sexy German guy then. But yeah, he also have a German channel. I think it's here. You almost have 8k subs here. Yeah, it's all personal preferences. I don't like how GNOME is trying to log out the user. Like, GNOME is trying to become more and more like, you know, Mac OS, where you almost can do nothing. I don't like that. Like, I don't like that it's really hard to customize GNOME. And I don't like the workflow of GNOME. And I think GNOME is more focused on developers and tablets or touch UIs, where KDE is more focused on, or well, it seems to be more focused on keyboard and mouse still, with still touch and develop focus, like you have tiling and all that shit built into KDE. But I use GNOME. I have run GNOME. Like, I use Cosmic Desktop, that's basically just GNOME with extensions. I ran GNOME for plenty of time. I just prefer how KDE works. I prefer how KDE looks. GNOME to me looks a little bit like Duplo, you know, those Lego bricks for kids. That's kind of, when I use GNOME or GTK based applications, they look plastic, you know, they look like kid toys, where Qt applications look more professional. The Qt libraries just look more professional. But in GTK, everything is big, everything is round and big, you know. It reminds me of some, you know, this is what you give a kid so they don't hurt themselves, and make sure that they can actually hit the buttons and stuff like that. That's the feeling I get from GTK and GNOME. Where Qt is more streamlined, integrated, it looks more modern, professional, or however you will say it. But I don't mind running, like, if you told me I should just be running GNOME, I would have no problem doing that. I would still prefer KDE or Cinnamon, but hey, I would not have problem running GNOME. I would just, you know, install a shit ton of extensions to make GNOME run the way I want GNOME to run. That's what I don't like about GNOME, is that when GNOME take away a feature, the community adds it in. That's stupid to me. And that's why I hate GNOME. I hate GNOME more because of the developers than actually how GNOME functions. Had the developers listened more to the community and not been arrogant fucking motherfuckers, and not think that they are the smartest people in the world and treating everyone like they're the stupidest people in the world, I would like GNOME better. Because then they would do what the community want. And then GNOME would be more usable out the box, because what I do dash to dock, I think it is, arc menu, and desktop NG, and then some other extensions, and I can run GNOME no problem. And that's how 90% or 80% of people running GNOME is doing. They're using some of those kind of extensions. And they are trying to make it less and less accessible for people that want to do that. And like I said, if you remove a feature and the community is adding it back in with an extension, you add the you should not have removed that feature. You will be adding, if you are a developer that are listening to your users and want your users to enjoy your software, you put that back in, because apparently that was a mistake to remove it. That's what I don't like. It's like, no, we are not adding it, and they are really stubborn and they don't want to listen. No, you don't know what's right for you. We know what's best for you. Listen to, and it's that mentality I just can't fucking get out of my head when I'm using GNOME. Level 1 Tech is a good channel, yeah, but they rarely upload. GNOME with Dash to Panel, only for me. I do like Dash to Panel, yeah, or Dash to Dock, also like that one. What are your thoughts on Brody Robson? I already said I don't really have any thoughts on him. Boss Tecmo is a great channel as well. I think I've looked at that one, but I prefer Cinnamon with XFCE a second. Yeah. If I should run a GTK-based desktop, it would be Cinnamon. I prefer GNOME over KDE, but KDE is good. Desktop environments are so boring. Windows managers are for the win. Windows managers for me is either is mostly for coders or people that want to look smart and cool. I use KDE, Budgie, XFCE, and Cinnamon. Window managers, I don't like it at all personally. I've been using KDE Plasma for all my ECR to dev work, and I really like Plasma. You used to be really big into XFCE, Esnik, if I'm not remembering incorrectly. I hate keyboard shortcuts. I like keyboard shortcuts, but you know, everything has a place and time. Because of libavida or whatever it's called. Yeah, what they're doing with libavida and other things within the GNOME desktop makes it almost, you need to be a hacker to theme it. You need, like, all of the things that made GNOME great, that you could express yourself, they are taking away. You know, it's becoming more and more like macOS, where you can only change the wallpaper and maybe a light and dark theme, and that's it. I used to prefer KDE over GNOME, but in the end, TTK has always worked better for me than Qt, and that's because TTK is kind of the unofficial standard within Linux. Most software is built with the TTK library. Plasma 2.5 looks like it's the best Plasma release to date. I don't know about that. I don't have an opinion about it. I haven't used it enough. I like using GNOME when I'm on laid back mode and when I want to use only a mouse with one hand to do anything. If I need to work, I switch to Tiling Windows Manager. KDE is too confusing for me, too customizable to the way I like it. It's like everything is separate into 15 different menus. Yeah, but that's... I kind of don't get that, because a lot of people, I like Linux because I have all these options and all these choices and all these customizations. But I don't like KDE because it gives me all these choices and all these customizations. I have to represent the i3 VM in here. You don't have to. Yes, XFCE is still my favorite and it's my current Debian desktop, but KDE is close second place. What is the most lightweight desktop environment? The command line. Don't run a desktop environment. I honestly, I think if you install a bare bone KDE, it's probably the one that takes less RAM and less CPU. Like a minimalistic install of KDE uses way less RAM and way less CPU cycles than any TTK application, or TTK desktop environment. Because the problem with GNOME and Cinnamon and any desktop environment that runs GTK is the GTK libraries. They are just not that optimized. They are memory hogs. You know, they are CPU hogs. Qt is what makes KDE lightweight. I run a KDE install running like under 400 megabytes. And I had everything, like you had everything you could dream about. But then you open a web browser and your RAM is going out the window, so. Pencil and paper is the lightest weight desktop. Only thing I dislike about KDE is that wallpaper ain't in the system settings. It's not. Its wallpaper's not in the system settings. No. I actually never thought about that, to be honest. I think Cinnamon needs less than... No. Cinnamon still... It's Cinnamon. It's the TTK. Cinnamon is based on TTK. It's the crap way that... Okay, so you don't like the option set, the settings in the... Or the layout of the settings manager. Xorg. But Xorg is not a desktop. Oh, well, you get that DVM or what the fuck it's called. I remove a whole lot that came installed with Cinnamon on Debian. Yeah, if you just install Debian with, you know, recommended software and stuff like that, you do get a lot of crazy shit. I honestly don't like... It's not that bad. Cinnamon kind of have the same kind of menus. The only thing I hate about this is that if you want to theme TTK applications, they put them in here. It should have been out here. So you have to go into application style and then go down here to do TTK applications. That is kind of like hidden away a little bit here, and a lot of people can't find it because it's hidden away. But other than that, But I like that you have all of this control. Like, this is a control center for your like, you not only are you controlling KDE from in here, you're also controlling your hardware from in here. You know, your whole Linux system from in here. It's really not that bad. How about we all dance together in the forest, only if we are naked? Yeah, TVM is the one I was thinking about, yeah. But that you can say that's about Cinnamon, you can say that about XFCE, you can say that about any settings manager. I think it's just what you are used to. KDE setting is very complete and gives great control. It gives you ultimate control. There's no point in dancing if you're not naked. Everyone should be naked if they're dancing. I honestly don't think that KDE's problem is the settings manager. It's different from what you're used to within, you know, like, let's say XFCE, but it's not that different from Cinnamon. It's way different from GNOME. But GNOME don't have the same customizability. So they don't have this, you know, they don't need the same kind of, you know, shortcuts and settings and stuff like that. It seems Windows did the same mistake when they forced people to move from XP to Vista. The specs are just not there. Yeah. The specs are weak on my new HP Windows 11 laptop. Open a third program. Yeah. Then why don't KDE let me remove Bluetooth entirely from my system? I have no idea, haven't tried it. Currently task 120. What are you talking about? Oh, your Cinnamon desktop. Okay. So you have 110 tasks and 605 threads and 2 running. Is that what you're saying? I don't know how, like, I have nothing to compare it to. Yeah, I have 182 tasks, 543 threads, 1 running. I think what you are saying is the same thing anyone is saying when they're trying out a new desktop environment that they're not used to. XFCE was complicated for me and unintuitive until I understood what XFCE, how they think about UI. Cinnamon was unintuitive until I understood what their philosophy from UI design was. And I think it's the same with KDE. You have, like with any system, you have to kind of experience it and learn it, you know, the learning curve, and understand what their philosophy is. You can't just run XFCE and then expect every other desktop environment to run like XFCE, and expect it to be like XFCE, because KDE is fundamentally different from a UI design than XFCE. The same with Cinnamon. But you do have a lot of control with KDE. You have a lot of control with KDE. Probably more control than any other desktop environment. And if that's not what you need, then you should not run it, of course. Windows is bad on low-spec laptops. I had to nuke Windows 10 from an 8GB RAM laptop and put Fedora. I have never had those problems. I ran Windows on 8GB for fucking almost a decade. I ran Windows 10 on 8GB for like 4 or 5 years. There must have been something fishy going on then. Without breaking... Again, I don't know. I have never tried to remove Bluetooth. Yeah, if you like to customize your whole system, KDE is one of the best. I don't know if it is the best, but it's definitely up there. Like Cinnamon kinda give you almost the same control. I don't know, every time I booted or woke up from sleep, it wouldn't be able to do anything for 20 minutes because of constant disk access. Yeah, so that is either indexing going wrong, or you could have a bad hard drive. Like you could have like a bad indexing metadata file, or what the fuck they're called. I can't remember it right now. Like I said, have to remember, people, I am D12 inefficient, so my brain power is like 40% reduced or something like that. Plus I'm tired all the fucking time until my D12 vitamin gets up to the normal levels again. So I'm really fucking more stupid than I used to be. But yeah, it could be that there's a corrupted indexing going on. And here's the thing, I do have had problems with that under Windows, where it maxed out my hard drive. But here's the thing, if you let it run, and it can take hours, if you let it run, it fixes itself. I think what it's doing is that it's trying to fix like a problem, and then it's checking your hard drive to see if your hard drive is damaged and stuff like that. And I had it with Steam. Steam is updating a game, and for some reason something fucks up under the update, and it just stops. And then my hard drive goes mental for like an hour or something like that, where it's just 100%. And then after that, it's all fine. SSDs, I have not seen that problem with SSDs. But spinning hard drives, and it could very well be a bug within Windows to do that. But I have noticed that if you let it do its thing, it fixes itself. Because I tried to reboot my PC, still having the same problem. I uninstalled the game, still the same problem when I installed it again. So I suspect it's some form of metadata or indexing that Windows have fucked up, or the program is fucking up, or it may be something in RAM that's fucked up. And I just let it run. And again, I don't know what the fuck it's doing. It could be checking metadata, it could be defragging the hard drive and whatever. I don't know, I haven't looked that much into it. But it seems to just, if you just let it run, it seems to, at least for me, it just worked itself out. And I don't have problem with it anymore. But the Steam used to be a really big fucking problem when I updated. When the game's updated, once in a while, one of the games would just max out my hard drive. And when I looked into it, I couldn't figure out what the fuck it was doing. Other than sub-processes what was running, and I didn't really research those sub-processes too much. But it kind of looked like it was some form of, indexing or stuff like that. Thanks for the subscription, Loss. But yeah, Windows have those quirks once in a while. But I would try and do that, or do some, you know, health check on your hard drives. You could have a bad hard drive. If you like to customize that hard VM is the only way. I don't know what that is. Bocce is customizable. Yeah, Bocce is customizable, but it's not that customizable. You can turn off indexing on Windows. I did on Windows 10. You can, but as far as I have experienced, indexing on the Windows is not that bad, and Windows index at night. You know, so you don't notice when it's updating the index. Whatever it was, the problem is gone with Fedora on it. I would still check the hard drive. Every time I get something where my hard drive goes 100% for a long period of time, I check the hard drives. I do all kind of hard drive health checks just to make sure that you don't have a bad hard drive. Yeah, Bocce. It seems like the Solus guys are not working anymore on it, or at least they're not public about it. I mostly got rid of Bluetooth, but Plucy Libs is mostly what remains. So is it that bad having the libraries for Plucy though? Like, I don't know what we are doing, PX official. We're just messing around. In Arch, like Bluetooth.so is required by network manager and Pipewire. Yeah, like if it's just a library, humans just leave it be, man. It's not like it's taking up hundreds of gigabytes of space, and it's probably not even taking up a couple of megabytes. I would just leave it be then. Because like Esnik is saying, it could be because of a dependency to another program that's depending on another program. That's the joy of Linux, man. Dependency hell, you know. You go down, you install one program, and then you get a shit ton of other dependencies that then also depending on this and that, and yeah. That's why we need universal or self-contained packages. But they also take up more space. They are moving away from GNOME, and one of the desks have less to work on Serpent OS with Ike, I believe his name is. Yeah, Serpent OS is that OS for game development, if I'm not mistaken. And I know they are moving away from GNOME. They said that long time ago. Yeah, it takes up. Yeah, leave it in then. Leave it in. Like, it's less than a fucking like your Siemens. Just leave it in. Yeah, but then you cannot. Your minds. You cannot run. Let me put it another way. You can. Every operating system will always have something in it that you don't use because of dependencies. Even Firefox is installing shit or have shit in it that you don't use. And you can't remove that. You cannot run a Linux system with only the components that you want to use. I don't. Here's the thing. If you can have self-contained packages with all the libraries that package need, again, it will take up more space per package, of course. And they are not depending on, they are not sharing dependencies between each other. You should theoretically have less problems with dependency problems. And you don't know, I don't know if shared libraries is solving more problems than they are causing. We don't know. We really don't know. We can't say that with 100% or not even 100%, but we can't say that as a fact because we really don't know. It's an engineering idea or philosophy or method to try and solve more problems than it causes. But I will say again, we don't know if that's true. That's the problem. We don't know. The idea is good, but we do see a lot of people having dependency or shared libraries problems. Also under Windows. Windows also use shared libraries, DLL files, and I think Mac OS also do it to some extent on certain programs. So it's, you know, it's like it's like I said in the previous live stream. We need, if we want to really acknowledge that as a fact, or if we want to find out if that's the truth, we have to do a scientific study to see if that is actually the truth. And it's not out there. So again, it's a way of doing a thing, you know. It's a way of doing a thing. And for the most part, it works. For the most part, it works. And for most people, that's good enough, you know. I demand the perfectly slimmed down arts. You can't have that. Then you have to compile your own kernel, taking out the stuff you don't need and all of those kind of things. I don't mind dependencies. What I don't like are those dependencies staying around after you uninstall whatever it is that was depending on it. That's the old Windows problem that Linux now have. Windows used to have a lot of leftover programs or files. I run a uninstaller on my Windows machine, so I use that to uninstall, and it's not perfect, but it takes away most of the junk that's left over. You can kind of use purge commands for your package manager on your Linux distribution, depending on, like, they work different way, you know, they have different commands depending on if it's an app system or a zipper system or, you know, Pacman system. But there are purge commands that should theoretically take that away. You know, take those config files away and those leftovers away. But sometimes with Linux, when you install a dependency, then that dependency or another program see that dependency, and then that dependency becomes part of that program that's already installed, because it becomes either a recommended dependency, or it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I also need this one, I forgot about it, or, you know, it's not how a program thinks, but, you know, you get what I'm saying here. So it can start to act up. You know, that's one of the problems you can have with shared libraries to some extent. But yeah, it's the only way to achieve that is to build your own Linux from scratch systems. I don't even think that will give him a streamlined system. Also, it's a bit annoying to me how some programs have hard dependencies related to X11 and Wayland at the same time. Yeah, that will happen when we are in this transitioning phase between X11 and Wayland, sad enough. Isn't that just gentle? It's an OS design problem, and all of the OSs maybe... I think Mac OS also have some of those problems to some extent. Have this problem that could be solved with a better file management concept. It's not a better file management concept, it's a better program management process. It's not so much the file manager, it's the, you know, shared libraries, where places to config files, what is uninstalling when you're removing it, and all of these kind of things, because the leftovers that, let's just talk Windows here, they kind of keep, you know, just like Linux, they keep config files and stuff like that. So when or if, in quotes, you're going to install the program again, you don't have to set it up. It's already remembering or already have your config files and stuff like that. So if you go into your folder here and you go into Home, and we go into Show Hidden Files, and we go into Config, there will be config files in here for programs you long ago have uninstalled. Plus, there will also be probably some other stuff laying around the file system from programs you have uninstalled. And the idea here is that, okay, if you are going to install it again, you don't have to, you don't have to start out from scratch. It remembers, where you put your stuff and, where you put your taskbar and where you put your menu and, how you set up, rendering settings and stuff like that. But it adds up over time. In Windows, it's mostly located in, let's see if I can remember it. It's documents.appcache or app data or something like that. Local app data, something I can't fucking remember right now. And even in documents on the Windows, there is a shit ton of fucking config files and stuff like that. And save files, especially games. Games are notoriously saving save files and stuff like that on the Windows. So if you install that game again, it remembers your save and stuff like that. If it's not using cloud-based backup, and there's still a lot of games that don't do that, or they save your state of the game, your config of the game, and your save files on your hard drive and in the cloud. Like, again, I can't fucking remember what that folder is called. Give me a second. I will see if I can find it under here in it's documents. Yeah, just documents. If I look at my documents folder on the Windows, there are folders from programs I have uninstalled years ago. Marvel's Adventures. I have a folder here called Marvel. You guys can't see it, of course. Called Marvel's Adventures, and it's only 44 kilobytes. But if you have like hundreds of those, it adds up, And it's Linux do the same. And then you have my games, my websites, Neocore games. So yeah, no program. I should actually keep this up because I need to go and clean that out when I'm done streaming or tomorrow. It's a mess. It's a mess. Replace all your applications with app images. That won't even protect you that much against config files and stuff like that to some extent. In a way, you can use gen to merge to modify the use flags and compile. That you could do. Since I'm already complaining like a little baby, I want to say there are too many hard dependencies that should be optional dependencies. That could be a really good debate. Yeah, the uninstaller should ask if you want to keep config files. Some uninstallers on Windows do that. They do, but they still don't take everything away. And like I said, under Linux we have purge command. I think it's under Debian. It's like apt-get dash space dash purge, and then the uninstall or uninstall dash purge. Or Eston can probably remember that fucking command out of his head. But yeah, apt have a purge command, Pacman have a purge command, Zipper or Cypher have a purge command, and those you run to kind of get rid of the config files and the leftovers, but again, they are not always reliable. I like how it's like the libraries for Welcome tab is needed hard dependency for lib input on arts. It's a decision they must have been made under the project. They're like, they want to make sure that people that are using, Wacom tablets don't need to install the driver, so to speak. Not just physical folder. Windows programs are also notorious for leaving crap in the registry. Also, also that. My uninstaller, what my uninstaller does, it uninstalls the program, then it checks for leftovers in the file system, and it checks for leftovers in the registry, and then it removes all of those. And you can set the how aggressive it has to be. You have save, moderate, and hard or something. I can't remember what I said to. That's funny looking Windows desktop. It's the most amazing Windows desktop ever, man. Most uninstallers ain't environmental friendly with how many trash they leave behind. Yeah. Yeah, they're going trash heavy there. But at least under Windows, like documents under Windows is a little bit like config or it's not documents. It's that local app folder I was talking about. I can't remember the name of appcasts or something like that. It's kind of Windows versions of .config under your home folder under Linux. So there's a lot of junk in there, and I tend to, like, once a year, maybe every 2 years, I go into my documents and then that appcast, or what the fuck it's called, .appcast, and I just sit there for like an hour or two and just delete everything I don't need. Just to make sure that it's clean. And I run a registry cleaner once in a while. And I use like that uninstaller program under Windows. It seems to give me the best Windows experience. Under Linux, I haven't had that much problem with leftovers. Meaning that they are there. But I haven't noticed any... Honestly, I haven't noticed any slowdown on the Windows either. It's just because my Windows SSD is really old. And it's really small. Because it's like my Windows SSD is from like 2015 or something like that. And I never had to reinstall Windows on it. I installed Windows once on that SSD. That was Windows 10. And I just updated Windows 10 all the time on that SSD, and now update to Windows 11. I never had to reinstall Windows. I've not reinstalled Windows since 2015 or something like that. And I'm running from the same SSD as I did 2015. I just updated, and it's running just as fast, just as reliable, and everything like that as it did in 2015. I am suspecting, because it's an older generation SSD, that it's probably time to get a newer one and also get a bigger one. I just don't want to reinstall Windows. It's a fucking irritation. I'm not seeing any drop downs. I am seeing excellent connection on my end. Yeah, I'm not... it's not saying it... Like, I have a network monitor running to see if it's glitchy, and it's stable as fuck. Like, I haven't dropped any connection data, and my streaming software is all green. Windows, like what is it? The studio page is saying everything is excellent. I have no dropouts whatsoever. Like I said, this is one of those test streams I was talking about, where I have that internet tool up, so I can see if I have any drops outs and stuff like that. I am running still ultra low latency, and that do require that you have somewhat of a good internet connection, and it do require you have somewhat of a stable internet connection on your end, because it's trying to push more data to your connection, basically. But it allows us to have a conversation, so I don't really like. I like that. I like that when you know that there's not that much delay between you and I, because try and having a conversation with 30 minutes or 30 seconds to a minute delay, it's almost undoable, man. Like, you can almost not do it. But I am keeping an eye on my connections, and I will be doing it the last... I just had a hiccup right now, but that was on YouTube. I saw YouTube buffering, but not my system. The upload is stable. The studio page is saying excellent connection, so I have to believe that, and I don't have any drop frames. So it must be from YouTube and out to you guys, but it could be YouTube fucking up. YouTube is known to fuck up when it comes to live streaming. You know, that YouTube is sending out bad data, basically. Set it to 1080p instead of automatically, or refresh. No, I experienced it too. Neofits, yeah. Yeah, so here's the thing with all those neofits and stuff like that. When I open up a terminal, Oh. I don't want my terminal to be filled with fucking... Like, half of my terminal has already been used up. Like, it's something you do for a screenshot. In my opinion. You use neofets and prefets or what the fuck they're called. You use them to take a screenshot. I used to run it because I thought it was cool, but the first thing I did was do clear so I could use my fucking screen. like you get what I'm saying? I don't want to open up the let's try again. I don't want to open up the terminal, and this is like, all of this space you see right here is already filled up with fucking junk, and I can only use this part down here. It's like yeah, it looks cool. It's amazing for taking screenshots or showing you specs on a video. But when I'm in the terminal, I'm in there to do stuff. I'm not in there to look, I'm not in there to look at art or look at my system specs. I know what the fuck my system specs are. Like, I know what kernel I'm running. I know what desktop environment I'm running. I get it for a video to show off the specs to your viewers or for a screenshot. Cool. But other than that, it's just like, what? Who the fuck gives a fuck? Are you? Can you remember that you're running Linux? Can you not remember your kernel? Like, do you really know? Do you really need to know how many packages you have installed on your system? I'm using sysfix. I used that at one time also. You only use neofets for Unix porn, exactly, to show system info and theme and icons and VMs. Yeah, who wants? Like, you are running the system. You don't need that information. If you need that information every time you open up a terminal, you should be the one with B12 inefficiency in your plot and not me. Like, you should be the one that should be checked if you need B12 vitamins or D vitamins to get your memory boosted. If you can't remember that you're running KDE, or how many cores your CPU have, or what theme you're running. It's really, honestly, it's really stupid for me, or I think it's really stupid. I honestly do. I get it looks cool. I get it looks cool. The problem you have is probably the most terminal scales too high. No, the problem is that you're getting automatically command filled into your bash before you actually start using your bash. Like, you should be in there to do stuff, not to be looking at fancy shit. Yeah, those neofet scream is fucking annoying as hell. Under Manjaro, they use what is it, ZS8 or something like that. I actually like that. I also like bash. Yeah, again, Johan, neofets or whatever information it is great for screenshots. Or like I said, if you are in the terminal here and you have to show something for a video, you can then do neofets, and then it shows it. I can actually install the package. No, I don't want to do that. It could be cool to just, by the way, I'm running this, and then it shows your, what you're running. I use those fetch tools to see what I have to spring cleaning my system. You can do that in so many ways. I hate those folks who look at the package count and think whatever the number is affecting performances. Yeah, how many packages you have installed means nothing. Because for that to mean something, you have to know what each individual package is doing on your system. Yeah, INXIF, yeah, you can just run that one, yeah. I don't know if INXI is not installed. But I tend to have that installed on all my systems. It seems to, maybe I should just install it. Waiting in queue. So now I have INXI installed. There's probably come more updates while we have been talking. No, there's no more updates. I mean, it doesn't mean it does. I don't know what you mean, Excel. If you do any kind of development on the system, thousands of packages. Yeah, or hardware info, yeah. Or if you're on Windows, you do sysinfo. Can we even do that here? Bash sysinfo, not command. We can't do netstat, that's installed. Ooh, cool. It's way too bloated, really? I don't, it's not that bad. You can slim it even further down if you want. You can use more flags. You can or you can just do this. Like, this can't be more simple. Like, it's getting fucking hot here in Denmark right now. I'm sweating. Are you guys sending like sexy pictures into my brain right now or what? I'm saying there's a decent chance you have more applications running in the background just by nature of large numbers. Doesn't mean that it's true, just a higher chance of it being so. I'm saying there is a decent chance you have more applications running in the background just by nature of large numbers. So we have a large number of background processes running. I get that, yeah. For that, I need to install XFC has something similar to that. GNOME has it. Cinnamon has something like this also, and I think actually most desktop environments have an about page or something like that. Hey, welcome back. Yeah. My live streams tends to be long. They tend to be long because as long as I can talk and I'm not falling asleep, and you guys are willing to talk to me, I can talk for days. Imagine using neofets just to look at RAM usage. Yeah. That's something people do that really want to feel nerdy. Like, I sometimes, when I want to look at the system stats, I do HTOP just because I think it looks cool. Like, I'm guilty of that myself. You know, like, I'm guilty of that myself. You're an i3, yeah, I know. Do you have an ARM machine? Yeah, my tablet, my mobile phone. I like BTOP. I really like BTOP. But everyone, HTOP is just like, it's kind of the standard. Yeah, Clances is also good. But, you know, everyone knows BTOP, or HTOP, sorry. And it's, you know... Yeah, free is also great, but everyone, like, HTOP has become kind of one of those... It's one of those things everyone knows, everyone is talking about, you know. It's kind of becoming the unofficial standard way of doing stuff. Top or HTOP, you know. GNOME processes monitor, yeah. But I used to use a lot of alternative to HTOP, but then in the end, I know HTOP is in for every repo on any distribution by default, so I just use that, you know, for again, why overcomplicate my life? And everyone know how to read HTOP nowadays, or most people do anyway. Let's replace NeoFits with CPU fits since it's even more useless. Yeah, don't dish. I'm dishing all over the place. Yeah, known processors is not bad. It's a great tool. Yeah, HTOP looks great if you're setting it up for a hacker desktop screenshot. Yeah, I like using it in videos because it looks cool. Like, of course I do. If I'm going to look at processes and stuff like that while I'm under doing a video, this triggers so many people. Like, I get so many not many, but I could get comments once in a while if I'm doing stuff like this. If I'm using the mouse in HTOP. Bro, man, you're using the command line and then you're using your mouse. What the fuck of a noob are you? Well, if I can use the mouse, why the fuck would I not use the mouse if it's faster? If I have the mouse in my hand anyway. Like, I fucking love those people. I love those people. Like, who cares? Who cares if you're using the mouse in a you're running a terminal, like, you're running a terminal emulator in a graphical user environment, and you're complaining about you're using the mouse in a terminal emulator. And? Like, what? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Go play with your Barbie dolls. Or go do some deadlifts and get some testosterone in your fucking body. A C Matrix, oh my god, I used to hate when I watched a Chris Titus Tech video, and he had that monitor with the C Matrix running in the background. I was just like, dude, you're not 15 years old anymore. Come on, man. Why can't you use whatever you want? Because there are certain standards you have to adhere to be a real Linux user. You know, there's this unofficial cool guy's book to Linux. And you have to follow each and every rule in that cool guy Linux book. Maybe we should make a book. We should make a book called the Cool Guy Linux Book. With all the things you have to do as a Linux user to be a cool guy Linux user. And then we should fucking make that and then put it up on Amazon or something like that. Like, you have to use a tiling Windows manager. You have to run NeoFits. You have to run some form of pink, bluish, neon colored theme. And you have to use keyboard shortcuts. Mouse is for boomers and old people and kids. And you have to run Gentoo or Linux from scratch or something like that. We need to make a guide like that. I use a mouse with midnight command. I bet that will trigger them to know it. Yeah, I do the same, man. Like, if I'm doing something in a terminal and I happen to have my mouse in my hand, I use it. What are you supposed to do with the mouse? Put it up my ass. Rule number 1 of the Linux Fight Club: don't use the mouse. Yeah. The Let's Hackers Guide to Linux. Yeah. The Lead Hackers Guides to Linux. Yeah. This would be satire. Yeah, the known process manager is good. No, I'm not funny. I'm just saying what everyone is thinking, basically. I also use mouse on HTOP and VM for scrolling. Yeah. I love my Logitech M500 corded mouse. Yeah. We need to have like we need to find a way. Maybe do a chat room or something like that in Discord with all of those, like, where you know, use C Matrix. You have to use C Matrix as your screensaver or something, like, you know, where we can put in stuff that, you know, you hear those hardcore Linux users always complain about or say and stuff like that. And then we can make like a book of, you know, a list about that or something like that. But we need a way where people can submit, you know, what they, you know, those crazy fucking things that they have heard. Like you only learn about Linux by running Arch Linux or something, you know, stuff like that. I have 3 cats and I catch more mice than they do. Yeah, I have a mice in my hand all the time and it's a dirty little mice. On the topic of the mouse, I hate how most mouse makers don't have good options for left hand. Yeah. Rocket, that's a German company. They make a lot of ambidextrous mouse, you know, that you can use with both left and right hand, and they're actually really good. I used to have one of those, and they're not that expensive. Like, where is it? Into the EU site. I'm actually using their keyboard and mouse right now. Oh, sorry. Mice. Where the fuck is it? Here, this one here. Yeah, I think this can be used on both sides. And this one here, that's alrighty. This is the one I have right now. I have this one here. It's actually really great. It's really great if you're editing videos because of all the options it has. Yeah, but I think this, yeah, this one here. This is I had this at one point. It's actually really great mice. It's really great. It's 60 euros. If you have to learn about Linux to complete a task, the software developer has failed. Yeah, exactly. I'm left-handed and I'm just trained to use right-hand mouse. I can't use left-handed mouses anymore. A lot of people do that. It's like saying if you have to learn to read, then the author has failed to write the book. No, reading and using something is 2 different things. Like, what he's saying is that if you have to be a mechanic to drive a car, the car designer have failed. That's what he's saying. Esnik is one of those people that really don't like Linux becoming too easy, because I think it's going against his sensibility of being recognized as a brilliant guy with a high IQ. And if it becomes too easy, then a lot of people with a low IQ will come into the Linux world, and he don't want to deal with people with a low IQ. I think. That's why I put his face on all kind of pictures and posted in his Discord. Cats sleep 18 hours a day, what a life, yeah. The thing with ambidextrous mouse is that they are awful using either hand. Like I said, this one here is really good. I used to use this mouse. I loved this mouse. Yeah, I got a dropout in my internet there. I don't know if it's on me or on YouTube. I got a dropout there. I saw that on my monitor. My network monitor. I got a dropout there, yeah. So I don't know if it's my ISP or if it's YouTube having a problem. I don't know that. So let's see if it continues. I like easy. I'm thick as a brick, so easy suits me just fine. Old Steel Series Senseis was great. Yeah. However, you forget that you learn to work Windows all your life and expect Linux to be just as easy to use. Any new system will require some degree of learning new things. No, I don't. The only thing I expect from Linux is that it has to be as accessible as Windows. That's it. I don't expect it to be more easy or convenient. Just as convenient. At a minimum. If you want to then say, okay, we want to take over Windows, then, well, how do you do that? By making it better than Windows, so make it more accessible, make it more easy than Windows. YouTube, you got it too. Okay, so it must have been YouTube. I got scared. Here I thought you just like to poke the bear. Oh, the ethnic pictures. No, it was just me having fun. I didn't know what to do with my... Again, like I said, I was bored, so I found something to do while I was bored. And that was putting ethnic's face on pictures, and I'm not done yet. I have... I think the next thing will either be a gorilla or a turkey. You're just providing excuses for shitty design. That's... Yeah. Your channel helped me out a lot, Esnik. You were one of the first I subbed to when I started using Linux in 2017. Linux is just as accessible as Windows, just different. And different, requiring learning a new skill. So, that's not true, because Linux is not that accessible for people that are hearing impairment. Have hearing impairment. Linux is not that accessible for people that are colorblind or blind. You know, there are so many accessibility problems with Linux. So what you think about is it's as easy or as convenient to use as Windows, because you can just install Chrome as easy as on the Windows. You can install Firefox as easy as on the Windows. That's not accessibility. Or it's part of it, but accessibility is like what is like, how easy is it for the general public to use the system? That including people that have handicaps and disabilities. And Linux is massively behind on that point. And another thing is that a lot of the software that people want to run under Linux don't run there. Alternatives is not the same. If people want, let's just say Photoshop, everyone know that they don't want GIMP, they want Photoshop. If you want a Ford, and I'm like, no. Buy a Honda. Can't you fat stupid idiot? I want a Ford. No. Buy a Honda, Esnik. It's a car. It can get you from A to B. It's a little bit cheaper. It drives just as well. But can't you, idiot? I want a Ford. That's also making Linux less accessible from an average day user, that they can't just run the software that they're used to and they want. So it's not just, you know, that you can install Chrome or Firefox. It's the overall package. You get what I'm saying here? I actually learned, my first computer was a Commodore 64. But UI was probably on an Amiga workbench when I got an Amiga 500. That was like the first time I really noticed that there was something called an operating system with like windows you could drag around and, you know, systems you can tweak and fiddle with and stuff like that. And me and my brother, we had, was it 1 or 2 hours a day, we could mess around with the computer, because we have to put it into the television. So I started games when my brother had to use the Amiga. I booted up games for him because he didn't know how to do that. So he gamed for like an hour. And I booted into Workbench. And then we found the text-to-speak kind of thing in Amiga Workbench. And we made it say all kind of fucking swear words. You know, for an hour we was like boobs, penis, titties, you know, all of those kind of fucking things. It was so fucking funny. But I would rather spend that hour in Workbench learning about an operating system than actually playing the game. And I find that really funny, to be honest. Linux has always caused me the most friction. I don't know. I will not say that. I really, like, again, Estik is saying Linux is different, but I like the difference about Linux. I go into Linux when I want to do things that are different. I go into Linux when I want to mess around and do crazy shit, do fun shit. You know, when it's my playground. I love playing around with Linux. And you can do that in Linux because it allows you to do it. Linux allows you to be stupid and do stupid shit. Windows not so much, and Mac OS definitely not. And that's what I like about Linux. I can just go in there. Like, if I want to remove the kernel, I can do that. You know, I can't do that on the Windows or Mac OS. And I like that about Linux, that I can go in and have fun, or I can go in and hey, let's see how we can customize, you know, KDE. Can I make KDE look like something out from that came out from a fucking alien spaceship or something like that, you know? I do that sometimes just for fun. I like that. I like that about Linux. Well, everyone had to learn Windows. Linux is not any difference. You have to learn it too. Yeah, but it again, like I said before, previous statement, the accessibility for handicapped people is behind. That type of development requires money. It like development for blind or handicapped people don't require money. It requires a focus from the community. That's all it's all it does. It's like saying developing LibreOffice costs money. Yeah, it does, but it requires a focus. It requires that the community want to do it. And when they start to do it, or the distribution makers want to do it, when they start to do it, I think Ubuntu is working in that area to some extent with the accessibility for handicapped people. But they are not putting that much focus into it because there are not that many of those kind of people that are using Linux, sadly enough. But it takes is just, like I said, the developers prioritizing it. You know, that's all it takes. Honda, if you want reliability, yeah, Honda is quite reliable. Just buy the Tesla. I kind of want a Tesla and kind of don't want a Tesla. The people had to learn Linux, Windows too. Linux is quite different and inherits many popularities for its Unix like design. Someone coming from Solaris or Unixware will have much easier time learning Linux. Yeah, but those people don't exist outside the professional IT world. Like, there are like it may be like a 0.0.0.0.0.0.1% of computer users, desktop users that come from a Solaris Unix world that goes all to Linux now. They are already here, or they are IT professionals. So it's like saying that if you're an IT professional, you will have easier time running Linux, and I would agree. By your definition, VM is accessible once you learn regex and every keyboard shortcut. Kinda, yeah. Lol. Every Amiga user has made the Amiga say swear words. Yeah. But Nano is a variable. Yeah, and Windows is a variable. I'm trying to say your point of view is stupid. No, you don't get what I'm trying to say here. I do get what... No, you don't get what I do get what you're trying to say. Listen to me. I'm saying you're stupid, okay? Now I get it. But play nice. That was kind of funny, but play nice, please. Just play nice. It was still funny, but play nice. Windows is the first desktop OS kids has connected to, or used, I think you will try. Yeah, and honestly, if Linux really wants to make a big push into the desktop market, Linux needs to be put in the hands of the young people. You know, kids. It needs to get into schools, universities, you know, colleges, public situations, you know, where people use computers for the first time or are grown up with computers. An ideal operating system should work right out of the box and provide infinite customization under the hood. I don't think you can make the ideal operating system, to be honest. Because what is ideal for you is not ideal for anyone else, or may not be ideal for anyone else, or may only be ideal for like 5 or 10 or 100 or thousands of people, and the rest don't. Like, gotta sleep now. Oh yeah, James, go get some sleep, man. I love DOS. If FreeDOS decides to go 64-bit, I'll be running it right now. Yeah. I was ignoring extra comments because I'm stupid. Like, that's how I look at comment sections on YouTube. I have a video about that also. I'm starting to just give people a thumbs up. I don't care. I don't care how much they are yelling at me or telling me how stupid I am. I'm starting to just thumbs up comments because it's useless to debate people in the comment section. You guys are still using operating systems. Nah, I'm just using operations. I don't have a system, it's just operations. Operating. Linux needs to have a reason to exist outside of the Windows alternative for the general masses. Right now, it has no upsides outside of development. That's actually right. That's actually true. Linux needs to find its identity. Because Linux have lived right now and have done for years, at least on the desktop, as a Windows alternative. That's how it has been marketed. But the reality is that most people don't want a Windows alternative. They are happy with Windows. And we can shake our heads and be like, how the fuck can you say that? Yeah, I don't know, but it seems to be that way. So Linux needs to figure out what Linux is that has nothing to do with Windows. Like, I look at like this. Linux is like this jealous little brother that are looking at Windows as the big brother with all the girls, all the success, and all of that fucking shit. And Linux wished it was Windows, so therefore it's trying to do everything it can to mimic Windows. Instead of being what it is, being its own self, and trying to stand on its own 2 legs, or 4 legs, or 10 legs, or whatever it is. So yeah, that's why I don't like this Windows versus Linux fight, because there will never be a Windows versus Linux. Like, Linux will never take out Windows. There will always be Windows around. Linux may gain more market share, of course it may do. It may well do. But there will always be Windows around. Linux have to accept that it have to live in a world where there is Windows, Mac OS, and proprietary software. And until Linux acknowledge that, I think it's doomed to fail. Because Linux seems to only want to live in a world where there's only Linux and open source. And that world will never exist. It can become the dominant world. Your mic is a little bit low. Or it may be because I moved away from the mic a little bit. I was pushing myself away from the table. Yeah, it has to stop fighting. Linux has to stop fighting. And just accept, that this is how the world is. How can Linux become the best Linux can be in this world? That's what Linux should focus on. How can Linux become the best it can be in this world? Not how can we take over the world. Because if Linux is focusing on being the best Linux can be in this world, it probably will take over the world. And if Linux can work well in a Windows and proprietary world, it will probably take over the world. Because now it's not focusing on doing war, but it's focusing on just being better, just being the best it can be. Look at it for yourself. You can try and compete with your neighbor. You can try and compete with your co-worker. You can try and compete with your brother. You can try and compete with everyone you see. You can't do anything about their lives. The only thing you can do something about is yourself. So if you just are focusing on becoming the best version of yourself each day, become better at what you want to do, become more successful at what you're doing, you have a higher chance of actually surpassing the bunch that you're jealous about. And that's kind of how I feel that Linux is, or at least the Linux community is looking at things, is that they are looking at we want to be as big as those, or we want to have that success, and we want to have that user numbers and stuff like that. It's just like, why not just focus on what you can control, and that's Linux. And then not forget about them, but yeah, they are big right now. Fuck that. Let us become a better system to run proprietary software on than Windows. Let us become a better system for people that are handicapped than Windows. Let us become a better system for people that want to use Firefox than Windows. Let's become a better system, for, I don't know, name one thing. Let's work on become the best there is in that class. Instead of let's try and push out Windows. Because I see it a little bit like this with Linux. I will say this and then I'll read you guys' comments in a second here. Linux is kind of like the number 3 guy. You have like a 800 meter sprint. And Linux is always come third. And then on the podium, they're like, number 1 had all these advantages, better coaches, better equipment, and blah, 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 and more money. And the same with the second one. If only the second one would break a leg or give us their coaches, we'll be number 2. And then number 2 break a leg, and Linux becomes number 2. And then like, number 1 is way more fucking, sponsorship. They get better training. If they only would fall on their head and break their neck, we'll become number 1. And then one day, number 1 break their neck, and Linux become number 1. But how did Linux become number 1? Not because it was better, but because the competition had an accident, they got some misfortune. Why won't Linux just become number 1? Because it's actually better. But I think Linux is focusing way too much on blaming Windows and blaming Mac OS and proprietary software for its lack of success. Where in reality, yes, they have put speed bumps down for Linux. They have been doing crazy shit to Linux. But you can't control that. So why not just focusing on what you can control, and that's Linux? Because Windows don't care about Linux. Mac OS don't care about Linux. They acknowledge Linux, but it's not a threat to them. Honestly, it's not. So if Linux is just doing its thing, innovating, try to, instead of look at how can we outcompete Windows, then be like, how can we do this better than Windows? Like you know what I'm saying? Instead of saying like, okay, Windows have to die, and say, how can we do this in a better way, or in a different way that the user may want than Windows? And how can we live in a world where we still have Windows and proprietary software? Because it's never going away. It will never go away. Never. If you think proprietary software and Windows and Mac OS will someday disappear and it will only be Linux and open source software, you are living in a world that will never exist. I never heard about Linux before. I don't know what Linux is. I've been using Linux as my primary desktop since 2005. 17 years without a purpose. I disagree. I've been running Linux since 2000 as my desktop system. Just because I can use it as a desktop system don't automatically mean that it has a purpose. Don't mean that it's an alternative to Windows. It just means that I can run it for what I do with it. I can. Here's the thing, I am not the world. You are not the world, Esnik. How you use your computer is like how 1% of computer users use their computer. You are not the benchmark of how people use their computer. I am not a benchmark of how people use their computer. We are like the the anomaly. You know, we are the ones nobody knows about. We are the ones that nobody cares about. So we can't look at how we are using technology and say, oh, if I can, then everyone can. We have to look at how do the average person use a thing, because that's how the average person and most people are going to use that thing. So saying that because, like, it's like saying I can repair a car, so therefore everyone should be able to repair a car. Like, you should not have a driver license if you cannot repair a car. Most people just want to put their asses in a seat and drive, you know? And that's how people use a computer. They just want to put their ass on a chair and use a computer. They don't even care about the fucking operating system. Like, to boost your ego a little bit here, you are the 1% of the smart computer users. But most people are not smart computer users. Like, you get what I'm saying here? Linux needs to Linux. Doesn't matter. Doesn't need to mimic Windows. No, Linux just needs to be itself. Linux is already kind of network. Yeah. You might address that. It's possible for those experimental with immutable operating systems might be the path towards greater adoption. No, immutable, that's too complicated for the everyday user. Like I said, again, here's the thing. Like I said before, why overcomplicate your life when you can make it easy? Why should I choose Linux over Windows if I'm already happy with Windows? Because Windows does everything I need it to do. Linux needs to do something Windows don't do. Yeah, Linux don't real. How? That's not something anyone outside of Linux actually care about. Linux just has to wait. Soon any operating system will become irrelevant. Yeah, operating systems is already irrelevant if you think about it, because most people live in the, in this here. The operating system is just, if you're really, really critical, an operating system is just a way to serve a web browser for most people. Like, let's be honest here. What is the most used application on any operating system? It's this fucking thing here. What is it that most people spending time in on a computer? Is this thing here. A computer is basically just to serve this and the file manager for most people. Like my mom, 60-something years old. She opened her computer, she clicked on her icon on her desktop to open the internet, and she opened a browser. That's how she used her computer. I could automate that for her easily, but I just want her to click shit. I want to interject for a minute to tell you about our Lord and Savior Tux and Lord of GNU Linux. Yeah. Let's go into, let's do that. Oh, what happened here? It jumped around here. It's because Windows users are just not aware of what Linux can do. Windows users don't care what Linux can do. It's like me saying, I have this car right here that's better than your car. Use it. And you're like, why should I use that car? I already know how this car works. I already driving this car. I'm happy with this car. I don't care. This is better. Trust me, this is better. That's how they look at. Why should they change when they are happy where they are? They don't really care. Like, they move away from the United States. Denmark is better. Trust me. Linux can't do half of what they can on Windows either. That can be debated. I only promote myself and Tux. macOS is what BSD could have been if they have had a mega corporation sponsoring them. You could kind of say that Linux do have a mega corporation sponsoring them though, because Linux have a lot of money behind it. I think the best way Linux can compete is to get Linux on more hardware by default. No, because people will then not buy it. Or they will buy a Linux machine and think it's Windows, and then when they realize it's not Windows, they will go back, what is this shit? I expect it to be able to use X, Y, and Z software that I already have been using before, like Photoshop and other stuff, and it can't, so they will go and get a refund. I care about Linux, I like using it, my Windows days are over. That's fine. That makes no sense. If some people can use Linux, then it has a purpose. I'm trying to think about how I can explain it so it makes sense what I'm thinking in my head. See if we can rethink this. Like I need my one brain cell need to go on overdrive here because okay, let's say it has a purpose. It has a purpose, but that don't mean that, you know, people should change. Again, the car I say I have over here is better than the one you have. Just use it. It's a little bit different, and you have to kind of relearn to drive a little bit, but it's better than yours. Like, there's so many things that goes into that talk about why Linux is not popular. It's not just one thing. You know, it's all kind of thing. Linux has to get away from thinking that it wants to be Microsoft or Windows, because Linux cannot beat Windows on Windows' own game in Windows' own game. Linux has to provide applications that people really, really want to use, but only works under Linux. Killer apps. Linux has to do things so much better than Windows that people want to use it. If you really want to take market share away from Windows, don't be the alternative. Be undeniable. Become a non-thinkable choice, meaning that it's not a matter of I can use Linux. It's not a matter of I should use Linux. It's a matter of I want to use Linux. I have to use Linux. That's where you need to get Linux to if you really, really want to outcompete Windows. Be undeniable. Do things Windows can't. Do things better than Windows. Do things that nobody else can. Do it so the users want to use Linux. Do it so the users, when they go to the shop, say, I want to use Linux because I'm doing these kind of things. That's how we take away market share for Windows. But I don't honestly think that's doable. We are the elites. We are the top of the cream. Top of the pop. Just be aware running Windows that it's a hyper-commercial, hyper-capitalist operating system designed to make money. And from you too. I use mine very sparingly. So, Spin Viking, just like any other product. I'm drinking a Pepsi right now. You can say the same about that. I'm having a t-shirt on right now. You can say the same thing about that. These mice here, you can say the same thing about that. What you're talking about is unavoidable in society today, sadly enough. I don't not say anyone can. I say my use and your use shows that Linux has purpose. Yeah, but it's not enough. Like I said, it's not just one thing. I hate this fucking scrolling thing with the... I don't need Windows, that's why I use Linux. Like DT say, some distros are protest distros. I think the whole Linux society is a protest. I will not be surprised if most people use Linux because of they want to give the middle finger to big business and corporations while using a Linux system that is backed by big money, big corporations, and yeah. Phone has taken over most. Yeah, phones is the future. Imagine crop directly booting into Firefox. That one, honestly, I don't think you're wrong there. I could see a future where when you booted an operating system, you know, KDE would not be KDE, it would be Firefox or Chrome. And that's the only thing, like, kind of like, you know, you boot it up into Firefox, yeah. That's your desktop environment, that's Firefox. Sometimes people don't care because they don't know. Yeah, but again, you always have to ask yourself this. What benefit does it give the user to change? Why should I change? What again, one word. Become undeniable. Like, become so good. And do things no other do. So people have to use you. Not you as a person, but Linux. If Windows and Linux are cars, Windows can get into and drive. You can get into and drive right away. Linux you can get into and drive. It kind of works, but you need a tune-up. Kinda. Candy speechless. No, I'm just trying to, or I was trying to express myself. I think it's a better word, because I think I may think a word means something and it's meaning something else. Did you hear Linus from Linus Texas really broke a Linux Ubuntu install according to the recent Rand show? I'm not surprised. He broke Pop OS. Just like he broke Pop OS. A donkey is smarter. Linus is fucking brilliant. Like, he knows. Like, if you think Linus is stupid, that's kind of stupid. Like, he's running a fucking empire, okay? You don't do that if you're stupid. Now, you can't blame Linus for not reading a wall of text, especially considering he doesn't know what any of it means. Kinda, again, he should know what it means. Linux' biggest problem is that it doesn't have a single operating system. It has, yeah, that again, there is many things Linux needs to fix before it becomes relevant. That's one of them. Apparently this time Linus got a laptop with Ubuntu pre-installed for the video and he broke the install. I kinda want to see that. Why does anyone give a crap about market share? Do I care if anyone drinks Pepsi? No, I drink whatever the heck I want. Don't care about what people want. Then you're not part of this debate then. That's not... The debate we have is what can Linux do to become more popular? And you say, I don't care, then you're not part of the debate. Then you can't interject yourself in the debate if you don't care. It's that easy. Mint, in Canada at least, is the protest distro for students. It's because the schools forces you to use Windows email accounts and you're supposed to give up all your private emails. I have no idea about Canadian politics, so I can't say yes or no to that. Well said. Firefox OS was a thing. Yeah. Firefox OS, I remember that. Yeah, but that was for mobile phones, right? That was for mobile phones, right? Again, if you agree with Esting that you guys don't give a fuck about Linux market share, that's the debate we have right now. What can Linux do to become more successful? And if you don't care, you cannot be part of the conversation then. Like, it's like, I don't care about, how a car is maintained by a mechanic, but then you're still going in and telling the mechanic how to do their work. Like, pick a side. Kind of like Chrome OS. I think Firefox OS was, if I'm not mistaken, it was for like the mobile phone. Yeah, made for smartphones, tablet computers, and smart TVs. There you go. That's what I always say too. The mint comes along and say, here is a private email account and an OS the school doesn't know about. You can run. Yeah, again, I have no idea what's going on in Canada. I know they just passed the C111 bill or what the fuck it is. Something to do with promoting Canadian content or whatever it is. What Linux can is pay me the big money. Yeah, that's another. That's another thing I love about Linux users. I hate big business. I hate Big Brother. I hate governments and all of that shit. Linux is one big fucking bureaucracy, and it's fueled by big business, Big Brother, big money, big corporations. I love it when I see people talk about Linux, that they're using it as a middle finger to society, and Linux is as big part of the society we live in that like when I say society, I mean big business, as any other operating system. You just have more control over your operating system, but it's just as big. It's more or less ran in the same way as Windows is. And Mac OS is mean that it's sponsored and supported by big corporations with a lot of fucking money that are being heard before anyone else because they have that kind of money. That doesn't seem to make sense. What's to stop any student from opening a different email account using Windows? I know Canada, like the Canadian government right now, is having some crazy ideas about a lot of crazy shit. So it should not surprise me that they are trying to force its student into doing shit they don't want to do. Because from what I have heard from a small selected group of people about the Canadian government is that it's kind of ran as a fucking dictatorship almost. Tell me about it. I live here. Yeah, again, I'm. It's just what I hear from, people. I have no idea if there's any truth to it. I don't live there. I don't read up about it. I have no idea. It's just what I hear, and it's just rumors because I don't know if it's fact, so I take it as rumors. macOS filled a niche with their productivity and artistics applications and support. Linux has no upside over Windows and is just stuck with the Napoleon complex. Again, kinda. But Linux has to find its niche on the desktop outside trying to compete with Windows. Like, look at it like this. When did macOS start to take off? When they stopped competing with Windows. When Steve Jobs came back to Apple and he said that we have to stop thinking about it's a Mac versus Windows world where for Mac to have to succeed, Windows don't have to die. They have to coexist. And I feel a little bit that's a problem with a lot of Linux users or the Linux community, is that they have still that mentality that Linux can only succeed, or Linux purpose, or Linux is here to make Windows not be here anymore. Like the developer of Mint has on his I can't remember if it's his SourceForge page or where the fuck it is, or it was an interview I read about him, where he said that his goal is to make one of the best Linux distributions ever and take away Microsoft market share one computer at the time. That's kind of like saying my goal is to destroy Microsoft. What if you do? What then? What if you destroy Microsoft? What is your goal then? You don't have a purpose anymore. You don't have a goal anymore. But if your goal is to make the best Linux distribution ever, that will never be fulfilled because you can always improve yourself, improve the distribution. There's always something to reach for. And another thing we have to get our head around is that people you see here on YouTube doing like Linux videos, a lot of time are hyper nerds, are nerds. IT professionals. We are not the majority. The way we use computers is so out of the scope of normality that if an average, maybe even an average Linux user, but if an average computer user looked at what we did with our computers, or do with our computers, and how much we talk about computers and operating systems, and what we are thinking and doing about operating systems, they would look at us like we were fucking pooped out by a Martian and got hit in the head. And they're like, what world and universe are you living in? Like, we are so alien compared to how they use their computers. And it kind of drives me up the wall when people like me think that they are the norm. They think that we are how people use computers, or they expect that the way we use computers is how everyone should use computers. It's so delusional. I don't know if it's arrogant or narcissistic or what the fuck it is, but it's. We have to acknowledge that nobody cares about operating systems. When I say nobody, I mean most people. Most people don't care about proprietary software or open source software. They don't care about development philosophies. They don't care about political philosophies within the tech world. We are the flat earther, talking about flat earth where nobody really gives a fuck about flat earthers. We are the vegans, that are so invested in veganism that we're fucking using it as a religion where most of the world don't give a fuck about it. If you're a vegan, that's fine. If you only eat fucking vegan food, that's fine. That's how people look at it. It's the same with Linux. That's how they look at Linux. Oh, you want to run Linux? That's fine. I don't really care why. Hey, do what you want to do. But for some reason, tech people and Linux people, they think that there's something special and, well, I can do it, therefore they should or they can, and all of these fucking kind of crazy shit. And it's like, get out. We need to get down from our fucking high horse. We are not that special. We are not that smart. There are fucking people running Windows that have a higher IQ than all of us combined right now. We just have to have a specific interest in operating systems and maybe open source software. That's no different for someone being interested in working out. It's no more different for someone being interested in building a car, mending a car, or do 3D animation, being really into 3D animation. We are no different than they are. We are no different than they are. We have a really specific interest evolving around operating systems. We cannot expect that the rest of the world has to be like us or think like us. So that's why alternative software will not work. That's why preaching open source data collection and telemetry will not work. That's why most of the sales point for Linux will not work, because that's the strength of Linux, is all of those things that most people don't give a fuck about. And even if they know about it, they don't give a fuck about it. Like, I know it's really sad and it's really crazy to think about, but if a 3D artist came up and talked to you about the latest features in fucking 3D Cinema Max, and the best way to do, like, this guy here, you'd be like, what the fuck are you talking? I don't give a fuck. Just make me an animation I can see in a movie. Like, I don't give a fuck. Or why you should use, I don't know, Fusion or whatever the fuck it is over Adobe Premiere Pro. If you're not a video editor, you don't give a fuck. Just make a fucking video I can watch. I don't care why one video company is using Premiere Pro and another one is using Lightroom. So I just want a Hollywood movie to watch, okay? I don't want to know all of the politics behind the Hollywood acting and the Hollywood fucking casting and the software they're using, the lighting they're using on set and all of that fucking shit. I just want a movie I can watch. But we are those people that care about those things like movie buffs are. But we expect computer users to be like us, and it drives me up the wall that we think like that. It's like a movie buff telling you cannot watch a movie if you don't understand who the actors are and why they are there, their casting agencies, and the fucking video camera they're using, the editing software they're using, what kind of light bulbs they are using. How much is CDI and all of it. Like, you can't watch a movie if you don't understand all that. And here's why you should watch this movie, because they're using less computer animation stuff and more real thing compared to this movie. So this movie over here is bad, this one here is good. You just want to watch a fucking movie that entertain you. You know, people just want to sit down and open up whatever web browser they are using. This is why I really want to get out of the Linux community at one point. Because it drives me up the fucking wall. It drives me up the wall. That was a massive rant. We have a wannabe director who is probably the son of Fidel Castro. The goal is beyond your understanding. Probably is. I don't understand the vision that our guards, Richard Stallman and Linus Torvald, have seen, and the Linux community have seen with Linux. I don't understand how brilliant Linux is and how everyone should be running Linux. I'm too stupid to understand that. Just like the rest of the world. And also, you need to operate Mint on a second machine. This way the students can do rough draft of their work first before they get into Windows, which is always online. Your mistake scene. Linux companies should also work with software developers with help on porting and supporting their applications. Look at Discord, for example. No sound on screen share. Ubuntu do work with hardware vendors and software developers, but again, they can only do so much. Instead, Linux users are scamming switch to metrics free. I will not say they are screaming, or I read that as scamming, so screaming, but look at it like this. This is kind of like me ditching and dishing and criticizing your favorite movie. So when Linux fans hear me talk, I am criticizing and bitching and dishing on something they really, really like and love. But it also makes them kind of blind, if you ask me, because they cannot be objective or as objective as they should be if they are that invested into that thing and are not willing to listen to people that are not that invested into Linux like that. Yes, yeah, he's fucking crazy, that your prime minister. So I guess, Spin Viking, if I'm trying to piece it together here because I don't really understand what you guys are talking about. But I guess that the network or the infrastructure in schools in the schools in Canada require a Windows account for authentication. So you have to have an MS account to authenticate your credential or credibility or whatever the fuck it is to be allowed on said network or to be used at said school. So they use that as form as a validation that you are a student and blah 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 blah. So they do that as a security reason, for a security reason. That then mean that you can't use third-party emails or accounts and laptops. I worked at places where that was also the case with Windows machines, where the network did not allow you to connect to the network unless you used a specific Windows machine. That, like, the MAC addresses was fucking registered on the network, and you had to have had certain service packs and updates before it allowed you in. So if you were behind with a service pack or you were behind with a Windows update, it pushes you out. But they did that in the name of security. So I think that's kind of what's going on here, but I could be massively wrong. DDWare was correct when he said that a killer app is what makes or breaks the chances of a new operating system to gain markets. Yeah, Linux need a killer. Yeah, 100%. It needs, like I said, it needs to be undeniable. It needs something that makes people want to use Linux. Like, like, look at the iPhone when it came out. It was not the best smartphone. It didn't have that many features. The battery life was fucking shit compared to the phones at the time. But everyone wanted one because it did something that no other phone did to the same degree at that time. It had apps that was amazing for a phone at that time. It had killer apps. It had, of course, marketing behind it and a big money machine. But it had something people desired and people want. So it became undeniable, meaning that people, didn't care about the price tag. They didn't care about its instability. They didn't care about the limitation. They just wanted that fucking thing. That's what Linux needs to get its head into. It needs to do something like that. What that is, I have no fucking idea. Like, we can debate what that should be for as long as we all live. And I don't think anyone have the right answer, to be honest, because had the iPhone came out like in 2000, maybe it would not have been a success. Time matters, man. You know, do the right thing at the right time. It matters a lot. So Kill Apps makes and breaks systems. It's not just Linux or operating systems. It's phones, it's gaming consoles. The most popular gaming console of a generation is not the most powerful one. It's the one that have the most games that people want to play. The same, what is the most popular mobile phone? The one that have the ads that most people want to use. It's not that long ago that you couldn't get certain popular social media programs on Android, but only on the iOS or iPhone. So therefore, it was massively more sold. Not because it was better than the Android phones. It had the apps that people wanted. So yeah. Yeah, again, I have no idea about the Canadian politics, so I'm sorry, I can't chime in on that one. Hey, I honestly, I don't think any president or prime ministers or any head of state care much about their citizens. Honestly, I think they came to that position because they are really fucking self-absorbed. I honestly believe that. It's just a degree about how less do they care about, you know, their people. Do they not at all care about the people, or do they care a little bit about the people, or do they care a little bit, 5% or 10% about the people? But people in those positions, I think they are like 90-80% only caring about themselves and how to push their own agendas and their own successes and stuff like that. Like, there is a reason why most successful CEOs is like psychopath or sociopath, I think it is. Because you kind of have to be like that to be in that, sociopath and narcissistic. You kind of have to be like that to make those kind of decisions. Like, you don't care about the individual, it has to be done. Also, customization is not what most people want. What most people want is an easy way to do everything. Yeah, again, why overcomplicate something that could be simple? Like, I like customizations. You like customization. On our operating system, most people just care about what wallpaper they have. That's their customization. I prefer ones who are transparent rather than other ones who are secretly devious. The danger you can see is easier to avoid than the danger that is hidden from you. If you look at operating systems like that there's no transparent operating system. There's no transparent software. Everyone is hiding something. Don't trust other people. I don't trust my mom with my phone. I don't trust my brother. I don't trust my co-workers with my phone. I don't care how much I know them. And especially if you are a user and they are, you know, they are providing a product and you are using their product, all you are is a customer. They may listen to you, they may take feedback, they may even fucking go out with you for dinner, but in the end, you are a user. That's how they look at you. And it don't matter if it's Linux, Windows, proprietary free software, or whatever the fuck. You are a user. Just like a YouTuber. You are a viewer. That, like, we can be friendly, we can joke around, we can have fun, we can talk about all kind of crazy things. We can, you know, go into Discord and build up, you know, a rapport and stuff like that. But in the end, I'm a creator, you are a viewer. And that's how it is. There's not much to do about that, other than meeting in real life. That's kind of when friendship starts to come, you know. Then you can talk about being friends when you have met each other. I think the closest you can come between a content creator and a viewer is acquaintances. I think I think that's the right word. Like, you are familiar with each other. You know, that can resemble somewhat of a friendship. But you can never be real friends with anyone if you have not met them. Again, that's my opinion. Again, I know people are really divided on this one, but you can be friendly. You can have like a strong companionship, or what you will call it. But you can't really be friends, or like, there's so many fucking people nowadays that are boyfriend and girlfriend have never met each other. And to me, that's fucking crazy. There is something about human contact that cannot be denied. Yeah. But like I said, as much as I like each and every one of you, you are still just a viewer. I don't really know you that much. Like, I'm not going to send you all my nude pictures from last night when I was being fisted by a fucking elephant to you. You get what I'm saying here? And I think some people tend to forget that. And this is just from a content creator standpoint. It's the same for a fucking developer versus a user of their software. Can you get away from all of this fucking Trump shit? I don't want to talk about that fucking banana guy. He makes me angry in the head. Let's just agree that all fucking politicians are crazy in the head. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Get something to drink. I've been talking my ass off for the last 10-20 minutes. All people are crazy though. Yeah. All people are fucking mental in the head. All people are crazy in the head, man. I don't know why, but this thumbnail here, how to fit in with the Linux community. And it looks like two fucking kids where one of them is touching the other one's leg. It's really creepy. I don't know if that's just me, like this one over here from DistroTube. I find it really, really, really creepy. Like, really creepy. Oh. I thought America was the land of the free. Again, Johan, we need to get away from all that fucking politics shit. What is freedom? I don't think there is such a thing as a free country. But do you want to live in a free country, though? That's the question. Like, do you want to live in a free country? The whole distros versus Windows versus Mac thing. It's boring. Why is it so hard for Linux to allow Mac and Windows software to just run? I'll be on Linux in an instant, but nothing I need runs on it. Yeah, that's it's not that easy to just make it run, because software for Windows and Mac are relying on a lot of systems being in place that you can't use or port over to Windows to run, or sorry, Linux to run, because they are under a proprietary or license or patent. There's so many things that goes into it that the only way for that happen is that if everyone could see the source code of Windows, if you could see how Windows actually functions under the hood, that will make it way more easier. So you could emulate or imitate. That's kind of what Windows subsystem for Linux is doing. Like it's taking Linux and running it in a really, really hyper optimized virtual machine, basically, and allow it to then run Linux programs. But it can only do that because it knows exactly how Linux works. And for us to use Windows software and stuff like that, we need the same transparency. And we don't have that with Windows or Mac OS. That's kind of the pitfall or the limitation to some extent here. Yeah, freedom is when I tell you to do stuff and you do it. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously not simple, but in this day and age, it must be possible. Again, it like I said, it is possible, but we need to understand and know how Linux is like. We need to understand how Windows is doing, rendering of UI elements, what subsystems programs are calling upon the Windows kernel and sub-libraries and all of that stuff to work. And that we don't know how those works, we can't do it. And you can get that in two ways. You can get the source, you can look at the source code, or they can tell us that this is how it works, this is how you can, make an emulator and stuff like that. But of course they're not doing any of that because it gives them a competitive advantage. I guess since we can't write software for either platform, I assume we could know what we need that is missing. So you can write software for both Windows, Linux, and Mac. Like stuff like Electron, which is basically really simplified, a web software running in its own container kind of thing. So think about an Electron app, like it's built upon the same elements that is used in a lot of websites here, that are then emulated in a thing called Electron. I'm highly oversimplifying it here, but think about it like that, and that can run on Windows, Linux, FreeBSD, Haiku, and all those, any operating system basically. The same if you can run, if you build something in Java and you have a Java emulator, if you can run Java on your operating system. That's why Minecraft works on all systems, because it used to run on the Java. So you just basically had to have Java running, and then Java emulated it to run. You use the Java compiler and emulator to run the program. The same with Python program. You can build a Python program that can run on all systems. It's just, do people want to go to that effort? And most don't. Look, Reach OS, that's an operating system that runs Windows software. Don't you mean React OS? Don't you mean React OS? Spin Viking, we have stopped the political debate because it's just a circle jerk of nothingness. React OS is outdated. React OS is emulating like Windows 95, like Windows from the 80s, early 2000. React OS don't have the capabilities or a lot of the APIs to run modern Windows programs. That's the problem. It's basically an outdated software. But a program using lower level coding language. Again, there's so many, like, how can I? It's kind of like saying, can we not make a language that both German-speaking people can understand and English-speaking people can understand and Spanish people can understand? It's not that easy. There's so many things that, like I said, you have to build an Electron app. Is probably the most popular thing right now to do. Is using Electron to do cross-platform applications. Discord is one of them. Discord runs on almost any operating system that can run an Electron app. But what Discord is basically they're taking the Discord web page and putting it into an Electron app. Or they're wrapping it into a basically a program that is run off your computer. But like I said, Python is cross-platform, but there are some things that you can do under Windows you can't do under Linux and the other way around. Java is cross-platform, but again, if you're coding for Windows, you're using one set of instructions versus coding for Linux, you're using another set of instructions to do the same thing. So basically, it's not the same command to do the same thing. Hey, Benjamin. You get what I'm saying here? So, if you code a program to run on all operating systems, you're not using the same commands to do the same thing, therefore it becomes a mess. That's why you have a Linux app and you have a Windows app, because how Windows works is different from how Linux works, so you're coding the program differently, even if they're cross-platform. It wasn't developed as much, but the concept of it is done. You can make everything cross-platform. There's no incentive to do it for Linux, though, with the 2% market share. People who code for 2 out of 3 of the major their platforms annoys me. Why do they? You have to. You can't expect people to put in their time and their money into something that can bankrupt them if they want to live off what they're doing. The incentive to, if you want, here's the thing, it's really easy, and again, debate ethnic is not want to be part of, but if you want an incentive for more software to come to Linux, Linux has to have a bigger market share. It's that simple. More users mean a bigger incentive. So then we have to figure out, how do we get more users to use Linux? And Esting don't care about that, so he don't want to be in that debate. But if you want more software to Linux, if you want better hardware capabilities, if you want, you know, more of anything, we need more people. That's why I, to some extent, care about more people to Linux, because it gives us more developers and all of that fucking shit. Yeah. I thought Microsoft make all the internal available, but the devs need to pay into Microsoft signed the NDAs in order to get the access to the APIs. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. I'm sure you're right, but also you need those APIs to run on your system, meaning that they probably don't also have clause in their system say that you can't make, you can't modify these APIs. And you need to modify them to run under Windows. Or you need to copy them, build your own APIs. And there's probably also an NDA or a clause in there to say that you cannot duplicate our APIs. You can see how they work, you can interact with them, you can use them, but you cannot copy our work. Basically what they're saying is that you can do whatever you want as long as you're not stealing, copying, or messing with our code. But you can see it, but you can't mess with it. So therefore we can't use it under Linux. Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. It really is. It's the chicken and egg thing. It's the chicken and egg thing. Yeah, we need more killer apps for Linux. Of course we do. But what are those killer apps? Some will say GIMP is a killer app. Some say KDE Live is a killer app. That we need to figure out what that killer app is. And I don't think... The thing with killer apps is that you can't really predict them. They just happen to happen. So it's a little bit of luck mixed in with whatever the fuck is being, whatever some developers want to develop. So we can't really be like, okay, this is going to be a killer app, because that rarely works. Like, it almost never worked that way. It almost never worked that way. Sadly enough, it could be nice to predict a killer app, because then you can make a shit ton of money. Let's be honest, if I was a developer, if I made a project right now, I would target Windows and Mac OS, iOS and Android. Everything else would be irrelevant. Yeah, same here. Like, you can build up a company making a lot of money supporting Linux. But you can also build a company up and make even more money supporting Mac OS. And if you really, really want a shit ton of money, you support Windows, iOS and Android. It's how it is. And who cares about money? Well, money pays for the fucking computers. Money pays for the electricity. Money pays for the time that people are investing into the software and development. You can't expect anything to be free. Like, you are paying rent right now to be where you are, or your parents are. Your internet costs money. You have to make money to live. And if open source developing a project is taking so much time that you can't do your work, well, then you have a choice. Either I stop doing the development and do my work, or I need to figure out how to get paid by doing this project. And that can be really difficult for some people, like some projects, to figure out how to, how can I pay for all of this fucking shit? How can I live while still doing this and giving this away for free? I have an example I will show you guys in a second that's really interesting. If you're smart, you will do it as a web app. Yeah, web apps is the future. Of course, MS don't want Windows APIs to be included in Linux. Of course they won't. You can't have a killer app, because whatever it is, you can cross-compile it for Windows. It's not that simple. Also, a killer app that comes along for Linux, if it's open source, will be ported to Windows anyhow. And that's the problem. That's the catch-22 with open source software, is that we allow the competition to take our software, so we don't have a competitive edge. Why we have Windows subsystem for Linux right now. The future in Vision makes any software run on any device, anything cross-platform, no GIMP version. Just look at it like this. In 10-15 years, we will probably not even be talking about operating systems. Open source is a fairy tale that eventually kills Linux adaptation. I kinda agree a little bit with that. Money pays for the pretty ethnic pictures. No, I give those for free. I don't need money for those. I laugh that people think a license eventually stop their code from being used for free in proprietary software. Again, I don't know. I don't need money. We can go back to monkey. I need a monkey. Ethnic, if it's not open source, nobody on Linux will use it. Yeah, that's a problem. It's a disbalance game. Open source versus closed source. By the way, my knee is doing better now. That's amazing. Did you get a beer? we will have AI compilers though that just transfer. There's so many other things going into that it will take hours to go into that, to be honest. Are you talking about these pics? I think he is. Yeah. Um, um, I'm just seeing if I can find something here. Because there's something really interesting about because it gave us a really good statistic. Now we're talking about here. So UKUU, this software here that you use to upload, you could download the latest kernel from to Ubuntu. So like 5.18, you can use this UKUU program here to run the latest kernel on the Ubuntu. But it used to be free and a lot of people used it, but you had to go to a paid version. And here's the reason why. The latest version of this app had 60,000 downloads, yet only 12 users have donated over the last 2 years. It was not possible for me to continue work on this application for free, and making it paid seemed like a better alternative than discontinuing the project. So this is the problem with open source a lot of times, is that people like using it. People like demanding people to maintain it and developing it. But they really don't like supporting it. Take care, Johan. So out of 60,000 downloads, 12 users in 2 years. And this is, I don't know this for a fact, but I will guess that this is the norm. This is the norm. And this is why we see projects come and go a lot under open source. This is why you see forks happening and what have you not, because people start to do something, it starts to take up a lot of time. You know, they start to, they start to sacrifice life with the family, They may work 8 hours, and then they work on this for free for 4 or 5 hours after their work. And then the wife or the husband is like, hey, you're working 8 hours at your fucking job. And then you're coming home, and you're planting your fat ass in front of your computer and spending 4 or 5 hours in front of that one and not talking to me or the kids or the dog or the bunny or the hamster. And then you're too tired to have sex and you just sleep all the rest of the day. So then the person have to be like, do I cut down on my work? Well, then we can't pay the bills. Do I become single? I kind of like sex, so that's not a possibility. So they can be like, oh, I can see if I can get some donations. That didn't work. But then we have to make it a paid program, a paid license then. And here's the thing. If said girlfriend or boyfriend came up and be like, you're tired, we don't have sex, you don't play with me, the kids, the hamster, the bunny anymore, then the person could say, yeah, well, this program paid for our vacation last week. This program paid for the car we have out, and the extra car we have. This program paid for some books for the kids. Then the spouse would be a little bit more like, yeah, okay, I kind of see what you're coming at here. When people are doing something, they are spending their time doing it. That's time they are taking away. They could have been doing other things. So therefore, at some point, if the thing you're developing become popular, you have to do kind of like, do I keep doing this and hope that the community will support me, so I can go, throttle down on my day-to-day work? Do I keep doing the things I'm doing and working my day job, or do I scrap the project? And there's a lot of times that people have to scrap the project because of these kind of things here. And how can we get away from that? Well, we need to support them a bit more by donating. I'm not good at it, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, nothing is free. If it's free for you, someone else has paid for it in some way or form. With their time, or they're put up front, money up front, and stuff like that. Get what I'm saying here? And we need to keep this in mind. When you're getting a free piece of software, someone have paid with their time. Where you can say, if you're paying for a piece of software, you could be, I don't give a fuck about how much time you spend on this software. I paid you for it. You put a value on this software. It's not my fault that you put the value too low for the software. Hey, Debori, I paid for it. Therefore, I paid you for the time that you used, your development time, basically. So you have nothing to complain about. So that's why that paid software in some instances, it's more easy to have, to deal with, because, hey, I'm getting paid for this, partner. Or, well, I already paid you for this program, so what are you bitching about? You can say that to the developer. Why are you bitching about not being supported? I paid you. You put a price down, and I paid the price. It's not my fault that it was too low, or you don't sell enough copies. I already paid you. So you kind of have your hands washed free in that nature, But here it's like, what the fuck do you do? What do you prioritize the most? Okay, I see Discord maybe once every few months, so I had no idea. I believe that open source the specs and not the source. I could be wrong. I think they're only open sourcing server drivers. Oh, you're talking about the GitHub Copilot should be renamed to MS Fuck Your License. Give me the code. You got cigarettes. Oh my god. Hey, Levetus. Was the NVIDIA drivers going to be open source? Yeah, the NVIDIA drivers, they are focusing on their enterprise cards first. And then their when it comes out, it will. Here's the thing: they are I think I have a video about it, or I was talking about it in the reaction video to DistroTube. So they are releasing product-ready drivers for their server market first, their corporate, their Tesla cards and stuff like that. Now, and they are working with SUSE, Ubuntu, and Red Hat. So Fedora, OpenSUSE, and Ubuntu will be the distributions those drivers are made for. So if you're running Arch, it's however good the Arch community is at porting that to their kernel. Later down the line, at some point, we don't know when, the gaming card drivers is going to be open source. Just the drivers, not the APIs, not the NVIDIA experience, just the drivers to get a card running is being open sourced. Basically the firmware to some extent. Not all the bells and whistles. And the graphic cards, the gaming graphic cards, is not production ready and it's in a production ready state, and they don't know when that will happen. It may never happen. Yeah, mainline is a free replacement for the UK use since they went paid. Yeah, I think they were only open sourcing server drivers. I believe they only open sourced the spec, not source code. Okay, I use Discord maybe once. Okay, goodbye. I'm just catching up with you guys while you're yelling at me. I don't know. Linux Mint makes a pretty penny. Yeah. You can make a lot of money. But Linux Mint and the popular Linux distribution. Look at how many Linux distributions that's out there, and how many actually live off making a Linux distribution. They are again the 1%. They are not the norm. Well, if a dev starves to death, who's going to maintain it? Yeah, money can also be an issue in proprietary free-to-use software. Money is always an issue. People like DistroTube will whine and complain about it if they close source and charge money to support their project. Yeah, DistroTube can complain about him fucking winning the lottery. Fuzz and open source doesn't pay the bill. It can, but it's not a giving. Now, the woman will always find something to complain about. That could be true. Hence why the Linux Foundation received corporate backing. Yep. And look, someone is laughing at Levetrus. That's why I'm single, remaining single. I have a theory about that. Why people say that's why I'm single. Marcus, in the future, people will pay for IT services. Only guys like here will handle his own IT stuff. I don't even think it's needed. Like I said, and we have talked about before, computers like this is not the future. It's tablets and mobile phones and stuff like that. You look at Apple. They're kind of predicting it, because what is in Apple products right now? It's a beefed up version of a tablet. The M1 chipset and the way it's built is just a beefed up version of a tablet, basically. It's just what kind of enclosure you're putting it in. And one day, we don't need that enclosure. We just put our phone or whatever the fuck it is into a dongle that has connected all of these peripherals to it, like screens and mouse and keyboards and all that shit. And that's, that's how we're going to compute in the future. Does it also mean anything Ubuntu based? Yeah. Like I said, Ubuntu is getting the anything Ubuntu based. Yeah, because if it's Ubuntu based, it's 90% Ubuntu most of the time. Let's be honest here. Try cutting out the walking. Just stay on the couch and you won't aggravate your hip. What are we talking about with hips here? What am I missing? Let's hear the theory about why I remain single. So, a lot of guys, or girls, this is not just a guy thing, but if they can't find a mate, a partner, a lover, a sex machine, they start to make all of these, you know what? I don't want a partner because it's just problems, they cost money. They find all of those excuses when in most instant situations it's just because that they are not desirable enough to be a partner, meaning that they don't have things to offer that a lot of people want, or they haven't found the person that want what they have to offer. And the less desirable traits you have in general, the harder it becomes to find someone that are willing to live with the traits that you already have. And that there are, of course, excuses to this, that mental illness, you know, if you're working on after, you know, like, okay, I just broke my leg, or you know, I lost my leg and I'm learning to walk again, you know, I just can't fucking handle having a partner right now. There are exceptions, of course, or you just move to a new fucking city or country and like, yeah, I just want to find myself, and I get that, but a lot of people, again, this is just me talking to people in general, like when they start to, oh, why are you single? Then they come with all of these excuses. Oh, well, yeah, I don't really care about dating, you know, it costs money and blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, well, how long have you been single? Blah, 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 blah. Why are you single? Oh, they left me. It's almost every time they got, you know, someone left them. They didn't leave, someone left them. And then you start to you know, figure out how they are as a person. And the way they are, it could be things like I just like living alone. It could be something like that. And that's not compatible with a lot of people. You know? Or I don't want to go out for dinner, or I don't want to be social. That's not compatible with a lot of people. If you get what I'm saying here. So they find excuses why they are not desirable as a mate. You know, it's always someone else's fault. Yeah, take care, Benjamin. I know that I'm single because I'm a social idiot. Well, if there is a mental issue behind that, so depression, anxiety, or autism, you know, if there's something mentally, you know, that preventing you to have a relationship, you know, from a mental illness, that's you're having I hate calling it a sickness, but you are having something that the majority of people don't have to deal with. You get what I'm saying here? If you're over 40, pedometers undercut your age. They are tuned for accuracy for Robot, I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, I am 39 years old. Oh, it's my fault. I see how this is going. Now I'm an orgy. Here's the thing. When it comes to relationships, a lot of the times, not always, there's always caveats. But when people breaks up, there have been two in that relationship. That means that you have probably also done something wrong. I'm not saying all the time, but you have to assume it, unless he like fucks the fucking plumber while you were at work, or, you know, she's just batshit crazy like Amber Heard and stuff like that. Yeah, I get it. But we can't assume as guys or girls that we have never done anything wrong. Like, I know a lot of my relationships went bad because I did a lot of fucking crazy shit wrong. I was not social enough, or didn't give them enough attention, and then they slept with my friends and all that. So I'd be like, oh, you're a cheater. Yeah, but why did she cheat on me? Well, because I didn't give her not enough attention and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying here? And again, I'm not saying that this is 100% how it is, but it's how it happens to be a lot of times. Because when you want to have a spouse, a partner, you know, you have to give them something, offer them something, and they have to offer you something. You can't be that, oh, I'm just me, And you have to be the one sacrificing. You have to be the, you know, all of those kind of things. And sadly enough, I see, and this is not just men, it's actually, I would guess that it's mostly girls, if I'm being honest here. They, like, either they have too fucking high standard and they don't want to do anything to be more desirable, but they want the fucking, you know, fitness fucking idiot from that looks like a fucking, like, Greek god, while they're sitting on their fucking ass and watching reality shows all day. I do believe to some extent that society have built this up, that women don't have to be as desirable as guys have to be nowadays. Like, it kind of turned around. And I think it should be like, if you don't have something to offer a relationship, you should not be looking for one. I'm single because I'm born cunt and I have social skills of a mentally retarded caveman. That's something you can work on. That's something you can work on. And if you want a relationship, go work on that. My problem is that I'm too picky. I walked away from women for trivial reasons. Again, that's something you can work on. Why are you picky? What makes you that picky? Is it because you are insecure when it comes down to it, when you analyze it? You know, here's the thing. Figure out what the problem is and work on it. It's that simple. It can be fucking difficult. It can be hard. Trust me. I've been through that fucking shit since I was 30 now. So almost 10 years. Like, I spent 10 years trying to get my head right. Because I was tired being miserable. I was tired ruining any fucking relationship I had with, like, friends, family, everything. I ruined every fucking thing if I could get my head around it. Every time something became comfortable, I fucked it up on purpose. And I was tired of it. And that was when I found out through that fucking ordeal that I have depression, I have social anxiety, I am on the autistic spectrum and all of those kind of things. But that was because I needed to figure out why everything went wrong. Yes, sometimes I met a fucking bad girl or I had bad friends. That happens. But I was like, I need to figure myself out before I will not plant a girl in a situation where my head is not in the right place. So I have to figure out what fucking is going on here and make myself desirable, if you get what I'm saying. Nobody wants to be with someone that they don't know if they're sitting, you know, in front of their computer for fucking 24 hours and don't want to talk to them without saying anything or not texting them for a fucking week or something like that because they got social anxiety. You get what I'm saying here? So I did what I thought was best to be like, I'm not going to date until I am at least 80% where I want to be. So I spend a lot of fucking time talking to a lot of fucking people, talking to a lot of fucking doctors to figure out what can I do to become better at being a human. Most people don't do that, and if you want a mate and you want to be with someone, you kind of have to do the work, man. You know, I broke my last relationship because I needed to be alone. I just do better on my own. That's fine. If you don't desire to be in a relationship, that's fucking fine. But I see too many people that want to be in a relationship and have no fucking idea that, or they are blaming everyone else, and they are like 50% of the fault why they are single is their own fault. I see that way too often. Like, they just expect that their spouse is just sitting at home and waiting for them while they're going out and doing everything they want, or some want a mother, some want a father, you know, some want just someone, you know, a daddy, you know, they want a sugar daddy, you know. They don't want a real relationship. They basically just want someone to be their slave and fuck them once in a while. And most people don't want to live like that. There's some people do, but most don't. Linux user, are you single? Windows Mac users is incorporated. Haha. Oh, they are laughing at them, yeah. I do suspect there's a lot of Linux users that are single because it takes a lot of time and dedication to be in this fucking crazy place. I once had a girl like Amber. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, man. She thought a woman could hit her man all she want, but don't you dare retaliate, wimp. Never bumped a woman so fast. Yeah. I think every man have had their Amber Heard. I think if you ask any man that's like over 30 or close to 40, I think that most men will say, yeah, I had one of those batshit crazy girls. Like, you get what I'm saying here? Many people have problems that they know and acknowledge. The thing is, a majority of us don't want to improve it. Then it's on you. Like, it's that simple. Then it's on you, man. Sounds like a good life, yeah. My little head did all my thinking until I was 20 and I told it to shut up. I had 2 wives. At one... Oh, Bruce have 2 girls at one point. He was married with 2 girls at the same time. And that is enough for anyone. They do not understand. I just want to be alone a lot. So then you have to find someone that's compatible with that. But the thing is that there are like I'm one of those people also. I need my alone time. But then I should not go and find a girl that wants to go to parties every weekend and wants to go to the movies every weekend. If my lifestyle is not desirable for most people, I'm kind of limited myself to who I can date. So I can't expect that, I can date, the average girl because the average girl is not compatible with my lifestyle. And then, it's her fault, or, she should just, change for me because I'm trying to change for her. And to some extent, yes, but really not. No, like, you have to figure out what girl or guy can live with who you are, how you are. And the less desirable you are, the less the chances are you will find one. There's one for everyone out there. I do believe that. I honestly believe that. But the less desirable you are, the harder it gets to find that person. They are out there, but it gets harder to find them. And like I said, there can be mental illness playing in here. There can be sickness playing in here. There can be a lot of factors playing in here. But the reality is, being friends with someone and being in a relationship are 2 different things. And I think a lot of people, they think that being in a relationship with someone is like having a friend that you fuck. And that's not how it is. The thing is, if you want to be alone, don't expect your partner to then at the same time be there for you when you want attention. It goes both ways. Or don't expect that your partner is just sitting and waiting for you while you're alone. They may want to go out with their friends and stuff like that. And if you can't handle that, the jealousy starts to creep up and shit like that. That's not the type of person that you want to be with. I dated a girl that was willing to sit and wait for me to get out of my apartment. But again, I fucked it up by not wanting to talk to her anymore. Forever. But she was just like texting me every day, like, hey, what's going on, and blah, 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 blah. And was like, I didn't respond. And at some point, of course, they just like, okay, he's ghosting me or whatever you call it nowadays. So they move on. But she was totally fine with me wanting a day or 2 by myself. Or a weekend for myself. And she didn't go out partying, or she was just being at home, texting a lot. With me and other people, and that's it. Like, you get what I'm saying here. I don't know how the fuck we got... Oh, yeah. That... the rant about the other thing I was talking about there. Why Esnik is single. But I sadly see this, and I think you can blame social media a little bit for this, because I see these girls nowadays, and I don't know if it's just because I read the wrong feeds or what the fuck it is, but you see someone like that looks like they never have showered, and if they have to move, that you're afraid that they're breaking all their legs, and then they expect someone like, you know, put in your fitness model is going to date them, and if you're not dating them, you are like anti this and, you know, phobia that and discriminating this and that, and it's just like, hey, if you want a certain quality of partner, you have to be desirable for those kind of people. And if you are not, then you can't get them. It's that simple. If you never shower, like, it's become really hard to fucking find someone that wants to fuck you when your penis is smelling like fucking Chinatown after someone just bathed up their whole fucking poncho box in the alley. It took me some years to understand that. Like, I was one of those people like, hey, take me as I am or leave me, you know. I am who I am, and if you can't handle me, then fuck away. And I was like, why I can't find a girl? You get what I'm saying here? Well, you're not desirable for the girls that you want then. I did a 10-year stint with the first wife and 20 with the second. So we've been married for 30 years. That's fucking long, man. That is enough for everyone. Yeah, I after 30 years, I think I would have needed some a timeout. I need to go into the box and recharge a little bit. Second one was a homebody like me, but got the itchy feet and decided to walk. Yeah, some do that. You know, they, especially the older you get, I can kind of feel that it's creeping up on me. You know, why didn't I make better decision when I was 20 and in my early 30s and stuff like that? You know, but it is what it is. We can't change the past, so that's again like I talked about with Linux versus Windows. I think as humans we need to be better at using the past as a teaching tool, but not, you know, not dwell on it, because we can't do anything about it other than learn from it, and then, you know, do the things we can work on. That's the future. My one marriage lasted 8 years and I had enough of living with another person. I just imagine Linux sitting in front of his fucking Linux machine and typing in HTOP and neofets and be like, fuck this fucking shit that's in my kitchen right now. I can't fucking stand it. And walk out. You know what? Get the fuck out of here, man. I only need my Tux and my Linux machine. I can't fucking stand this shit anymore. And then he's going back to neofets and HTOP. Maybe BTOP. Or what is it called? GBTOP? The GNOME one. And now he's only circle jerking with other Linux people. Hey, masturbation is healthy, I've heard. I read... This is so funny. I read an article where they talked about that if you masturbated more than... No, it's so fucking many years ago. That if you masturbated once a day, you had a lower... or you decreased your chance of getting prostate cancer by... I can't remember if it was 5, 10, 20% or something like that. So I was like, every time I was like, yeah, I'm doing this to get healthier. Go on to Pornhub. I do this for my health, baby. If you think I'm a fucking dirty motherfucker, no, I do this for my health, man. I just read an article. I'm not going blind like they said in the 90s that if you masturbated too much, you got blind. No. I do this for my prostate, man. Yeah, baby. I don't know how legit that fucking was. I just read it somewhere and was like, yep, I believe that. Yep, I'm on board. Peace, brother. I take this as fucking gospel. You're validating my fucking Pornhub habits. I'm on it. Yes, sir. But there's fucking many crazy articles like that. I understand fully. If I had to live with someone nowadays, there will be plot involved. Probably because your penis, you get so much sex that your penis starts to bleed, Bruce. So if I do that 4 times a day, prostate cancer would be almost impossible. Hey, if you read it on the internet, it must be true, man. It must be true. It must be true. So yeah, go nuts, man. I actually got told as a kid. Oh, I just got a buffering there on YouTube's end. I got told, I'm not joking here. My mom had a boyfriend she lived with. They were together for like 4 or 5 years or something like that. And I was like in puberty. I was becoming a teenager. And he was like, kid, I know you're jerking off. We all did it. But if you do it too much, something will happen in your spine that will creep up into your eyes and you will get blind. So just be careful, okay? Just take it slow. Don't do it too much. Are we okay? Good. Go into your room and play. I'm not joking. That was almost identical. Like word for word. It was almost word for word what he told me. I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'd never heard about someone getting blinded by masturbating. But he was totally fucking serious. He was really stupid, by the way. He turned out to be gay. This is the fun part. He stopped dating my mom. And then like a year later, he moved in with a guy. So I told my mom, I need to make a t-shirt that says, I turn guys gay. I'm so bad in bed, I turn them gay. I never got to make that t-shirt because back then you couldn't just go online and, you know, order a t-shirt with a print on it. You had to go to a special shop and they cost a fucking shit ton of money. I've been working on it for 30 years. So, blind people masturbate too much. Apparently so, man. You can die from almost anything if you do it too fucking much, man. You can die from drinking water. You can drown. You can drown yourself by drinking too much water. Like, of course, I believe that, but it's probably not because, you know, them ejaculating is made them blind. They have probably, you know, hurt something in them by, you know, ripping that fucking penis to shreds, you know. Bursting a vein or something like that. Like, I'm almost sure it was not just them coming and then they died. Unless they had like a fucking heart attack at just the right time because they had really bad cardiovascular system. Then it's not because of them masturbating too much. It was just them being unhealthy. But yeah, I just... That dude was fucking crazy, man. And the worst thing was that he believed it. He believed it fucking 100%. Hey, fuck off, Google Assistant. I didn't call you. My father told me you can drown in a couple ounces of water. With a couple of ounces of water in your lungs. I don't know if that's true. Hey, it could be. It could be. I once heard a story that a dude died after masturbating 47 times in one day. I don't know how true that is. That sounds... First of all, that sounds fucking crazy. Like... His penis must look like fucking grounded meat or something like that. First of all, and... the only reason I can see that happening is that if his heart basically gave out for some reason or another. But then he must have had some underlying heart condition. Or he's like bursting a fucking, you know, main vein or something like that. The most I can imagine that can happen is that he's ruining his fucking meat. You know, like, his penis will bleed all over the place and shit like that, you know. There'll be... after the third time, there's nothing left. You do know that most men don't last more than one time. Like, it's really rare. Especially the older you get for a man to last more than one time. Again, that's what I read anyway. I haven't tried it. I don't know the exact amount, but that's real. The medical term is called pulmonary edema. Oh, the ounces of water in your lungs. Yeah, hey. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Had I monetized this video, or this live stream, it would have been demonetized like a motherfucker right now. Like 6 hours into it and we are demonetizing my live stream. Luckily enough, I don't monetize it, but I am sure that the YouTube algorithm don't really like what I'm talking about right now. I don't think they agree with giving out sex advice to people over 50. Yeah, that's probably not the right thing to do. Oh, we are going to get thunder soon, apparently. Look, I just had to look at the... Thanks for the info. I don't know if we should be drowning people in water. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. We might as well just continue down memory lane about crazy fucking episodes. So, I dated this girl, okay? And she had like this little dog. It's not what you guys think. So we were fooling around in her bed, and the dog was just ramming its heads into the fucking door. Like, it was like having like a kid linebacker or something like that trying to tackle the door. You could just hear like it was running to the one end of the hall, and you could just hear it turn, doing a 180, and just run as fast as it fucking could into the door. And she was like, why are you not in the mood? Well, your dog is trying to fucking ram the door, okay? Like, it's really hard to get hard while a dog is ramming the fucking door. So we opened the door. We fooled around. We did some business. The dog was laying on the bed, that's fine. You know, it was down on the floor. And then while I was I was having my fun with her, I just suddenly got this fucking really wet fucking nose rammed into my ass. Like, that fucking dog ran up to the fucking bed and was like, human asshole, let me have a sniff. And then the dog just rammed its nose up my ass, and I just fucking screamed like a little kid. And my boner just went away like that, and the dog was just licking its nose after it just rammed it up my ass. I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm like, this is not going to happen anymore, okay? I'm not touching you until that dog is out of here. I'm not okay with this. I am not okay with this. What is it starting to leak? I don't know what the fuck, like, is it putting on a strap on us? I don't fucking know. Get that fucking animal out of my fucking ass, okay? I don't want it in here. I put my clothes on. She was really fucking mad because she was horny like a motherfucker. I'm like, no, I'm out of here. It's fucking borderline illegal, man. So I went into the living room, And she was yelling at that fucking dog like a crazy person. She was crazy, by the way. Turned out she was crazy. Then the next time we tried to fool around, the dog was she left the dog out in the garden. She had like a garden. So it was running around out there. So we got our little, we got things done. You and the dog fooling around in bed. Well, the dog, I don't know. I must have farted or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it wanted with its nose in my fucking ass. Well, it didn't give me a rim job because it didn't lick me in the ass. It just put its nose and was really fucking cold. Like, it was like, imagine taking like a ice cube and put it up your butt while you're trying to ram a fucking girl the hardest you can. Like, it's like, yeah, this is not going to happen anymore. And then I broke up with her a couple of days after that. Yeah, that's not good. That's yeah. It was a sweet dog though, but yeah. I don't fucking like, yeah, fucking hell, man. So beware of the dogs. I'm just saying, beware of the dogs. Don't let them in the bedroom when you're having fun. Oh hell, if someone have taken a picture, like, I'm so fucking glad that in my 20s we didn't have the mobile phones on us all the time and ready to take videos and pictures and stuff like that, because some of the shit, I'm even glad that we didn't fucking have Alexa and Google Nest and all of that fucking shit, because they listen to everything you're doing. And the things that we did and talked about in the bedroom. Oh my god. I heard it cost extra when you have to pay for sex. Yeah, well. This is how crazy the girl was. She only wanted a kid. I found that out like after I broke up with her, because she was really fucking crazy. After I broke up with her, like a month later, she was pregnant. And then she broke up with that dude. And he was like, what the fuck is happening here? And I had a friend that knew the dude. And they were like, what the fuck happened? Yeah, she said to me, she got what she wanted out of me. She got a kid, and then she was just out of here. I was just like, oh my god, I dodged a bullet there, man. I was so fucking lucky. Like, I'm sure that if the dog could make her pregnant, she would probably have fucked the fucking dog, man. You should give DistroBox and install... You should use DistroBox and install Arch so that when Arch fanboys ask you why you ain't using Arch, just pull up an Arch terminal. Or I could just SSH into an Arch virtual machine. And then they could think that I'm using Arch Linux. Your system is up to date. Yeah, I have fucking many crazy stories. I once fingered a girl from Greenland in a taxi in the middle of the seat. So the taxi driver almost drove into the ditch because he couldn't stop looking in the mirror while I was fingering her. Because she was spreading her legs, in the middle of the seat and resting her legs on the seats. So he could, when he was looking up at the mirror, he could look at it right down her fucking pussy. I did a lot of fucking crazy shit when I was a kid, man, when I was young. Maybe I should write a book about it someday. It could be a funny book. Using the AUR on Ubuntu with the DistroBox is how you make Arch fanboys mad. Why? Why should Arch fanboys be mad? Look at how pretty Arch look. 20 years ago. Oh my god, it's 20 years old. Esther, you can date Arch Linux now. It's legal. It's of legal age. Now it's getting spicy in here. I think I'm sure the taxi driver thought the same. I haven't looked at the arts page for a fucking long time. Undo replacement of pipe wire media session with wire plumb. Okay. Esnix arts will be my first. Oh, so you're an arts virgin. Oh my. Arts people love arts virgins. Oh my god. It's like fresh plot. Sorting out old password hashes. Arts is too old for me. I'm looking for at Redux. What is Redux? Oh, Redux OS. Oh, that's the Rust. Oh, yeah. The main developer is working for Pop OS. He's like the one that's doing all the most of the Rust development for Pop OS. Packages. Wiki. Friendly ask questions. Or frequently asked questions. Why the fuck do I say friendly? Oh, box. Box. Oh, Intel audio breaks after resume for Hibernate. Wi-Fi broken, kernel panic. Installer doesn't detect the internal eMMC driver. Is that not the SSD thingy? System D home failed with System D 250. Some key presses don't register. Oh, that's not good. Random freezes. Core dump when starting a VNC server. Oh, they are all assigned, almost all of them. Security. Contained. Ruby. PHP 7. Crop. Oh, I think I know what this one is. Linux LTS. What's in that one? There's a lot of CVEs there. Why use Rust if you could just use metal without Rust in it? Or yeah, I don't know. I'm still uploading new ISO. How long does that take? It looks the same. Looks the same. Yeah, it's the same shit. What is art? Yeah, what is it? Why would I not want to use art? Why would I want to use art? Metal. Metal! See Arch Linux article. Oh yeah, I did a video that I didn't upload about this one time. Oh yeah, Arch is from Canada, that's right. The full set of 5 ISOs takes about 2 to 3 hours at my upload speed. Oh, that's a low upload speed. Just about box is really nice though. It literally just I literally just use it to grab AUR packages if there's no dep packages for something. Why would I not want to use arts? Why you may not want to use arts if you do not have the ability, time, desire for a do-it-yourself distribution. You require support for architecture other than 64. You take a strong stance on using a distribution which only provides free software. Okay. You believe an operating system should configure itself, run out of the box, and include a complete whatever. You do not want a rolling release. You are happy with your current OS. Why would I want to use Arch? Because Arch is the best. The Arch is the best project. It's a very sophisticated and exquisite, ego-boosting and mind-blowing. Yeah. Contained? Oh, this is the security. Yeah. Denial of service. Unknown. Using the LTS kernel on something like Arch seems weird. It's nice to have as a backup. And the Wig is one of the best resources for learn. Yeah, the Arch Wig is one of the best out there, definitely. And I thought my upload speed of about 5 megabits a second was bad. 50. Yeah, I think I have the same 50. Arch can blow me down under. And then you get a fucking dog up your ass, and you don't want that anymore. Using the LTS was saved a little upgrade time. Yes, he is, Andoth. He is. Here you go. This is his thing. I really want to get into making a distribution, but the only reason why I want to do it is just for fun and just to mess around with it. But I'm like, it's a waste of time. If I'm not going to release it, it's a waste of time. It's just a time sink. And I'm not really learning anything. Like, I could learn those things by not making a distribution. But I kinda am interested in this whole, like, making the distribution, you know, running a project like that and stuff like that, but then I'm just adding to the whole fucking diluted problem of too many distributions. I have 1 gigabit down, 5 megabyte bit down. They both can be down, I think I mean up. I mean, Arch already has a built-in install script now. Yeah, but it's not that good. It's not that good. Yeah, but that you know, the whole maintaining thing is kind of what I'm interested in. It's not so much making it, it's maintaining it. Something to keep me busy and not doing household chores like cleaning. Yeah, it's... Let's see what the reviews are here. Let's read the reviews. Theo0308. Hey Esnik, I install Arch from the terminal usually, because I can add options like to the subvolumes I create in BTI.fs file system. I know the installation process by heart. That's That was until I started following you and on YouTube and tried your Easy Archer Calimouse installer. Out of all the installers I tried, and I tried a lot, yours is the only one that does not have an arrow and works every time. It is also highly customizable and I like it. It is by far the best Arch Linux installer. Keep the good work, you are the best. Oh my god, this guy's thumb is so far up Esnick's ass that he's proud, you know, it's just full of fucking proud shit. Let's see the next one here. This distro is working, it's due, okay? This distro is working, it's do what it's supposed to do. Can't wait to put it on an SSD if I'm correct. So I know this is based on Ubuntu, easier to install. It is based on Ubuntu, easier to install for me. It's just a statement. If I bring it on an SSD, I can put it on, you know, in one other laptop. I save money to buy more modern laptops. This distro is working. That is Albert too. Okay. Beautiful. Nothing more to say. Oh, yeah. Why Mr. Gnome look alike removing Gnome ISO? Why Mr. Gnome look alike removing Gnome ISO? Cannot get DDM to work. Wow. That's like the most insightful fucking comment I have read forever. Keep up the great work. A for asshole. Amazing. Awesome project. Arch installed done the easy way with a simple to follow script. Great how-to YouTube video. Search Esnick. Also use .iso of GNOME and it installed without a hitch. A must for enthusiasts. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, now, yeah, he's definitely getting hard now. He's really getting hard. He needs those 4 times a day to keep coming. Related business categories. IT management? Huh? So, Easy Archer is under the category as IT management. Well, enough said. Most of the maintenance is keeping up the the changes in Arch ISOs and Calimouse. I choose the XFCE ISO. The download speed is very low, but no problem. Thank you again. Esther got fanboys. Oh, he loves the fanboys. It's more fun to read the 1-star reviews. Yeah, I love reading the, like, if I read reviews about something, I always read the negative reviews first because they're so fucking funny. There are videos on YouTube where people read, you know, 1-star reviews from products, and they're fucking funny. I need to go, man. Where's the haircut? Mario, how are you, man? My haircut, it's on the thumbnail. My whole body is one big haircut. I'm all haircutted up. What about let's see if Esnick OS has some. We can read that before I go. If it has any reviews, 10 reviews. Okay, so very epic and stable. Yeah, he's here again. Very epic and stable. Thanks for the amazing project. I did have one issue that I wonder if anyone else may have encountered and resolved. When I built the ISO and run the live environment, hostname resolved without an issue. But once it is installed, hostname resolutions no longer seem to work. I can ping IP addresses, but not using domain names. I know how to manually fix these issues once installed, but does anyone know of a fix or why it might be happening in the first place? I would have thought Network Manager would sort that out. Okay, let's see what Esnick is saying down here. We're getting a whole fucking essay right now. No. More reviews here. Easy Arts. VPN. It's not in the thumbnail for me, but I'm sure it's a chick magnet. No, it's a monkey. There's a monkey. I'm the monkey. So where are the reviews? Where are the reviews? I accept. You can take my kidneys. I don't care. Is it communications? News? Description? Developers. Bottom of description. History? Statistics? Scroll down. Oh my, I'm so fucking stupid. Well done. Easy and simple like it should be. You're right. Any personal flavors can be added afterwards. Install what you need and keep it rolling. Pros, simple and efficient. Cons, if someone has cons, then they don't understand the basic concept, I assume. How is this like... Okay. Well, thanks a lot for all your projects. Use XFCEDE is my opinion. Okay. Oh, is my opinion the best for arts based? Okay. One of the best, if not the... No, oh my god, Ethnic Spawner is going crazy now. One of the best, if not the greatest of all time Arch Linux respin. The fucking greatest. It's only my number one, or currently my number one, on the list, and XFCE is my go-to desktop environment. After the years of using Windows, as my family wanted that plus requirement of using MS Office and other stuff, Pornhub, I decided to buy a separate computer for myself, and finally could get back to my beloved Linux. Oh my god, he's like... This is like a kid getting back to his like first love in high school. I have been always a Debian kind of guy, and I have been always running to it. Again, it's like a kid just experiencing love for the first time. I've been a distro hopper. He's cheated on his girlfriend. But once I tried easy Esnix Arch respin, Arch is my favorite now. I've stopped cheating. I don't want to cheat anymore. Well done. That reviewer's name. What was the reviewer's name? Popeye. Ah, the Ubuntu guy. It's a Polish name. That one is fucking essay. Yeah, he is literally memeing. The greatest of... Yeah, Esnik, the greatest. So, we don't want to read the pros. Who cares about the pros? The cons, it's not really a con, but I believe that things, for example, LibreOffice could be included out of the box. I don't know why we need LibreOffice, to be honest, but it's just my thought. I know Esnik's point of view about AUR, but I started playing with Windows managers, and many of required programs, like for example Polybar, Lemonbar, I don't know what Lemonbar is. Drivers for my kids' graphical tablets, etc., are only available through the AUR. Then use another distro if you don't want to use the AUR. So it also would be nice, though, to have Pyro or Yay installed out of the box. I actually made a script where I made a video talking about including the AUR, and I made a script for Esnik that he didn't want to use that did it automatically for him after it was installed. But again, it was what I needed, and Esnik is saying modify to your needs. That's way more, right? Yeah, here. I use the Mate, or Mate, I call it Mate desktop, and have found this to be the best live ISO I have tried. Good set of software with no unnecessary apps, loading the system, perfect rendering, and Qt5 integration on the Mate desktop. Could do with yay. Oh yeah, yay. The best, works perfectly. I have the freedom to make it like you will and have the comfort of an easy Arch install. And lots of respect for all that work. Great work. Again, licking that butt. Awesome, great job, so hopeful, or helpful to us who don't have the skills to take an installation, or do an installation from scratch, I think he means. I can't fucking read. Everything you need and nothing you don't. Everything you need and nothing you don't. I like the project. I often test the ISO files. Yeah. And they all work well. PS, greetings from Germany. What the fuck? Nadia, I can't fucking read this. What is this? This is German. Aber ist einfach nur... I don't know what the fuck this is. Love it, live it, love it. This sounds like a fucking Adidas or a Nike advertisement. Thanks for working on it. Definitely worth trying. Give it a spin. Pros: Arch vanilla, ease of install. Cons: just use live as a password. Yeah. Older reviews. Come on, baby. This installs the Arch Linux system. Wow, Donald. That German dude wasn't me. Now you're playing that song. It wasn't me in the background. Building the ISO, getting stable polished distro. Is there no negative reviews on this one? No. You got 51 this week. How do we... there's a way you can see statistics, right? Or is it in here? Tickets. I want to open a ticket. I want a ticket to Disneyland. How do I... and see if you get a bug. I'm not... Like, it's almost midnight here. I can't stay on for like crazy long time. Discussion. What was happening in here? One topic. Regarding the lizard people in your descriptions. Yeah, the lizard people are really crazy people. Be careful of the lizard people. Go into the files folders and click on the eye. Oh, got you. That is. Yeah. So XFCE is the most popular install, and this is Ethnic OS. There you go. So is this your total downloads? 340 for like 3 months. All dates. Countries. Cool. I like this. Number 1, Taiwan. Canada, United States, Germany, France, Australia, Argentina, Italy, Japan, South Africa, United Kingdom, Russia, Peru, Brazil, Portugal, Greece, Croatia, Slovak, Luxembourg, Sweden. Damn, you Swedish people. Poland, Thailand, Romania, Croatia, Greece, Republic, Ukraine, Nigeria, Austria, Israel, Finland. I talked to a couple of people in Finland. I do like Finland. They're cool people from Finland. Let's see the Easy Archer project. Let's see if we can get back here to the good old Easy Archer project. Where are you? That's still Ethnic OS. There you go. Look how smart I am. I know how the back button works in Firefox. Or Chrome, sorry. OpenSUSE users, yeah, they are all OpenSUSE users. Every one of them. If you are an OpenSUSE user, you are most likely German. OpenSUSE is actually really popular in Britain, in the universities. If you look at some of the, what the fuck is it called? They do computer file, I think they are called. That's like a British channel. They use OpenSUSE. All that ethnic simping is getting to my head. Are you getting the ethnic bug? Remember, you have to at least masturbate 4 times to get on the same level. I downloaded today. Time to download it a couple of times to get the stats for Germany higher. Yeah. Germans, unite! Unite! Let's do all dates. Holy crap! I'm spitting all over myself here. 15,346 lizard people equal German users. I'm getting tired. OpenSUSE users. Maybe. Or maybe it's the deep state that's trying to infiltrate my lawn by dressing out as lizard people. Maybe they are even in cahoots with Alex Jones. So you had a massive spike here in... When the fuck was this? 2021. Holy crap, what happened there? Like, what happened in 2021? Oh, we can download it as view data. Uh, 2021 scroll. Oh, I need my Logitech mouse for this. What date was it? It was 26 of 568 or 86 downloads you got that day. Was that the fucking crazy people that wanted you? You know, the kids in your Discord that wanted you to make the one that wanted to pay us $5 a day to develop their distribution. Wasn't that was around that time? Like, I'm sure that was around this time last year. You know, those India, I think they were from India or something like that. Let's see what countries Easy Archer is downloaded from the most. United States, Romania, United Kingdom, Canada. Oh, Germany is number 5 here, humans. I might be German, but I'm not a lizard. Hey, lizard people say that they are not a lizard. You know, we never know. I used to work with a guy. He was fucking mental in his... Like, he was really fucking crazy. So... I just got one of those water... what, you know, the read how much water I use. That do that over the, I don't know, the phone line or the internet or something. I don't know how it works. You know, how much water I use on a daily basis. So, you know, for the water bill. And he was like, hey, Kent, you should not get too close to it. And I was like, why? It fries your brain cells. What? Yeah, you can actually get brain damage if you're too close to it. So if you're standing too close to it for a long period of time, take some tin foil and put it around your head. And I was just like, are you joking with me right now? I'm serious, man. You like, it can even make you infertile. So maybe you should, you know, your penis. Are you thinking about a microwave oven? No. There's shit in this like microwave. It can even alter your thoughts while you're sitting in front of your computer. It was just like, oh my god, this guy's fucking crazy. And then like a week later, something like that, we were sitting and getting some coffee, and we was talking. And we were talking about the Danish Prime Minister. For some reason, I think we just got a new Prime Minister. And he was like, I don't trust this person. Why? Yeah, it's a lizard people. I was, what the fuck are you talking about? I think it was a girl at that time. I watched her change on television in front of my eyes. She changed for a split second and I saw her true lizard form. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, the same with the English Queen. If you look really careful when the English Queen is on television, you can see her shape shift to a lizard every time she looks away from the camera. And I was just waiting for him to laugh or something like that, and he was dead fucking serious. And I went over to my boss, I'm like, what the fuck like, this dude here, man? Yeah, he has some crazy ideas. Yeah, fuck, yeah. Like, when is the fucking loony bin car coming and taking him with them? Adopting him? Like, I was just like, fucking hell. Like, there were some foods he didn't eat because he thought there was, like, things in it that would mind control him. Oh my god. But hey, there's some people that believe that shit, you know? Time to get my gigabit internet to work. Yeah, go. Tinfoil is useful. Yeah, some say you should put it around your penis while you are microwaving your dinner. So here, Germany is on 5th place. What else can we see here? Operating systems. What operating systems is being used to download Linux, Windows, unknown, Macintosh, Android? Who the fuck download Linux from Android? Like, who wants to use their phone or tablet to download an ISO? That seems to be a little bit strange to me. Huh. Is there anything in discussion here? No. I only let real geeks mind control me. People with faster mobile internet. Yeah, oh yeah, that could be, yeah. Is that a badge that you got? The SwordSports favorite badge is awarded to top open source projects that have reached the milestone of 2,000 monthly download for the first time. Ooh. Oh, last updated 1 minute ago. Nice. Read me text. No. Oh, well, it's going to download it, I guess. Oh my god, we're having a party right now. Why are you using public the TPL version 3? All of my scripts and documents are free for public use and adaptation. As per the terms and license under the GNU Public License 3, please use and enjoy. Thank you. Hey Mike, yeah, thank you. It is getting late though. I also been online for almost 7 hours, man. Oh my god. I think the longest I ever been online was 8 or 9 hours. Yeah, why the TPL 3 though? And not 2? Oh, 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. What is Tryson? That's like the OS Samsung watches used to run on. Can you even license Linux under the GPL 3 if it was under the GPL version 2? Yeah, that's what you're onto something there. Yeah, I can't do a 24-hour stream. I have to work Monday. If I ever reach 10,000 subscribers, that could probably be something we could do there. If my internet can hold up, that is. But I don't think that will ever happen, so... I love reading comments from people. It's so funny. Like, it just shows you how crazy the internet is. Let's see what they are saying to his... Let's see if we can find more ethnic fanboys here. 1 day ago. Let's go mental here. Here's the biggest fucking ethnic fanboy there is. Awesome stuff. So this is a try before you get real, or before you get a real one. I do admire you. Oh yeah. You put so much work into these projects so that so many other people out there can have a system that they can create and make their own. That's Mayo Linux. Why are you copying Mayo Linux works? That HDD on my main box finally just keep getting so many bad blocks, and that is just too bad to use. Anyway, it has forced me to finish some scripts I've been working on for several weeks. So for the last 6 days, I've been putting in a lot of hours of coding, and I need to do more coding, man. I have a sense of what you are going through, kinda. I haven't watched this video, so I don't know what he's going through. What is he going through? Is he having puberty already? This has put a stop on 4 videos that I've been working on as is my video production box. Okay, so you have a bad hard drive. Okay. XFC versus download running on spare hard on spare hard metal just fine. Not only is it metal, it's really hard metal. Thank you as always. What is Esnik saying? Great to hear. There's no comments in here. Thank you for your hard work. My pleasure. Yeah. Yeah, he really likes it hard. Fuck that. I thought there was more comments. What about this one here then? 29 comments. Now we're getting somewhere. Still working on scripts and testing. Is here in this. I know he is. My metal is very hard too, baby. Yeah, baby. Thank you for keeping your projects always up to date. You bet. I was just about to press pay for that. Oh, that's the fucking scam that Mayo Linux discovered about Easy Arts. Yeah, fucking hell. I have no idea what that is. Hello, I write from Spain. Hello, Spain. I downloaded your ETAS, but I'm having a problem with my laptop keyboard. I have to press FN key to write. Oh, that's probably where his num keys are on the keyboard. Hey Esnik, what's up with the KDE testing ISO? Yeah, what's up with that? Good afternoon, thanks for the video. Oh, there he is again. Hello there, Mr. Esnik, nice video. like he is worried. I mean, he isn't denying it. This man would definitely suck Esnik off if asked. Yeah, probably. The collection of software is under the GPL version 3. Individual packages can have their own license. Gotcha. A very quick and to quell and quiet any queasy and quarrels regarding my questions about the quirky quick. Oh, fucking hell! I didn't get that one. Kresnik answered. Quackmire. Oh yeah. Let's see what else do we have here. Why don't you make any opinion? What a circle jerk. Hey, you want to be part of it. That's it. My little troll. Oh, yeah. No, I'm in that one. I don't want to be in there. I can't stand watching my own fucking shit. Old TUIs and computers bonus or... If you really want to see circle jerks, just go on to like DistroTube or Chris Titus Tech or the Linux Experiment and read the comment section there. It's like a fucking cult sometimes. Do you have any community posts? Community posts seems to do good for the algorithm though. Like, this is how crazy YouTube is. It transcribe your videos. So if you go into the subtitles or what the fuck it's called, or you know, in your dashboard, and just save the draft, don't do anything with it, just save the draft. After I start doing that, YouTube is promoting my videos more. It's fucking crazy just by enabling the subtitle thing. And then just save the draft, you know, the auto-translated CCC. I start doing that, and I got way more views and subscribers after I did that. It's fucking crazy, man. Who's the other one I was thinking about? Who the fuck was the other one I was thinking about? It's really dangerous to think. YouTube sometimes even audio translate the video title. Yeah, that's if it's in a foreign language from you. What the fuck? I watched this video. Someone was just going totally crazy in the video, and in the comment section. It was so fucking funny. Tell me about it. You watch a video and then all of the comments are in Korean. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to go like, let's make it 7. Like on the 7th hour we are out of here. It's like 2 minutes. It's almost midnight here. I think the B vitamins that I'm taking is working because I have so much energy today. I also went to the gym today, so that could also be why I have a shit ton of memories, energy. I tend to, it sounds crazy, but I tend to have more energy after being at the gym. It's all the drugs you do. Yeah, speed, amphetamines, Molly. I'm on everything, man. If I continue neglecting my girlfriend, I'm going to be single again. Yeah, go give her some fucking attention, dude. Jump on that fucking shit like there's no tomorrow. Here's what you could do. Buy one of those like buy a penguin suit and then put her in it. Then you could be like it could be like you're still, you know, messing around with Linux when you're with her. You get what I'm saying? Ooh, yeah. Ooh, whoa. Hello. Hello. Like, this would not be bad. Just put her in one of those. Then you could be like... And then you could, like, kinda imagine yourself that you're still involved with Linux. I will do a reaction video live one day. I can't do it today. We are almost done here. That's actually not... Ooh, hey, ooh, wow. Hey, ooh. That's even better. Damn. Like this one... No, this one is a keeper, though. There's more... the accessibility is better, if you get what I'm saying here. Or what about this one here? I wonder how much they are, though. This is not bad either. I do like this one. I do like the fishnet socks, or what they are called here. Yeah, it's a hot sock. Stable. Yeah, it's really stable. But I kind of like the fishnet that stockings here a little bit better than this here. But you could just put it on here yourself, or some nylon stockings. But she looks like she's fucking about to eat your fucking head off. She's really angry. This one here is a little bit more happy. So you get more happy by using this set here. Just hopped on and not sure what's going. We are finding a penguin suit to Andrew's girlfriend, so he can... So he's not missing Linux while he's with his girlfriend. You know, we are all about promoting Linux and Linux... you know, the Linux feeling, even when you are not doing Linux. Is that Debian stable in your pants, or are you happy to see me? Oh, this is just creepy as fuck. Morphsuit.com. This is why I have a penguin skin in Minecraft. I don't think you look like this in Minecraft, though. But look how happy she is. I like those, you know, clubs or what the fuck she has on here. Like, then you don't... oh my god, this is so fucking... Like, this is great, because... If she, let's say, are going to explore the three that stands alone in the field, you're not getting cold fingers around it, you know? You get what I'm saying here? She has cloths to, like, keep her fingers warm, so that certain three that stands alone in the middle of the field is not going to suddenly disappear because cold fingers. Yeah, penguins are great, man. Yeah. I wonder if, like... I wonder if there has been any fucking girl that have bought this suit, though. If she walks in and see this conversation, I don't know how I will explain it. Halloween? Or you're thinking about buying a Halloween's costume to her, or a costume for a theme party or something like that. Or you just want to spice up your home life a little bit by doing some role playing. You get what I'm saying? What should you have on then? Oh. You need a zookeeper suit. Oh my god, this is amazing. You can have a snake. around your head. This looks like Joe Exotic. Fucking yes, you need this one here. Like, you need this one here, a zookeeper suit. With and she can have the penguin suit. Oh, I don't have... Oh, yeah, I do. Like... So you can be... She can be like, you know, the penguin in the zoo. And you can be like the zookeeper running around with your snake. You know, both of your snakes. And be, hey, little penguin, it's feeding time. And then you can feed her the snake. You know, the snake. Or she can pet the snake. Like, this could be like a theme costume party. So many possibilities. So many options. Just don't look. He looks a little bit creepy though. Like massively creepy too, if you ask me. Penguins of Madagascar. Yeah, and she can start up here, and then you can, you know, let the snake, you know, kind of lead down. You know, snakes has a tendency to go underneath the clothes. So you can be like, hey, girlfriend, little penguin, little Linux, little Tox, follow the snake, pet the snake and follow the snake, and she can, like, you know, work her way down to the meat snake. This could be amazing. What's the other one? Yeah, this one here. Ah, it's too creepy, man. Oh, this is not bad either. Ah, it's too simple. Oh, there's another one with a snake. Here you could be like, oh, what do my eyes spy? A little penguin. And she could be like, bap, 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 and you know. Here's another. This snake is not as good as the other one. A monkey will not work. You need the snake. You definitely need the snake. You definitely... Either the snake or this one here with goggles, or, you know, goggles on. I just don't like this whole, like, tiger fucking thing here's going on here. That's a little bit crazy. I'm directing a low budget porno from the... No, we're doing a theme party. Wink, wink. We are finding costumes for a themed party. Yeah, Boy Scout outfits. Yeah, this one. I do like this one here though. I think these two here are winners. Also, this seems to be really, really tight, so you know, you could, you know, potentially she could see some excitement really easy. I just don't know about this hat though. It looks like an army hat or something like that. I kinda like, if you could get this hat with this costume, I think we are there. Yeah, he looks like a low key. If he had the stash, he would look like a low key fucking 70s porn actor. Film 2 new videos, yeah. Or use a vine. Mm. I kind of like this snake the best, to be honest. Like, if you two dress up like this, we need a fucking picture of it. And I don't think it's that expensive, to be honest. Like, this one here, I could not imagine being that expensive. I think, like, the penguin suit is probably the most expensive one. Yeah, the hat here is kind of like... Also, I don't think zookeepers run around with hats on. Oh yeah, the penguin... Here's the thing. Like I said, it's always a compromise, okay? You want something, you have to give something. So here's the thing. You want her in the penguin suit, okay? So you are selling it by saying, hey, I'm dressing out also. I'm also dressing up. I'm putting on this costume. But you're only doing it to get her into this one here. She thinks that you're doing something for fun, a theme, something. But in reality, you're just doing it to get her in the penguin suit. So she can, so you're not that far away from Linux. But she don't know that. That's your alternative motives. Your under, secret motive. So she just think, he's trying to make some fun and spice it up. When in reality, you just want to see your amazing girlfriend in a really, really sexy penguin suit. But she don't know that. So you kind of have to, do something yourself, and then get your girl to do something also. Like give and take. Yeah, take care, Bruce. The one on the right looks like the UPS uniform. I don't know how that looks like. I just like out of the ones that we found, that's probably the best one. Frugo.com. What is this morph suit kind of thing? Now I'm really curious. Oh, hello. Let's just take United States. There you go. Holy crap, that's a stewardess. That's not bad. Adult costumes, yeah, of course. I don't think you are invited, humans. You can dress out like Jack Sparrow. Kidnapping a penguin. This looks like the Macho Man. Oh, that's pretty hard. It is the Macho Man. Oh. Ric Flair. I can't stand Ric Flair. Oh my god, you can be a shark. Don't shark eat... don't they eat penguins? So when she's a penguin, you can be like, I'm coming to catch you, num 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 num. Then you have an excuse to, touch her and stuff without being creepy. I don't know if it's creepy when it's your girlfriend, but if other people are watching. Test dummy. Oh, I like that one. Hello. There's a woman pirate. They have a lot of costumes here, man. Oh, that's the penguin suit. $40 for the penguin suit. Honestly, I would fucking buy it, man. Clowns freak me out, freak me out to no fucking end, man. Like I can't do. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like for for some fun and stuff like that. No, the clown one. Oh no. The army one though. Ooh. They're legs for days, man. Ooh, the fox. A Pocahontas. Navy officer. I can dig that. Power Rangers. I used to have the biggest fucking cross on the pink Power Ranger. Like, this is not bad either, man. But we need the penguin. What about the Navy officer? I can definitely dig this shit. I think this is a winner combo. Or you need to be a polar bear. But it's too much clothes for you. You know, like, if you're going into a polar bear, like, it's a big fucking costume. Yeah, bye, Marcus. I need to go also. I've been 15 minutes over time. It's been 7 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, and I will save these costumes and send them to Andoth, so him and his girlfriend can... Too hot for the polar bear, yeah. It will melt. Are they more interesting seals? Yeah, I think this is a keeper. Like, I would watch this movie unfold. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have an amazing rest of the weekend. And I will go and get some hydration because I'm getting dehydrated, it feels like. Bye bye.